Tantor Audio, a division of recorded books, presents The Path of the Crooked by Ellery Adams. Narrated by Chris Ducart. Hatred stirs up strife. Proverbs 10:12. There should be no strife with the vanquished or the dead. Virgil. 1. Cooper Lee was more comfortable with machines than people. She drove all over the city of Richmond, Virginia to fix them. By the time she got to these copiers, laminators, or fax machines as they waited in their offices, hospitals, or schools, they were broken. Broken and quiet. Cooper would kneel beside them and meticulously lay out her tools, and as she did so, the machines didn't raise their brows in surprise or barely concealed amusement that a woman worked as an office machine repairman. A 32-year-old woman dressed in a man's uniform shirt didn't seem odd at all. Most importantly, they never stared at her eyes. Her left eye wasn't worth a second look. It was a flat, almost colorless blue. No one would have dreamed of comparing it to sapphires or deep seas or cloudless summer skies. But the other eye, the eye Cooper had received through ocular transplant surgery after she'd been smashed in the face with a field hockey stick in junior high, was a shimmering green. It was exotic, invoking images of lush jungles flecked with firefly light, or the green shallows of tropical waters. That single moment at field hockey practice, when a girl on Cooper's own team had accidentally swung her stick too high as she prepared to hit the ball with incredible force, made Cooper more self-conscious than other teenagers. Still, she wanted what most people want. She wished for one close friend, to be loved by someone she could grow old with, and for her life to have purpose. Cooper thought she'd found all of those in her boyfriend Drew, until he dumped her. Shaking off her gloomy thoughts, Cooper cut a piece of crumb cake for breakfast, wrapped it in a paper towel, filled her 28-ounce travel cup to the brim with milky, unsweetened coffee, and tossed a banana onto the passenger seat of her truck. She drove east on I-64, the sun blinding her most of the way. According to Bryant Shelton's weather report, there wouldn't be a cloud in the sky this April Friday. For once, it appeared as though Bryant might be right, though it didn't matter much to Cooper. She'd be inside offices most of the day, but could enjoy brief moments of sunshine while driving the work van from one destination to another. At 10 minutes to 9, Cooper pulled into the parking lot belonging to one of a dozen corporate buildings, resembling silver Lego blocks. The Make It Work headquarters was on the fringe of an area called Innsbruck, where hundreds of different companies, replete with an abundance of office equipment, depended upon Cooper and her coworkers to keep them operating smoothly. "Morning, Coop," Angela called out a chipper greeting as Cooper approached the reception desk. Angela's smile, combined with a vase filled with plump yellow roses, created a warm welcome. Few people visited the office as most of Make It Work's transactions were conducted via telephone, but Angela brought a dozen roses every Monday, claiming that a good work week always began with fresh flowers. Angela was in charge of appointments and billing. She was at her desk every morning before anyone else, wearing one of her vintage sweaters, a pencil skirt, both of which were always too tight, and a pair of sexy heels. Angela's platinum hair, powdered face, and fire engine red nails and lipstick were supposed to call to mind an image of Marilyn Monroe, but Angela was older and plumper than the late actress had ever been. Still, Angela was the heart and soul of their small operation. Filled with pluck and boundless optimism, Angela could thaw even the frostiest of customers. "You've got an emergency waiting for you, sugar." Angela examined a reflection in a small compact that was never out of reach. "Some poor lady's gotten her wedding ring jammed in the insides of a copier." She held out a pink memo pad and ripped off the top sheet with a flourish. "At Capital City?" Cooper asked, reading the message. "I have to go over there anyway. They ordered half a dozen Hewlett-Packard 7410 multifunction printers, and I have to bring them to Building F and hook them up." She grinned at Angela. "A wedding ring, you say? I wonder how she got it stuck inside." Angela shrugged. "You know folks like to try to fix things themselves. You fished stranger things out of those machines. Remember the bologna sandwich last year? Do I? Cooper laughed. That mayo was everywhere, and that obnoxious executive tried to blame it on his administrative assistant. What a jerk. That's what I like working for Mr. Farmer. He's just as kind as he can be. Angela's eyes beneath their curtain of long fake lashes twinkled as they always did when she mentioned the boss's name. Cooper buttoned up her gray make-it-work uniform jacket and grabbed the keys to one of the company's 2 vans. Ben, the other repairman, was already off on his rounds. He came in an hour earlier than Cooper and was out the door by 4 p.m. He was obsessed with developing his naturally thin frame into a walking mass of muscle, so he spent 2 hours at the gym before heading home to his wife, a woman no one from Make-It-Work had ever laid eyes on. Ben never spoke of her either. "Can you grab some Mexican from Casa Grande for lunch?" Angela asked as Cooper opened the front door, wiggling the van keys until they sounded like metal castanets. "Sure. What would you like?" "Chicken quesadillas for me, something for yourself, and a panfilo burrito for Mr. Farmer." He almost went with a salad, saying that he needed to be more like Ben and watch his weight, but I told him that a little stuffing makes a nicer pillow. Angela giggled, placed a $20 bill on the desk, and pushed it toward Cooper. Lord, he turned beet red when I said that. Cooper thought about her introverted boss being complimented by the effusive Angela. He was a man of few words and usually hid in his office, drooling over the latest issues of Technology Review, Popular Mechanics, and PC Magazine. Cooper couldn't fathom why Angela found their short, balding, hermit-like employer so captivating. It was like having a crush on Danny DeVito. "See you in a bit, Angela." Cooper saluted the other woman with her coffee cup and headed out to the van. A Mrs. Brooke Hughes of Capital City, one of the nation's largest credit card companies, had placed the call regarding the lost wedding ring. Cooper could tell that Mrs. Hughes was either an administrative assistant or an investigative agent in the Fraud Protection Division by the fact that the copier in question was located on the 3rd floor of Building C. The Fraud Protection Division took up most of that floor. With the exception of a large filing room, Cooper had never had cause to enter. The second the elevator doors opened on the 3rd floor, Mrs. Hughes leapt forward and latched on to Cooper's arm like a barnacle. "Thank goodness you're here," she exclaimed. Looking down, she realized she held Cooper with a vice-like grip, and that the younger woman was politely struggling to reclaim her limb. "Oh, I'm sorry." Exhaling loudly, she released Cooper and then raised her hands, which were coated with black toner. "I've really made a mess of things, I'm afraid." Cooper could see that the woman had also smeared toner on her ivory blouse and berry-colored skirt. Mrs. Hughes, though agitated, had an open face and kind eyes. "Don't worry, ma'am," Cooper assured the woman, and then introduced herself. "We'll get your ring back. Which machine is it stuck in?" "Oh, please, call me Brooke. The copier's right outside my office." Although she wore a name tag, Cooper thought it only polite to speak her name aloud, since her client had established a friendly rapport despite her distress. It turned out that Brooke Hughes was the head of the entire department. She had her own assistant and a full-sized $6,000 sharp grayscale copier at her disposal. The chair at the assistant's desk was empty, and her workstation was covered with mounds of wadded tissues and untidy stacks of paper. Cindy, my assistant, called out sick today. Again. Brooke's eyebrows shot up and down suggestively. "I've been trying to wrap up this case I've been working on, and I just needed to pull together a few more documents." She gestured at Cindy's desk. "I was attempting to make sense of that mess when I came across a document that was very, very incriminating." She trailed off, looking abashed. "I'm sorry to go on about all this to you." She lowered her voice to a whisper. "It's just that it was crucial for me to make multiple copies of this, report, so I could quickly store it in more than one location as soon as possible." Brooke nervously picked at her cuticles and continued speaking in a hushed tone. "I'm concerned that the original document could suddenly disappear." Her voice returned to normal as she continued. But then the copier jammed, and I was so desperate to make copies that I tried to fix it. When I reached under that panel, she pointed inside the machine, and Cooper noticed that Brooke's finger was trembling, and tried to rip out the paper. My ring slipped off my finger and fell down in there. "Were you able to make any copies?" Cooper asked, concerned about the woman's apparent anxiety. Brooke shook her head and made a visible effort to pull herself together. Wordlessly, Cooper rolled the copier away from the wall and scanned the carpet. She couldn't see the ring anywhere, so she knew that meant she'd have to unscrew the machine's back panel. After retrieving a flashlight from her toolbox, she gestured at the sharp. "Has this copier been acting up lately?" "Yes, I believe it has. Cindy's cursed quite loudly at it a few times. I also think she's given it a few solid kicks." Brooke winced as though she hated snitching on her assistant. "I'm afraid she's not very good at following directions, mine or the machine's. But she's a single mom, and I just don't have the heart to let her go." She laughed humorlessly. "I swear, I do both our jobs most of the time." Unused to being watched as she worked, Cooper began loosening the screws that secured the back panel to the main body of the copier. "Unlike poor Cindy," Brooke rambled on, "I've been blessed. My husband is my best friend. We were high school sweethearts, raised a terrific son together, and are celebrating our 30-year anniversary tonight. That's why I'm so desperate to get my ring back today." Cooper glanced up at Brooke's face. She was gazing out a window beyond Cindy's desk, a small smile playing around the corners of her mouth. "Wesley, my husband, is picking me up after work today in a white limo. We're going out to dinner at this little hole in the wall where we had our first date. He doesn't know that I know, but he also reserved the bridal suite at the Jefferson." She shook her head dreamily. "We couldn't afford anything like that when we got married, so I guess he's trying to make it up to me. But I wouldn't trade our first years of struggle for anything." She grinned at Cooper. "Are you married?" "No, ma'am," Cooper said without taking her eyes from her work. "My boyfriend of over 5 years left me 6 months ago. Really suddenly." She added and then instantly clammed up. People didn't usually speak to her once they had directed her to the machine in need of repair, so she was surprised to find herself sharing such an intimate exchange. "I'm really sorry." Brooke spoke with heartfelt sincerity. 5 years is a long time. Many marriages don't survive that long, so you two must have been doing something right. "I thought so." Cooper sighed. "And I'd do anything to have my life with him back. For those 5 years, he was my only friend, my whole world. I'm living with my parents again and just trying to figure out how to start again." Brooke put a hand on Cooper's shoulder. "You're young and pretty, and I can tell you must be awfully smart to be able to do what you do. Once time heals your wounds a bit, you're going to find that men will line up around the block just to ask you out." "You think so?" Cooper looked over her shoulder and grinned ruefully. "Where's the front of that line?" Brooke smiled. "If you can laugh about your pain, you're on the road to getting the best of it. And I know a place that might help you in the whole recovery process. Hold on a sec." She pulled open a desk drawer, retrieved a marigold-colored brochure, and handed it to Cooper. "This is the church I belong to. I would love for you to attend a service with me. Come as my friend. Any Sunday you'd like, just walk on in and find me and we'll sit together." Cooper stared at the yellow brochure. It was from Hope Street Church and simply had the church name, address, and the words, "Welcome, friends," on the cover. Brooke's invitation was filled with warmth and hospitality, but the idea of attending an unfamiliar church wasn't something Cooper felt comfortable doing. "I'll think about it. Thank you, ma'am." "Please do. And no more of this ma'am stuff. We're just two women trying to make our way in the world. Brooke and Cooper." She pointed at the brochure. "Take a look at that when you get a chance, and feel free to call me if you have any questions. Now," Brooke tugged on the bottom of her stained blouse, "I will stop blithering away like a chatty magpie and let you work your magic. I'll be in my office, so please, let me know if you need an extra pair of hands to hold the flashlight or something." "Thanks, but I'm like an octopus when I'm working." Cooper smiled and watched the other woman walk away. She then folded the Hope Street brochure in half, tucked it in her pocket, and returned her focus to removing the bottom paper drawer so that she could get a better view of the copier's underbelly. After she detached the tray, she directed the powerful beam of her mag light into the cavity and swept the light around the base. A twinkle in one of the far corners signaled the presence of Brooke's ring. Plucking the ring from the dark, Cooper cleaned it off using a fresh rag from her toolbox. A dozen tiny diamonds embedded in a band of yellow gold glistened as Cooper wiped away spots of toner and dust. As she rubbed the inside of the ring, she noticed an inscription. It read, "Forever, 1 Corinthians 13:13. Cooper knew that 1 Corinthians 13:13 was often used in wedding ceremonies. Sitting on the floor of the quiet office, she called to mind the cover of her younger sister Ashley's wedding program. It showed the bride and groom as children, inside a heart-shaped cutout. Above the photograph were 2 doves flying toward each other, and the words, "And now these 3 remain, faith, hope, and love. But the greatest of these is love." Folding the ring carefully inside another clean rag, Cooper set the precious package next to her toolbox and began the process of removing the jammed sheets of paper. She made a pile of torn strips of paper along with an anthill of bits and scraps that had likely collected inside the copier over the last few weeks. It only took her a few minutes to restore the machine to working order. She checked under the lid to see if Brooke's original document was still laid out on the glass. It was, so Cooper programmed the machine to make 5 duplicates in order to test the copier. It ran them through without a hitch. Cooper didn't even glance at the pages that were so critical to Brooke Hughes. She'd never examined the contents of a single document in her 4 years as a repairwoman, and didn't plan to start now. Clearing her throat, she stood in the threshold of Brooke's office and unfolded the rag containing the wedding ring. "Here's your ring, ma'am. Brooke. No harm done." Brooke plucked the ring from the rag, pushed it on her finger, and threw her arms around Cooper. "You're an angel. I can't tell you how much this means to me." Though surprised by the woman's quickness, Cooper still managed to press the documents against her thighs so they wouldn't get crushed by Brooke's embrace. "Your copier's back in order, too," Cooper continued once Brooke had released her. "I made 5 copies just to test the machine, but you're good to go if you'd like to run some more." Brooke accepted the papers. The joy that had shone from her eyes upon seeing her wedding ring was instantaneously replaced by a mixture of worry and fear. "Thank you," she said softly. The phone on her desk began to ring, and Brooke glanced in its direction. Once again, she began to pick nervously at her fingernails. "I'd better get that." Her tone was regretful. Cooper was accustomed to abrupt dismissals by busy and important people, or at least people who viewed themselves as busy and important, so Brooke's desire to linger was unusual. "Have a nice day, ma'am," Cooper said politely. She wished she could think of something more comforting to add, but nothing came to mind. Brooke gave Cooper a bright smile, infused with warmth, and then wiggled her ring finger. "I hope that one day a good man gives you a ring and a promise, and makes you very, very happy. Maybe I'll see you at church some Sunday. I'll keep an eye out for you." It took a moment for Cooper to move, as a vision of Drew bending down on one knee and offering her a velvet jewelry box had her so captivated that she almost forgot where she was. Finally she blinked, and Drew's handsome face and pleading eyes evaporated. "Most folks don't talk to me when I'm working," Cooper found herself telling Brooke. "I kind of walk around as if I'm invisible, so it was really nice to have met you today. Thanks." "No one's invisible," Brooke replied firmly and smiled again. She then picked up her phone, and her smile disappeared in a flash. Sensing that Brooke needed privacy, Cooper returned to the copier and packed up her tools. Because the only trash receptacle in sight was the overflowing Rubbermaid can under Cindy's desk, Cooper gathered the paper scraps she'd removed from inside the copier, folded them up in her rag, and headed out to the van. As she walked, she considered how her regular interactions with office workers were brief and impersonal. In general, she preferred it that way. Yet, for the first time, she'd met someone who had spoken to her openly, as an equal, and it had felt really good. And though part of Cooper felt touched by Brooke Hughes's attention, the other part of her wished that she could have remained anonymous. That way she could drive off into the sunshine without fretting over the welfare of someone she barely knew. After making her way to another area of Capital City's mammoth campus to deliver the Hewlett-Packard 7410s, Cooper parked the van near the delivery entrance of Building F and turned off the engine. She felt like enjoying a cigarette beneath one of the lot's large dogwood trees, but then remembered that she had smoked her last one that morning. Cooper got out of the van and leaned against the tree trunk. She propped her leg against the smooth bark, enjoying the sun on her face as she opened a Ziploc bag containing 2 of her mother's homemade cookies. She felt an inexplicable urge to say a quick prayer before returning to work. She hadn't prayed for someone else for a long, long time. In fact, she couldn't remember praying much at all, until Drew had left her. But now she said a nightly prayer, asking that she be reunited with him soon. Maybe I should focus on somebody else for once, she thought, closing her eyes. Lord, she began hesitantly, and then felt words flow more easily from her mouth. I hope that Brooke's husband is all that she says he is. I hope he rides up in his white limo and sweeps that nice woman away, in a tide of happiness so powerful that whatever's troubling her will be completely washed away. Amen. Not bad, Cooper thought, and felt the tension she'd felt in Brooke's office ebb away. Chewing on one of her mother's chocolate pinwheel cookies, she got back to work. 2. I can't believe my only sister works as a copier repairman, Ashley complained to their mother, Magnolia Maggie Lee, as Maggie finished up her daily baking that Sunday afternoon. Do you know how weird I feel, telling people what my sister does for a living? Why? Maggie momentarily paused in rolling out a ball of cookie dough for her Chinese almond cookies and gave her younger child a perplexed look. What's wrong with Cooper's job with Make It Work? Your sister is very talented with her hands. She can fix most anything, just like her daddy. Ashley tossed a thick lock of glossy, radiant blonde hair over her shoulder. It would be one thing if she just did administrative stuff, but she actually gets greasy and wears a uniform with an embroidered name tag. What's next? Coveralls? Steel-tipped boots? Mrs. Lee shrugged. Someone has to keep those complicated machines working smoothly. Folks seem to really depend on them these days. And someone has to be firm enough to tell those stingy business owners when their machines have reached the end of their road and need to be replaced. She teared up. Oh, now you've got me thinking about what I'm gonna do when Grammy's called by the angels. Ashley rolled a pair of captivating cerulean eyes. There's nothing wrong with Grammy, Mama. Don't get all worked up. Besides, I don't think the angels are gonna be able to handle her. She's going to be with us forever. Maggie brightened. You're right, dear. Grammy's plucky as a hen in springtime. Now, she wiped her hands on the seat of her pants instead of her apron. I have to get these cookies ready for the folks at the Alzheimer's home. She glanced at her watch. I want them to have a special treat with their Sunday afternoon tea. Why? Ashley's perfect lips screwed into a smirk. They won't remember eating them. Ashley Elizabeth! Mrs. Lee shook her rolling pin at her daughter. Don't you say ugly things like that in my kitchen. Sorry, Mama. Ashley shot a look at her sister, but Cooper wasn't paying attention. She had a mug of hot coffee in her right hand and was lost in the pages of the Sunday paper. Back to Cooper. Ashley persisted. How is she ever going to meet a new man when her job is so macho? She put her manicured hands on her narrow hips. It's been 6 months since he left, you know. It's time for her to start living again. She's pretty in that all-natural kind of way and has a body most girls would kill for, but she just hides out, living in her garage like a nun. Someone will have to drag her out of there, or she's going to turn into an old maid. Help me bag up these pinwheels while you're carrying on, Ashley. Ashley obediently stuffed 2 cookies each into plastic bags, decorated with gold stickers reading Magnolia's Marvels. As she tied them using gold ribbon, she occasionally glanced over at Cooper, who was still engrossed in the Richmond Times-Dispatch and had refused to respond to any of her sister's comments. Ashley, who was unaccustomed to being ignored, suddenly claimed the edge of Cooper's chair. "I've got it," she exclaimed as Cooper turned a mismatched but fiery gaze upon her sister. "Coop, you should start coming to church with me. There are tons of nice single men at church, and they're your age, too." Watching her sister warily, Cooper reached out and folded the newspaper so that when her father got home from his weekly shopping trip to Walmart, his paper would look pristine. She pushed back from the worn and scrubbed farm table in her parents' kitchen, refilled her coffee cup, and helped herself to a cookie. "Not gonna happen, Ashley," Cooper said firmly. "Besides, I have plans of my own." She hadn't told anyone that she was thinking about attending Brooks Church the following Sunday. Wanting to reread the flyer on Hope Street alone, Cooper walked out the back door, down a short path, and entered the small greenhouse her father had built for her after the field hockey accident. She inhaled the sense of her private refuge, a wheelbarrow filled with rich soil, 2 aisles packed with seed trays bearing the first hints of green, a stack of terracotta planters, her bottles of pungent fertilizers, and a tidy pile of gardening books on edible plants that Cooper had picked up from library and yard sales. "This place is as peaceful as any church," she said to the air, delighting in the humidity and the dappled spring sunlight glinting off the glass roof. Moving about the cozy space, she touched the plants flanking the center aisle and brushed specks of dirt from the leaves of a seedling. "Grow well, my friend. You're gonna help fill hungry bellies come summertime." Cooper spent the next few minutes flipping through a seed catalog. She soon became so intent on deciding which tomato seeds to order that she didn't hear Ashley enter her sanctuary. "I'm trying to look out for you, Coop," her sister said as Cooper straightened a group of seed trays on the potting table. Ashley held out her hand and wiggled the mammoth diamond of her engagement ring. The light caught the stone and shimmered along the row of smaller diamonds on her wedding band. "I'd like you to find someone as wonderful as my Lincoln." She sighed happily. "I know I'm just a bubbly newlywed talking, but the day I became Mrs. Lincoln Love was the happiest of my life. I know you thought you and Drew were going to be like Lincoln and me, but it wasn't meant to be." Her long lashes fluttered as she surveyed her sister. "You're pretty, Cooper. You could catch a man and be happy again. I could help you." Cooper crossed her arms and frowned. She felt no jealousy over her sister's ostentatious jewelry, or the endless mentions of her extremely wealthy husband. But she didn't like what she saw in Ashley's eyes. "I don't want to become one of your charity projects," Cooper snapped. After all, Cooper viewed Ashley's charitable works as her sister's vain desire to appear in Richmond Magazine and Virginia Living as often as possible, dressed in fabulous designer clothes, her arm draped around the mayor, the governor's wife, or another rich suburban do-gooder. The trouble was, Ashley always distanced herself from the actual people she was purportedly bent on helping. She would organize teams of builders, electricians, and plumbers to work for days constructing a house for Habitat for Humanity, but she never visited the site or met the family. She would collect thousands of winter coats and Christmas presents for the children of area orphanages, but she'd never met any of the kids during the delivery of these gifts. Even her hospital volunteerism was conducted from a distance. Ashley would host a dinner and raise funds for needed supplies or medical equipment, but she preferred not to be introduced to one of the patients who had benefited from the monetary donation. Everything Ashley did was self-serving to some degree, and Cooper didn't want to be a part of any of her sister's schemes. Suddenly, Cooper recalled Brooke's kindness and felt guilty over thinking such nasty thoughts about her sister. "Look," Cooper told Ashley more gently, but busied her hands tidying her pillar of catalogs. "I appreciate your wanting to help, I do. But I don't want to go to church to meet men. Isn't that what bars are for?" she quipped. Ashley frowned. "Well, then go to church to pray. It doesn't look good that you're the only one of us that doesn't attend worship service." "Doesn't look good to who?" Cooper demanded, getting annoyed again. She knew that Ashley wanted to chair some new committee at the large and powerful church she attended on River Road, a wealthy corridor composed of million-dollar homes and churches the size of college campuses. She was also aware of the fact that Ashley was embarrassed of her family. Their father, Earl Lee, was in charge of maintenance at one of the area's private schools, and their mother got up at 5 a.m. to bake cookies, which she sold to several Richmond sandwich shops. Except for Ashley, who resided with her husband in a mansion just off River Road, the Lees lived out in the country, a good 20 minutes from Richmond's West End subdivisions and endless strip malls. Cooper's parents were humble people who spent their money modestly but gave generously of their time. Their house was small, outdated, and yet incredibly cozy. Cooper lived in a minuscule studio apartment Mr. Lee had erected over the garage, with the idea of moving his mother out of the main house, but Grammy Lee refused to budge. Cooper shook her head, wondering for the millionth time how her parents could have produced such different children. She could only reason that during the 1 year, 1 month, 1 week, and 1 day that separated their birthdays, the world must have spun in the opposite direction. Looking at her sister as she turned the pages of a gardening magazine with disinterest, Cooper tried to keep her irritation in check. No one outside of this house cares what I do, Ashley. Why don't you tell those snobby ladies at your church that your entire family was lost at sea or mauled by bears? Then you won't have to obsess over how we make you look. For a moment, Ashley turned Cooper's suggestion over in her mind. Suddenly, she scowled. I can't say that. It would be an outright lie, and that's not going to get me elected. Cooper began filling out the order form in the back of the seed catalog. Works for politicians all the time, she joked. Fine, Cooper. Rot away in this greenhouse. Live with your parents until you're old and gray. Go ahead. Ashley turned to leave. But you should go to church, even if it is to suffer through that awful choir at Mom and Daddy's church. Why? Cooper paused in her writing to drink some coffee. Because it's where people go to better themselves. A place where those who've been hurt can find healing and where lonely people can make friends. Cooper was surprised to see genuine concern on Ashley's face. After all, without me living here anymore, you must not have anyone to talk to. You and Drew spend all your time with each other. Cooper had never considered her sister to be a close friend, but she nodded anyway. I told you I have plans in the works, okay? Now just drop the subject. Don't you have a husband waiting for you at home? I certainly do, Ashley said with a satisfied nod. She then whipped her lightweight suede coat closed, cinched a crocodile belt around her shapely waist, and strutted away, her hair bouncing in a shiny wave of honey as she walked. Cooper studied her own athletic body and long, straight blonde hair in the greenhouse glass, and, satisfied with what she saw, finished completing the order form. Later that evening, she headed out to the mailbox with a lit cigarette in her order form. She lingered for a moment at the end of the driveway, watching the sun sink into the spindly arms of the trees and listening to the excited chatter of bats as they fluttered above her head. Cooper blew a stream of smoke into the spring air, still tinged with some of the winter's lingering coolness, and wondered if she was truly ready to put the pain of her broken heart behind her and begin living her life again. She picked a piece of tobacco from the tip of her tongue and flicked it to the ground. Her eyes became fixated on the glowing end of her cigarette. Bending down, she crushed it out in the gravel and spent several moments crouched there, observing the spent stub. I really wish I could kick this damn habit. Searching in her pocket for a tissue in which to wrap the cigarette butt, Cooper's fingers closed around the Hope Street brochure. She gazed at the words of welcome printed on the front cover for several moments. Should I go? She whispered to the first evening star. Could you send me a sign? When the only response she received was a tickle on the cheek by a momentary breeze, she slowly walked back toward the house. The work week flew by, and Cooper nearly forgot about both Brook Hughes and Hope Street. She and her mother spent most of Saturday preparing the vegetable and herb beds behind the house for planting. Together, they weeded, tilled, and mixed compost with the soil, which was still damp from the previous evening's rain. Earl Lee also spent the mild spring day outside. He mowed the lawn, replaced rotted posts on the split-rail fence, and tinkered around in the garage, undoubtedly trying to coax his '71 Chevy Malibu back to life. When the family reconvened for dinner, Earl spoke a quick blessing before they ate. He'd barely finished before Grammy Lee launched into a tirade over being served soft tacos with refried beans. "What's this mush?" she demanded of no one in particular. "I still got my teeth, you know." She plucked her dentures from her mouth and waved them around for everyone to see. "How about a nice piece of meat? One you gotta cut with a knife, not slurp up like pig slop." "We had ribeyes earlier this week, Grammy," Maggie said calmly. "You know we can't have steak all the time. They're too expensive." "At least tomorrow's Sunday," Grammy mumbled, glaring at her plate with her cataract-clouded eyes. "That means ham or bacon." She took a bite of beans and grimaced. "You at least gonna make some cinnamon rolls?" she asked Maggie. "From scratch," Maggie replied cheerfully, passing her husband a bowl of shredded cheese. Cooper was amazed by how her mother was able to listen to Grammy's cantankerous remarks without ever getting ruffled. "So I see you're going to church tomorrow, girlie." Grammy pointed her fork at Cooper. "What brought this on? You got a craving to listen to those tone-deaf songbirds with us, granddaughter? I don't think there's a single member under 50. You'd best go where the young folks are." She cackled and then went on to remind them that she had been married for 20 years, a mother for 15 years, and the owner of her own farm stand for 10 years by the time she turned 35. "How'd you know I was planning to go to church tomorrow?" Cooper asked in surprise. "I only made up my mind a little while ago while I was working in the garden." "How did I know?" Grammy guffawed, spraying the table in front of her with bits of refried beans. "Because my room is right next to the washing machine. You left the iron out to cool down, and you haven't ironed anything since you graduated from high school." She took a sip of iced tea and choked down the rest of the beans. "I figured you were either going to church or on a date." She gave Cooper an assessing glance and made it clear that she didn't approve of what she saw. "I'm betting on church." Cooper opened the yellow Hope Street brochure and read it over for the 10th time. "I wonder if Brooke's here today," Cooper said to her image in the rearview mirror, and then retrieved her pack of Camel Lights from her faux leather purse. She lit a cigarette and hung her arm out the window of a red Jeep Cherokee. Her reflection blew a veil of smoke from between her thin lips. "I know," Cooper said to the mirror. "You don't look very sexy doing that." She scowled at the burning cigarette. "I'm gonna give these things up. Time for a fresh start, right?" After staring at the weathered brick building for a minute, she straightened the collar of her freshly ironed blouse and said, "Let's go." Cooper got out of the truck, put out her cigarette using the bottom of her shoe, and walked to one of the church's side entrances. She paused at the trash can positioned several feet from the double doors. "Okay, I can do this." She threw the nearly full pack of Camels and a plastic Bic lighter inside. The 2 items hit the bottom with a satisfying thunk. "I never smoked until I met Drew, so if I'm gonna start over..." She dug around in her purse until she found a package of gum. "Then I'm gonna do it with a little help from Wrigley's." Hope Street Church was unlike any church Cooper had ever experienced. She was accustomed to the small white clapboard structures of country churches, the pealing of bells at every hour, and rows of lovely stained-glass windows to stare at should the sermon become a tad dull. Hope Street was an impressive brick building, whose cornerstone had been placed over 100 years ago. The original chapel had been expanded after World War I, and a roomy wing had been built in the early 80s for the Hope Street Christian Academy. Daydreaming students on the north side of the building were treated to a view of the church's lush garden, while those on the south side were stuck gazing out at the vast parking lot. When the bells called people to worship, the sound was like that of a symphony. The powerful melody carried far across the rooftops and made its way into area subdivisions. "This is some church," Cooper muttered to herself and looked around the deserted hallway. She noticed a bulletin board for Students Against Drunk Driving and a sign-up sheet for prom queen nominations. "I am so glad to be out of high school. I don't think I could survive it a second time around." Cooper tapped the bulletin board and listened to the sound echo around her. Where was everyone? She glanced at her watch. It was almost 9. Didn't the service start at 9? Which hallway would take her to the chapel? Aware of the noisy clip-clop of her only pair of heels, which had lain dormant in the far reaches of her closet since the office Christmas party, Cooper made an attempt to walk on the balls of her feet. Tiptoeing, she glanced down every hall she passed, but didn't see another human being until she ran smack into a long torso, clad in a blue and yellow checked button-down.
"Sorry,"
said a baritone voice coming from over her head. After collecting herself, Cooper glanced up into the face of the very tall man she'd collided with. She saw a pair of warm brown eyes and a slightly bashful smile. It was a pleasant face all around, though rather high in the forehead and sharp in the chin.
"Are you new to Hope Street?"
the man asked softly. Cooper nodded. "Yes, and I'm totally lost." She laughed nervously. "This wing is like a rabbit warren, only I think their burrows smell less like Lysol." The man's grin widened.
"Come on. I'll show you where to go. I'm Nathan Dexter, by the way."
Pleased that she had an escort to the service, Cooper smiled in relief. "Nice to meet you. I'm Cooper."
"That's an unusual name for a woman."
Nathan shook Cooper's hand.
"Must have been a barrel maker somewhere in your family history,"
he said, as though the idea was fascinating.
"I really like familial names. I think it's a great way to honor an ancestor. You know, a way of uniting people from different generations."
He cleared his throat, seemingly embarrassed.
That's my backward way of saying I think your name is cool."
"Thanks." No one had ever complimented Cooper on her name before. "It was my great-grandfather's, and you're right. He was named after his aunt. Her last name was Cooper, and her father was a barrel maker. She didn't make barrels, but she filled her fair share with whiskey and dill pickles."
"Two of my favorites."
Nathan grinned.
"And don't be too impressed with my attempt at intelligence. I'm just a computer geek who likes crossword puzzles, so my nose is often stuck in a dictionary."
He gestured with one of his long arms.
"We're in here, to your left."
Cooper hesitated for a moment as the doorway appeared to lead into a classroom, not a chapel. She could hear the murmur of several voices, but not the rumble of dozens and dozens of parishioners getting settled for service. What was going on? With Nathan right on her heels and closing fast, she had no other choice but to enter. All chatting ceased as soon as Cooper stepped through the threshold. 4 people were seated in a circle, their hands folded on top of student desks. Each person had a copy of the Bible opened in front of them, along with a few sheets of paper covered with notes and a pen. Their postures were relaxed, and they all smiled at her in welcome. "Who's there?" asked a woman seated closest to the door. She had black hair, dark blue eyes, and unusually pale skin. She also seemed to be trying to figure out who had entered the room.
"It's Nathan, Savannah,"
Nathan called from the doorway.
"And this is Cooper."
Nathan gave Cooper a gentle push, indicating she should move closer to the woman.
"This is Savannah,"
he said.
"She's the leader of our little group."
The woman held out a hand speckled with colorful stains, like a child who'd used permanent markers and was only able to wash away the surface layer of pigment. The woman's fingers closed around Cooper's, and she used her free hand to probe the skin of Cooper's palm. Another woman who works with her hands. How wonderful. As Cooper glanced around, wondering how to make a polite escape in order to locate the actual worship service, she noticed a white cane beneath Savannah's desk. "In case you haven't guessed, I'm legally blind," Savannah said, as if she knew exactly what Cooper had spotted. "But I can still see shapes, and thank the Lord, colors. I see people by recognizing their body shape and smell." She gave a series of sniffs, like a bloodhound catching a fresh fox scent. "Your Dove soap, aloe lotion, guava-scented shampoo, and—" She inhaled deeply, and Cooper took a step backward. "Well, I believe you might work on machines. Am I totally off the mark?" "I repair office machines," Cooper said in surprise, staring at the woman. "How did you know?" She pretended to check her armpits. "Am I giving off a whiff of toner? Maybe some grease? I use baby powder secret every morning, I swear." Savannah laughed.
Okay.
A man who looked like he was in need of a haircut and shave quickly interjected.
Let the lovely lady get situated before we pry her open like a mussel and check out her innards.
He held out his hand for Cooper to shake.
I'm Jake, master plumber and electrician, detective novel addict, and Little League baseball coach. I'm here because one of my buddies started reading scripture during our lunch breaks, and I felt called to learn more. Come sit by me, and I'll get you some coffee.
Cooper gave him a grateful nod, but didn't settle into the empty desk he pulled over. Actually, I think I'm in the wrong place, she said and smiled politely. We're the Sunrise Bible Study Group. A woman wearing gobs of makeup beneath a helmet of copper hair explained. I'm Trish Tyler. My husband is one of Hope's elders. She said importantly, and I'm sure you know my name because you're bound to have seen my billboards. My assistants joke that I'm trying to get as many as south of the border. She leapt up and placed a business card on Cooper's desk. No cacti or sombreros, though. Anyway, welcome to Hope Street. Cooper had heard of Trish Tyler. Her picture was plastered on billboards, moving vans, and on the hundreds of Tyler Realty for sale signs across the city. Trish was seated next to another well-known Richmonder. Brian Shelton was the meteorologist for Channel 6 News. He was notorious for being incredibly vague in his forecasts, for his string of marriages to women much younger than himself, and for raising funds for poverty-stricken senior citizens. Bryant offered Cooper his best TV smile, nearly blinding her with the stark whiteness of his porcelain veneers, and said, I'm new as well. Just joined a few weeks ago. He pointed at Trish. She gave me a business card within the first 10 seconds of my arrival, too, personally, he said, raising his voice as he winked playfully at Trish. I think she puts them in the offering plate. That's not a bad idea, Bryant. Trish pretended to count her business cards. Do you think I have enough? Bryant gave Cooper a flirtatious smile. I like the young and hip feel of this church. It might look old school, but this church is high-tech. The light in his eyes dimmed slightly. Ever since my wife left, Sunday mornings were getting kinda lonely. So I came here to meet some new friends. The band is really good, too. I never knew that church could be so much like a party. We really rock out during the service. That sounds cool, Cooper replied, trying to visualize the combination of a church service and an Aerosmith concert. We haven't started our morning's lesson yet, so don't worry about catching up, Trish said to ease Cooper's mind. We're waiting for another member to arrive. That would be Quentin, Jake added. Big-time banker dude and the best cake baker you ever met. He's probably late because he's frosting the 10th layer of some awesome chocolate fudge cake. He grinned smugly. That's why our study's better than everybody else's. We have the best food. Well, that's all of us. Savannah nodded. Let's begin so we're not late for worship. I hope Quentin will join us shortly. She turned toward Cooper. It's a good day for you to jump in, since the theme we're discussing is beginnings. Next week, we're going to start a study on Paul's letters called Dear Church, Paul's letters in the book of Ephesians. Trish held out her workbook. Cooper, you can just run over to the Christian bookstore and buy one of these there. Then you'll be ready to join our little group. Cooper was slightly baffled by what Savannah and Trish had said. She knew that Ephesians was one of the books in the Bible, but she'd never read it before, and though she'd driven by the Lifeway store, she'd never gone inside. She was more of a Barnes & Noble shopper. Sorry, but you've lost me. I don't even have a Bible. Feeling that was the wrong thing to say, Cooper quickly amended her statement. I have one at home, but I'm pretty sure it's a kid's Bible. It's full of colored illustrations, and I think my name's written on the first page in purple crayon. My favorite color. Savannah patted the empty desk beside her. Have a seat, honey. You can share mine. Shoot, I can't see it anyway. She laughed, and then waited patiently until Cooper sat down. Savannah pushed a small Bible with a worn red leather cover toward Cooper's side of her desk and said, I've had this since I was a teenager, so it's like an old friend. I take it everywhere, and it's never led me astray. It's my own version of a seeing eye dog. Hey, why don't you have one of those dogs anyhow? Jake puzzled in his gravelly voice. I told you before I don't want my blindness to define me. Savannah held out her multi-hued hands. And I don't want people to buy my paintings because I have a disability. I want the paintings to speak to them. Anyway, Trish interjected gently, we're gonna kick off the study by sharing a significant beginning in our own lives. I was going to share the ups and downs of starting my own business.
I wish you'd tell me the secret.
Jake muttered as he handed Cooper a mug of black coffee and a small pitcher of cream.
I'm tired of working for the man.
Smoothing her copper-hued bangs, which looked like they'd been sprayed with polyurethane and wouldn't move during a Category 5 hurricane, Trish turned an intense pair of violet eyes, which Cooper assumed had to be contacts, on Jake. Is that your new beginning? To launch your own plumbing company? Jake shook his head.
Nah, I'm not ready to make that move just yet. Besides, my boss has always played straight with me, and I like the other guys in my crew. Actually, my most recent beginning is this.
He pushed up the sleeve of his long-sleeve crewneck with a flourish. Cooper noticed an enormous tattoo of a Celtic cross on his bulging bicep. An inch above the top of the cross was a square of flesh-colored material resembling a Band-Aid. Savannah leaned closer to Cooper. What is he showing us?
I'm wearing a patch,
Jake declared proudly.
I'm going to quit smoking. This patch is supposed to help me keep from wanting to drive over to the nearest Wawa and buy a pack.
His gaze remained fixed on Savannah's face as he awaited her reply. Good for you, Jake. She clapped her hands together. How many years have you smoked? Jake unrolled his sleeve.
Started sneaking the old cancer sticks in junior high. All my friends did. It made us feel like men.
He shrugged.
But now I know I don't need them to feel like a man, and I'm damn tired of how they've got such a powerful hold over me.
It'll be a struggle, Savannah said seriously. But I have faith in you, Jake, and we'll encourage you in any way that we can. Buoyed by her warm response, Jake's face broke into a smile, and he seemed to grow an inch taller in his chair. Cooper noticed for the first time that he was a fairly attractive man behind his stubble and slightly unkempt hair. Hey, you have a partner in withdrawal, she whispered to him. I'll just throw a full pack of Camel Lights into the garbage can outside the back door. Jake gave her a high five and offered her a piece of nicotine gum, but she brandished the package of Wrigley's within her purse, and after exchanging collaborative grins, the pair turned their attention to Bryant.
My best beginning was the day of my wedding,
the meteorologist stated, pushing a wave of blonde hair off his forehead. Cooper thought that Bryant looked like he should be on a beach in California instead of in a church in Richmond. I'm not trying to sound crass, but which wedding? Savannah inquired. Everyone giggled, and Cooper took the opportunity to peek over at Nathan. He was refreshingly quiet. He simply listened to the others and sat in his chair with an aura of calm attentiveness that Cooper found appealing. She noticed that he tucked his feet under his chair as far as they would go, and wondered if he was self-conscious about either his height or his incredibly large shoes.
The first one,
Bryant said without ire. He was undoubtedly used to answering questions from the local media about his marriages and divorces. Cooper realized that he was probably closest to her in age. Everyone else seemed to be in his or her late 30s. How many marriages could the guy have had and barely look a day over 30? She wondered.
The wedding most people don't know about because the marriage was annulled the next day,
Bryant continued. Sounds like Britney Spears. Trish looked at the others. Wasn't her first marriage a Vegas hoax? No one replied, and the subject of Britney's marital past was quickly passed over.
I loved my first wife more than I've ever loved any woman,
Bryant declared with feeling.
But she was pregnant when we married, and as it turned out, I wasn't the father. She left me for him the day after our wedding.
That's awful, Trish cried, while the rest of the members nodded in sympathy. Savannah turned her face toward Nathan. What's your most recent beginning? He tucked his feet a few inches farther under the chair.
This is a bit embarrassing, but I just joined an online dating service.
Trish licked her shellacked lips and leaned forward eagerly in her seat. Which one? Nathan ran his fingers through his hair and mumbled, RichmondMatchmaker.com. He looked at Cooper. I design and develop websites, so I spend most of my time in front of my computer. Figured I may as well date on the computer, too. He clasped his long fingers together and raised his eyebrows. Your turn, new girl. Cooper traced the rim of her coffee cup. I met a woman who's a member here. She invited me to come, and it felt like something I wanted to try. Jake raised his brows. You looking for a church to join? To tell the truth, I'm not sure what I'm looking for, Cooper said. And when the Sunrise members continued to gaze at her expectantly, she reluctantly added, The man I expected to marry broke up with me. I'm trying to get over him. To move on, I thought coming here would help. What happened? Nathan asked sympathetically. Encouraged by his tone, Cooper pushed the words out rapid fire. My ex-boyfriend is a home inspector. He liked to drink beer, and toward the end of our relationship, he was drinking way too much. He started showing up to work late, or sometimes not at all. One day he went to a home inspection totally drunk, and it didn't work out so well. Trish made a disapproving tisk-tisk noise. Not good. Exactly. Cooper agreed. Drew threw up all over the client's antique oriental rug. He and the client, a guy named Trent, called each other some ugly names, punches were thrown, and finally a neighbor called the cops. Both men spent the night in jail, and when it was time for their bail to be posted, now I'm at the hard part. You're doing great, Jake coaxed. Go on, get it out. Cooper rubbed the smooth surface of the desktop. This gorgeous redhead named Anna Lynn White came to bail out her brother Trent. Cooper fought to keep her voice even. She also paid for Drew's bail and announced to both guys that the price for her having sprung them was that they would both have to go to church with her straight away. That was her deal. Trent did as his sister asked, but the big surprise was that Drew did too. Apparently, Drew fell in love with Anna Lynn White the second he laid eyes on her. That spelled the end of our relationship. The room was silent for a moment. Thank you for sharing with us, Savannah said, and some of the other group members echoed their gratitude. We welcome you to our group with open hearts and open hands. If you're ready for a new beginning, then we'll do our best to support you as you step onto this unfamiliar road. Friends, Savannah held out her hands. Let's pray for our friend Cooper. Cooper watched as the other Sunrise members bowed their heads and closed their eyes. They're doing this for me, she thought, amazed. Just as the group finished praying, a plain-faced man in an expensive but rumpled suit entered the room. Everything about him spoke of excess, including the gold rings stuffed onto his sausage-like fingers, the loose double chin, and the swell of an overfed belly that strained the rich material of his double-breasted blazer. The large man gripped a Tupperware cake holder in his free hand as if it offered protection. Cooper could detect smudges of chocolate frosting shadowing the inside of the lid. Quentin? Savannah lifted her nose in the air. Is that you? Yes, Jake confirmed, his rough voice sounding worried. What's wrong, big man? Staggering toward the closest empty seat, Quentin fell into the chair, as though being shoved down by the force of a great burden. Cooper felt the atmosphere in the classroom transform. Gone was the light-spirited talk and intimate banter. Every set of anxious eyes was glued to Quentin's troubled face. Savannah, he murmured in an anguished tone, a member of our congregation has been killed. He put his face in his hands and without looking up said, and Wesley Hughes has been arrested for murder. As a collective, the group gasped. Quentin stared down at his trembling hands and tried locking them together. His agitated gaze shifted and alighted on Cooper. Forgive me. He spoke directly to her. I think I'm still in shock. I'm Quentin. Jake rose and left the room. returning seconds later with a paper cup filled with water.
"Who was killed?"
Jake asked, putting a hand on Quentin's shoulder. Quentin took a sip of water and then put down the cup and sighed.
"I don't know how to tell you this because she was such a sweet and generous woman. She was—"
He trailed off and dropped his gaze. Cooper felt a deep sense of dread creep into her belly and rise inside her chest. She couldn't tear her gaze from Quentin's pained face, even when the anguished man looked up and stared at Cooper's peculiar eyes.
"Oh, my friends,"
he cried softly.
"It's Brooke Hughes, and her husband has been accused of killing her."
Trish closed her gaping mouth and then opened it again. Brooke? I just saw her at the Women's Fellowship luncheon last week. She was happy, healthy. This is insane. She can't be dead. And Wesley wouldn't hurt a hair on her head. Quentin nodded, reluctant to confirm what he knew.
"One of the officers who responded to the 911 call is a member. I just overheard him in the teacher's lounge, telling Pastor Matthews what he knew."
He pressed his fingers into his eyes to stop his tears from escaping.
"The cops think Wesley's responsible."
Jake sprang to his feet, his face filled with fury.
"Wesley Hughes wouldn't step on a snake, even if it bit him. He's been an elder at this church for years. Those idiots have the wrong man."
Friends, Savannah called out urgently. Reach out to one another, hold on tight. Now is the time for prayer. Then we'll come up with a plan of action. The Sunrise Bible Study members grasped one another's hands. Cooper hastily closed her eyes and took the hands of Jake and Savannah. They squeezed hers firmly, and she took comfort from the warmth of their skin. Savannah prayed for strength and discernment, and for help in discovering the truth. She also asked for comfort for Wesley Hughes, which told Cooper that Savannah also refused to believe that he was capable of killing his wife. Why Brooke? Cooper demanded silently, feeling a surge of anger. Who would murder such a lovely person? At that moment, she was grateful to be in this circle of strangers. Even after their prayer was over, the Bible study members did not release one another's hands. They stayed still for a long time, wordlessly mourning the loss of Brooke Hughes. And in the silence, no one let go. 3. Music began to float through the halls of the school wing. It had an uplifting and slightly frenzied beat, as though hurrying its listeners to quickly find seats in the chapel before the melody came to an end. Trish raised her head in the direction of the muted strains and dropped her friend's hands. The band started. I'm supposed to be a greeter today, but I don't think I can do it now. No one moved. They were still paralyzed by Quentin's news. Cooper felt like her own limbs had turned to stone. Brooke Hughes was dead. How could it be possible? She recalled the elation on Brooke's face a little over a week ago as the married woman envisioned celebrating her anniversary with her beloved husband. Her state of marital bliss was utterly genuine. Of that Cooper was certain. And yet Brooke had been upset, too. She had behaved like a person on the verge of a significant and possibly dangerous act. Still, Cooper was certain that Brooke's agitation was work-related and that her positive remarks about a relationship with her husband were true. How could anyone harm such a caring and delightful person? Cooper felt the heaviness of grief spread through her body as she fixed her eyes on the floor and listened as the other members vocalized their feelings.
"I've only met the Hugheses a few times,"
Nathan spoke into the silence.
"But I got the impression they were both really involved with Hope Street. I know that Brooke organized several mission trips. And isn't Wesley one of the church's stewards?"
Savannah nodded. Yes, he's been on our leadership team for years. She offered Nathan a small smile. Wesley, Brooke, and I were in the newcomers class together many years ago. We've shared many experiences since then, and I view their friendship as one of the great gifts of my life. Turning to Cooper, Savannah said, I'm sorry that your first experience with our church has been marred. You have nothing to apologize for. Cooper assured the group leader while thinking that she had never wanted a cigarette so badly in her life. I just wish there was something I could say or do. Me too. Jake twisted his hands together. Cooper noticed that his nails had been chewed right down to the beds. The skin on his hands looked raw, and the palms were covered with tough, discolored calluses. He picked at one of these, his eyes flashing with anger.
This is crazy. Wesley was devoted to Brooke.
It's true,
Bryant sighed.
Unlike me, those two knew how to make a marriage work.
Trish shot him a surprised look. Then she smoothed her skirt and tugged on her form-fitting blazer, as her face took on a determined expression. Well, we can't help unless we're more informed. Do you know details, Quentin? How was Brooke taken from us? Quentin clutched his thick study Bible as though he could draw strength from its worn and supple cover.
I overheard Jack Burgess, the policeman I mentioned before, telling Pastor Matthews that Brooke was shot. Wesley's prints were on the gun, though he swears they never owned a firearm. He said he was the only one in the house with her. There were no signs of a struggle, a burglary, or forced entry.
Where was Wesley?
Bryant asked.
He was upstairs taking a nap. He slept deeply because he had a cold and had taken a dose of Benadryl. Not only that, but he was wearing earplugs to help him sleep. When he woke, he went downstairs for a cup of coffee and found Brooke.
Quentin swallowed hard.
Wesley saw the blood pooling around her head and the gun near her hand. His instinct told him to push it away. Said it was like the feeling you get when you're near a snake or a rat. You just have to get it away from you. That's why he touched it.
Trish shook her head. Wesley's a pacifist. She turned to Cooper. He owns a store for wild birds. It offers all kinds of food, baths, houses, and ornamental things for the garden. He's a total nature lover, a very gentle man. He reminds me a bit of Francis of Assisi, Savannah added, her voice laced with sadness. I remember attending a meeting at their house last summer. We could barely hear one another over the birdsong.
And now he's in a cage,
Quentin said mournfully. Cooper glanced around the circle of somber faces and felt at a complete loss. She was a stranger in the midst of a group of people suddenly stricken with pain, and couldn't think of anything to say.
We should go to him,
Jake suddenly suggested.
He must be sitting in a cell right now, feeling like he hasn't got a friend in this world.
Trish nodded in approval. Yes, I think we should take action. Obviously, the evidence found at the scene is determining the action of the authorities. Wesley's were the only prints found on what's probably an untraceable gun, and he was the only one in the house with Brooke when she was killed, but they don't know this man. They don't realize that he is incapable of violence. Nathan rose from his chair.
Why don't we bring fellowship hour to Wesley?
Quentin gestured to the cake holder on his desk.
I've got this triple chocolate praline layer cake just waiting to be sliced. We can fill a thermos of coffee for him, too.
What a wonderful idea. Savannah smiled. If someone wouldn't mind dropping me off at home afterward, I'd love to join you. Jake practically leapt from his chair.
I'll take you. That is, if you don't mind riding in my work van.
Savannah reached out and grasped Jake's hand. It'll make a fine chariot. Jake lit up all over at Savannah's touch. As the group organized themselves for the trip to the jail, Cooper softly made her excuses and headed for the door. Before she was able to cross the threshold, Nathan blocked her way with an arm.
Here's my card,
he said.
Call me if you have any questions about the workbook assignments or anything else. We really hope you come back next week.
He shifted on his feet, clearly searching for the appropriate words.
Sorry about everything. It must have felt pretty uncomfortable.
Again, Cooper thought about her encounter with Brooke. She should say something about the experience to Nathan. The other members of the group were out of earshot, and she could quietly confide in him and then let him handle the information. She knew telling someone was the right thing to do, but she couldn't seem to get the words out. All she wanted to do was go home. She wanted time to absorb the stunning news inside her greenhouse, where she could run her fingers through some soil while listening to a Bob Dylan CD. She wanted home, where her parents were close at hand, her mother humming hymns and cooking while her father drank coffee and did the puzzles in the Sunday paper. "Thanks," she said, accepting Nathan's card. "I hope the group can bring Mr. Hughes some solace." She smiled briefly, pivoted awkwardly on her wedge-shaped heels, and hastened down the hall. As she shoved the doors to the outside open, the sound of the congregation lifting their voices in the opening song of worship seemed to explode straight through the walls of the building. Cooper froze and leaned against the aged bricks. It was not a song she knew, for she was only familiar with traditional hymns, but the melody washed through her, the voices singing "Holy, Holy, Holy" in beautiful unison, restored some steadiness to her step. After absorbing some courage from the repetitive lyrics, she walked slowly away from the jubilant music and toward her truck. Sunday suppers around the Lee table were normally boisterous affairs. Ashley and her husband, Lincoln, often joined the family for the large midday meal, and Maggie always outdid herself preparing a feast reminiscent in its bounty of a Thanksgiving celebration. That Sunday, however, Ashley called to say that she and Lincoln had been invited to his father's golf club for lunch following their church service, and she wouldn't be coming over. Maggie was disappointed by the news, but both Earl and Grammy seemed secretly pleased. Now there would be more helpings of Maggie's honey-glazed ham for the taking, with plenty of leftovers for biscuits the following morning. In addition, no one would have to worry about whether the Lee's table manners would be offensive to Ashley or her blue-blooded husband. After Cooper passed the dishes containing lima beans, onion rolls, and scalloped potatoes smothered in cheese down the table to her father, she stared at the food on her own plate, as though she didn't know what to do with it. "You're awfully quiet, Cooper," Maggie said as she slathered butter on an onion roll. "I saw the Hope Street flyer you left in the kitchen. Did you enjoy the service?" Grammy pointed her ham-laden fork across the table at her granddaughter. "What happened? That rock and roll praise music addle your brain? I heard folks dance in the aisles at those modern churches." Cooper pushed her pile of limas back and forth on her plate. "I accidentally found myself in a Bible study meeting." "I bet you felt like a schoolgirl who hasn't done her homework." Grammy cackled and pushed such a large spoonful of potatoes into her mouth that Cooper felt sure bits of the starchy vegetable would come out of Grammy's ears. "You liked them Bible stories when you were little," Earl said in his soft voice. "I remember reading the story of the flood to you. Over and over, you always loved the part when the dove came back to the ark with the olive branch." Cooper cut into a piece of ham with the side of the fork and then tapped on its pink surface with the tines. "I still love those stories, Daddy, but that's all I know. The popular stories. The Garden of Eden, the flood, the Tower of Babel, Moses parting the sea, and Jesus' birth and death. Still, the group asked me to come back. I'm gonna buy a workbook and a study Bible and stuff because I like these people. It felt good to be with them." Maggie passed the plate of rolls to Grammy, who grabbed one greedily and covered the golden top with a thick layer of butter. "You've always loved reading and learning, Cooper. This sounds like just the thing for you," Maggie said. "Yeah, but it's not just the Bible study that's preying on my mind," Cooper began. "Something else happened, and it's weighing on me." She told her family about Brooke's murder and Wesley's arrest. She then explained about her visit to Capital City 2 Fridays ago. "So even though I met Mrs. Hughes, I don't know anything important about her. Nothing worth talking to anyone about," she added once she had finished. "This is all police business now, I figure. Nothing I can do will change the situation." "Then you shouldn't feel troubled," Grammy said decisively, and pushed her dinner plate forward an inch, signaling that she was ready for someone to clear it away. Settling back in her chair, she shifted her teeth inside her mouth as Cooper wrestled with her conscience. Seemingly satisfied with the result of her statement, Grammy looked at Maggie and grinned. "What's for dessert?" After a lemon yogurt pound cake, drizzled with a sweet lemon glaze, Grammy commanded Cooper to lend a hand feeding the animals. Cooper first helped to clean up after their large meal, and then left her parents to dry dishes side by side, exactly as they had done for the past 38 years. She grabbed a pair of heavy leather gloves Earl kept hanging next to the fireplace and made her way to her grandmother's room. Grammy needed no assistance feeding the stray tomcat she had taken in 2 summers ago. Her 22-pound bedfellow was given the name Little Boy when he had first appeared, soaking wet with a blood-encrusted stump of a tail at the Lees' back door. Having miraculously heard the kittens mewling over the pounding rain, Grammy carried the little orange cat inside, carefully dried his matted fur, and cleaned his wound. It was likely that a car had crushed the yearling's tail. The next morning, having been fed and doctored, the newly named Little Boy had curled up on Grammy's pillow and made it clear that he planned to remain there for the rest of his days. Typically, Grammy cared for strays only until homes could be found for them, so she never named them. But Little Boy clawed his way straight into the old woman's heart. As the months passed, she snuck table scraps to her room and fed Little Boy choice tidbits until his stomach was a centimeter shy of sweeping the ground. Whenever the massive tabby saw her coming, his purrs would echo like a waterfall, and he'd wave the stump of his tail back and forth like a dog. Ever since Cooper had been a child, cats, dogs, birds, opossums, raccoons, and rabbits had made their way to the back door of their house. At first, strays arrived sporadically, but once Grammy came to live with her son and his family, more and more animals sought refuge with the Lee clan. Grammy wasn't much of a people person, but the animal kingdom was clearly aware that she had a soft spot for any creature with fur or feathers. At the moment, she was caretaker of an injured turtle, a baby squirrel, and a 3-legged dog. Those were temporary residents, however. Over the years, the only permanent additions to the Lee family had been Little Boy and Columbus, the hawk. "Got your gloves?" Grammy asked when Cooper entered her room and handed her lettuce and carrots for the turtle's supper. "You handle Columbus's snack, and I'll take care of the other critters." She turned away and stroked Little Boy. "Mama's got some juicy ham for you. Why, you're practically wasting away." The cat purred and arched his back expectantly. Smiling at the pair, Cooper went out to the backyard, approached a bird cage large enough to house an ostrich, and pulled on her gloves. "Like to go for a walk, big fella?" she asked the magnificent red-tailed hawk perched inside. The raptor gazed at her with its piercing yellow eyes, and then blinked 3 times, as though to signal his readiness to be released from captivity. Cooper opened the door to the aviary Earl had custom built and held out her arm. Columbus shook his head, ruffled his feathers, and uttered a brief squawk as he hopped onto her right forearm. Columbus had been shot through the wing during his days as a working bird at the county airport. Like a dozen other hawks and falcons, Columbus was encouraged to establish a territory around the runways. The birds of prey feasted on the less intelligent feathered inhabitants living near the airfield. In the past, pigeons and doves had flown right into the engines of planes, so when pesticides and owl decoys failed, birds of prey were used in their place. The hawks, beloved by all the airfield pilots and employees, had successfully prevented an accident since 1972. Columbus was one of the program's finest hunters and had performed his duty perfectly until someone decided to use him as target practice. Columbus's plight was written up in the Richmond Times-Dispatch, and within the hour, Grammy was on the phone with the airfield, and Earl found himself buying supplies with which to build a home for the winged hero. Even though Grammy fed him rodents caught in traps Earl set out around the perimeter of their property, the mighty hunter preferred to catch his own fare. Due to his injury, he couldn't fly for long, but Columbus enjoyed his romps in the open air, and Cooper always took pleasure in seeing him soar above the fields. She walked him to the split-rail fence and then thrust her arm upward, providing him with a little momentum so that he could begin his circled ascent. As she methodically traced a splinter of wood on the top fence rail, Cooper watched Columbus climb higher and higher, his white breast gleaming against the cobalt sky. She held her breath as the sun illuminated his tail feathers, and they glowed the russet red of a sunset. Cooper observed his graceful flight for several minutes, and then let her eyes drift to the swaying tips of the pine trees. Looking back toward the earth, she noted the bold and brambly forsythia and a collection of robins rooting around beneath a loose blanket of dried leaves. Spring had arrived, and Cooper should have been elated by the new season of growth. Instead, she found that she was weeping. Swatting the tears away in annoyance, Cooper's attention was distracted by Columbus as he abruptly dove into the center of the field, his talons curved in preparation to strike. When the hawk rose above the tall grass seconds later, a squirming gray shape wriggling in the prison made by his left talon, Columbus seemed to smile with pleasure. He then alighted on the fence rail and consumed his meal in under a minute. "That's one less shrew for the taming," Cooper said and held out her arm. Just as she was returning a reluctant Columbus to his cage, Grammy appeared, wearing her Sunday afternoon tracksuit. She must have changed out of her church clothes while Cooper and Columbus were visiting the field. Grammy had a different colored tracksuit for every day of the week. Sundays was a deep purple, and like all the others was made out of the type of shiny polyester that made swish-swish noises with every step. "You got something on your mind, girlie. I can smell it." Grammy stuck a bony finger into Columbus's cage and stroked the feathers on the top of his dignified head. "What's eatin' ya?" Marveling once again over her grandmother's intuitiveness, Cooper decided to be honest. "That woman who was killed. We talked while I was working on her copier. Something was troubling her, but I don't know if telling anybody what she said to me'll matter a lick." Cooper quickly went on to explain how certain the members of the Sunrise Bible Study group were that Wesley Hughes hadn't killed his wife. Grammy gave Cooper a sharp look. "Those folks are hurting something fierce. If you can do anything to grant that woman justice and to help an innocent man from being punished for a crime he didn't commit, and you keep in mind that he might damn well have done it, no matter what those Bible folks say, then you gotta share what you know." Grammy bent over and pulled up a drooping sock covered with polka-dotted Easter eggs. She never wore any jewelry or makeup, but she loved socks. The more garish, the better. "I know you've turned into a bit of a hermit since your man took up with another woman, my girl, but there comes a time," she wiggled her finger at Cooper, "when you need to dust yourself off and get back to the business of living. You gonna spend the rest of your life with your nose stuck in some Time Life Fix-It book and your hands buried in dirt when you should be changing diapers and making supper for your husband." Cooper swept at the dirt with her left foot. Every conversation with Grammy ended with a similar lecture. Before her grandmother could warm up to the subject too much, Cooper placed a hand on the old woman's twiggy arm. "I'll call one of the Sunrise members tomorrow and tell them all I know. Maybe figuring out what happened to Brooke is like figuring out what's wrong with a broken machine. I can probably be of some help to them." "That's my gal." Grammy seemed satisfied, but as she moved to return inside the house, she hesitated long enough to say, "But make sure you call one of the single men in that group. He could turn out to be the answer to your prayers." 4. Monday was a run-of-the-mill day for the employees of Make It Work. Angela put a fresh bouquet of peach roses on the corner of her desk. Ben complained about his sore muscles and rubbed his left bicep on the way out to his van, and Mr. Farmer tried to reply as politely and succinctly as possible to Angela's seemingly endless questions. Cooper wondered why her boss didn't ask Angela why she refused to use her state-of-the-art intercom system, instead of sashaying back to his office with every new phone message, mail delivery, or interesting bit of gossip. He and Cooper were content to communicate through friendly waves and brief emails, especially since Angela seemed determined to fill all moments of silence with her bubbly chatter. Cooper had spent the day emptying shredder receptacles around Innsbruck Office Park. Ben, Cooper, and a part-time employee named Stuart had a rotation so that no one was routinely stuck with the monotonous task of collecting the green bags stuffed with minuscule pieces of paper. Mr. Farmer charged his clients reasonable fees for this shredding service and then sold the destroyed paper to a recycling company for another tidy profit. Thus, the account statements, tax forms and other confidential documents of Richmond's top companies were reborn as rolls of paper towels and toilet paper. Just once, when the shredding business was first getting underway, their boss purchased the recycled products for his own office. After 1 week, Angela threatened to quit if she had to continue using paper as prickly as a thorn bush. Mr. Farmer quickly relented and gave Angela permission to go shopping at Sam's Club with the company credit card. Even when she returned with a bouquet of pink roses, a van load of Charmin, and enough microwave popcorn, soda, Slim Jims, and chewing gum to supply the employees for months, his only response was to graciously thank Angela for her thoughtfulness. Laughing at the memory, Cooper filled up her coffee thermos from the supply in the break room and prepared for another workday. As she entered office building after office building, inserting a master key into the locked shredder receptacles, Cooper resumed her accustomed sense of anonymity. She replaced stuffed green bags with empty ones, checked to be sure that the shredder was functioning properly by destroying a thick packet of papers, held together with both staples and paper clips, and then moved on to the next site. No one spoke to her or showed her a fraction of the friendliness Brooke Hughes had. After an uneventful day, Cooper hopped into her Jeep and drove home. She made herself a tuna melt for dinner, and as she ate, she stared at Nathan's business card. His company was called Spiderweb Designs and Hosting. The card was printed on heavy gray cardstock, with a graphic showing an industrious spider spinning the letters WWW in a thin, silky-looking font. It was a simple yet striking card. Taking the last bite of her tuna melt, Cooper eyed the thumbprint cookies Maggie had left on her kitchen counter. The strawberry and apricot jam in the center of each cookie glistened in the amber light of her cheap brass chandelier. She knew the cookies would complement a cup of decaf French vanilla tea, followed by 1 or 2 cigarettes, just perfectly. No, I'm done with those. She reprimanded herself. I can call a guy without needing a smoke. Cooper picked up the phone, but her fingers hesitated over the number pad. She was so accustomed to dialing Drew's cell phone number that she almost started to call him. Feeling a sudden sharp pang in the center of her chest, Cooper tried not to think about the last time she had spoken to the man she loved, but the memory surfaced all the same. Drew had returned to the 2-bedroom apartment they had shared for more than 4 years, a hastily built yellow tower within walking distance of a grocery store and Home Depot, with a U-Haul van and his new girlfriend's brother.
Trent's here to help me pack up my things,
Drew had explained to Cooper 3 weeks after his arrest.
I'm gonna live on my own for a while.
Sitting at her kitchen table nearly 6 months later, Cooper felt a flush of shame as she recalled how she'd cried and begged Drew not to leave her. She remembered how Trent had carried out the last box without meeting her eyes, and how Drew had kissed her on the cheek for the last time, whispering that he was sorry, and that he hadn't planned on falling in love with Anna Lynn. Reaching up to touch the smooth skin of her cheek, as though Drew's kiss still lingered there, Cooper dialed Nathan's cell phone number.
I'm so glad you called,
Nathan exclaimed.
We all thought you might be put off after yesterday.
I was wondering how Brooke's husband is doing.
We weren't able to see Wesley.
Nathan sounded dejected.
He was meeting with his lawyer all afternoon, but we wrote him a note that said we'd be back. I can't even begin to imagine what that poor guy is going through. It's hard enough that he's lost his wife, but to be accused of killing her, too. Well, we're not going to let him go to prison or allow Brooke's real killer to go free.
No offense, Cooper said tentatively, but what can you guys do?
We're going to do a little snooping. Savannah was able to visit him today, and he told her where he has a spare house key hidden, along with his blessing to search everything once the police are out of there. We're meeting at Trish's house after church next Sunday to come up with a plan.
Cooper was surprised that they'd wait so long. Don't you want to get in the house right away?
We can't. The cops don't want anyone in there this week. They were pretty firm about that, and we don't want to do anything that might worsen Wesley's situation. Believe me, we're all frustrated by having to sit on our hands.
At least you have a plan, Cooper said soothingly. Nathan hesitated and then said,
I hope you'll join us. You're coming to Bible study, right?
Cooper had a strong feeling that she had something to offer in the group's efforts to exonerate Wesley, so she quickly said, yes.
Good.
Nathan sounded pleased.
I know it's kinda awkward for us to be recruiting you in the midst of this mess involving the Hughes family, but we could use all the help we can get.
He paused.
It's hard to explain our determination. If only you'd met them, you'd understand.
Now Cooper knew she couldn't remain silent about her encounter with Brooke for another second. I actually called to tell you that I met Brooke Hughes 2 Fridays ago.
What?
Nathan's gentle voice turned urgent. Cooper described her encounter with Brooke.
There has to be something incriminating about that document she needed to copy.
Nathan was clearly excited.
But you didn't look at it? Not even a peek?
His hopeful tone deflated somewhat. No, I make it a point not to look at the content of any documents, Cooper said.
Right, of course.
Nathan grew quiet, as if he was thinking hard. Cooper found his silence rather disconcerting. She noticed that she had unconsciously ripped her napkin into little shreds during the latter part of their conversation. Suddenly, as she gazed at the mess she'd made, she remembered the scraps of paper wadded up inside her rag on the bottom of her toolbox. Nathan? She jerked upright. I don't want to make any promises, but I might have part of that document at work. Nathan gave a little gasp.
Really? Why?
Cooper told him about the chaotic state of Cindy's desk and overflowing garbage can. There was no place to throw out the pieces jammed inside the copier, so I put them in my toolbox.
Can you tape them together?
He asked eagerly. It's going to take a couple of days. Some of the pieces are the size of cupcake sprinkles. I don't even know if anything is legible. Most of the paper's probably full of smeared ink.
Will you give it a try anyway?
Nathan persisted. Definitely, Cooper promised, suddenly feeling as hopeful as Nathan. She might actually possess a useful clue.
Listen, since you met Brooke, you'll probably want to attend her funeral,
Nathan said.
We're all going to mourn Brooke, but also to show our support for Wesley. Savannah says that he's been allowed to attend under guard. I'm sure their son, Caleb, will be there too. Can you imagine what that poor guy is going through? He's not a little kid or anything, he's in grad school, but I'm sure he's a wreck with one parent murdered and the other in jail.
Nathan sighed sympathetically.
If he sees how many people believe in his father's innocence, it might lessen his pain by the smallest bit, you know?
Does Caleb have any other family? Cooper hated the idea of Brooke's son facing such a momentous tragedy on his own.
Word has it he's staying with his grandparents. Dozens of church members have been visiting him since his father's arrest, and the women keep cooking for him. He certainly won't go hungry.
That's good, Cooper said absently. Her mind was on Brooke's funeral. In all honesty, she didn't want to go. She was on the periphery of both the Bible study group and the Hughes family, and was bound to feel uncomfortable. And yet Brooke had gone out of her way to show Cooper kindness, so she owed it to her to show up and pay her respects. When is the funeral, Nathan?
Saturday at West Hampton Memorial Park, just a graveside service at 10. I guess Wesley wasn't allowed to plan a church memorial.
He added glumly. I'll be there, she said.
And the document? Can you bring it with you on Sunday?
Nathan asked.
Maybe we can make some sense out of what we can read. I'll let Trish know you'll be coming to lunch at her place after the worship service.
He took a breath, as though unused to speaking that many sentences in a row.
That is, if you're free.
Let me check my calendar. Cooper joked. I have dinner with the governor on Tuesday, a spa treatment with Jessica Simpson on Wednesday, and Oprah and I are reviewing her latest book picks on Thursday, but Sunday's wide open. I'd love to join you guys. Thank you. And just like that, Cooper officially became a member of the Sunrise Bible Study. It was with regret that Cooper told Angela she would pass on their weekly takeout order from the Curry House. She never grew tired of chicken curry served over basmati rice with a side of warm naan. Instead, she ordered a quarter-pounder with cheese and extra pickles, large fries, and a Diet Coke at the McDonald's drive-thru. She then drove to the Lifeway Christian store and parked so that she could eat and complete her bookstore errand within her lunch hour. After she'd wolfed down her food, Cooper wiped away a smear of ketchup from her chin and entered the store. The shelves of glitzy giftware immediately overwhelmed her. The displays included crosses on stands, plaques, candles, angels, throws woven with lines of scripture, and spinner racks of bookmarks. Cooper cast her eyes around in search of signage. Noting that the books seemed to be in the center section of the store, she navigated through aisles of inspirational reading, self-help books, and journals, until she ended up in the children's section. "Can I help you find anything?" asked a young, pretty salesgirl. "Yes, please." She unfolded a piece of paper from her coat pocket and handed it to the girl. "I'm looking for this workbook." "Our study guides are in the back of the store," she said cheerfully. "Follow me." "Only if you promise to leave a trail of breadcrumbs." Cooper joked. "This place isn't big, but I'm feeling overstimulated. It's like a scene from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory without all the candy." The salesgirl laughed. "We have candy at the register. I recommend the chocolate peanut butter meltaways." She led Cooper to the back of the store. "Here's the Ephesians workbook. Do you need the leader's guide or the student guide?" "Oh, I'm definitely not the leader." Cooper laughed at the idea. "To tell the truth, this is my first Bible study, and I'm a little nervous about the whole thing. I haven't cracked open a Bible since the first Bush was in office." The girl smiled. "I just started my first in the fall. We're doing a Beth Moore study called Breaking Free, and I totally love it. Don't worry, it'll be awesome. Let me know if you need anything else." Cooper thanked the enthusiastic young woman and surveyed the different workbook titles. She then meandered over to a wall filled with assorted Bibles. Her illustrated children's Bible wasn't going to cut it for the Ephesians study. She flipped through a hardcover study Bible, but decided it was too cumbersome to carry to class. A New Living Translation with a smooth brown leather cover appealed to her, but the print was way too small. Another New International Version seemed like the perfect size, but the pages were so thin Cooper feared she'd tear them. Having no idea what an amplified version was or the difference between a 21st century King James and an American Standard Bible, Cooper sank back on her heels, a pile of Bibles strewn out around her on the floor.
You look like you're building yourself an enclosure,"
a man standing behind her said.
"It can be overwhelming to pick one, I know."
He squatted down next to her and chuckled.
"My wife said it was harder for her to shop for a new Bible than it was to find a husband. Lucky for me, she's stuck with both her Bible and me for over 22 years.
Cooper held out her workbook so that he could see the cover. "Any idea what would be the best Bible to go with this book?" The man flipped the workbook open.
"Looks like the author refers to passages in the NIV.
He gestured at the wall and grinned.
"That narrows your search to a few hundred. Don't worry, the right Bible will find its way to you. Good luck."
He saluted her playfully and walked away, leaving Cooper alone with 6 rows of the New International Version before her. Passing on the illustrated, large print, daily, and study Bibles, or those geared toward a specific gender or age group, Cooper's fingers brushed against the caramel spine of a novel-sized Bible with a soft leather cover. As she opened the pages, she was pleased by the font size and the summaries presented in the front of each book. She liked the chocolate-colored ribbon that would help mark her place, and the way the Bible was fastened with a slide tab closure in the same dark walnut hue. Everything about it felt right. Gathering her 2 books, Cooper made her way to the register. Feeling excited about this new chapter in her life, she decided to add 3 peanut butter meltaways to her pile and handed the cashier her Visa card. "I just hope there's room on this card," she told the young male cashier ruefully.
"Almost maxed out?"
he inquired kindly. "Yep. I used to split the payments with my boyfriend, but he's gone, and all I have left is a whopper of a Visa bill."
"Well, from where I'm standing, that guy's crazy."
The cashier grinned and handed Cooper her purchases.
Pretty lady like you with those super cool eyes."
He stopped as Cooper blushed.
"Sorry, but if you want someone to compliment you some more, you know where to find me."
Cooper gave him a grateful smile and left the store. Inside the Jeep, she sank back against the seat, popped one of the candies in her mouth, pulled her new Bible out of the plastic bag, and began to finger its gilt edges. "Let's see what you have to say." Cooper closed her eyes, opened the Bible, and placed her index finger onto a random line of text. Opening her eyes, she read aloud, "The Lord watches over you. The Lord is your shade at your right hand." Cooper glanced at her empty passenger seat, and immediately an image of Brooke's face appeared in her mind. Cooper looked back at Psalm 121. "I hear what you're trying to tell me. You have a job for me to do. Don't worry, I'm on it." The moment Cooper got home, she retrieved the rag containing the remnants of Brooke's document from her toolbox. After taking a refreshing sip of cold, sweet tea, she steeled herself and unfolded the rag. Just as she feared, there were dozens of paper scraps lying inside. Good thing I love puzzles. Cooper cleared a space on her kitchen table. She then placed 2 sheets of black construction paper, side by side, and dumped the bits of paper onto the sheet on the right. Her plan was to reconstruct the document and secure the pieces to the sheet on the left using clear tape. She began by sifting through the litter and pulling out the biggest scraps. She examined each one through a magnifying glass and then laid it out on the black paper. Unfortunately, many of the pieces were covered by smeared ink, but she could see legible typewritten letters here and there, too. "This is going to take a miracle," she said, staring forlornly at the seemingly impossible task. But she was determined to succeed in recreating the document. Somehow, she felt that Brooke was looking over her shoulder, willing her to solve the riddle of her death. "Yoo-hoo!" Ashley's voice interrupted Cooper's work. Her sister swept into the room with a stuffed Nordstrom bag in each hand. "Here you are, hiding up here in your tower like Rapunzel," she exclaimed, and deposited the bags on the empty chair across from Cooper. The action caused several tiny fragments of paper to flutter off the table and onto the floor. "Ashley!" Cooper held out a hand to prevent her sister from moving again. "Watch out." Ashley pouted. "Well, that's a fine way to greet me, especially when I brought goodies." Cooper eyed the bags warily. "Are you going to try and gussy me up again? I'm busy right now." "Doing what?" Ashley put her hands on her hips. "You're going to that new church, and you've joined a Bible study. Next on your list is to meet a nice man with a big heart and a career that will make him an excellent provider." She gave Cooper an appraising look. "But first, you really need to get a haircut. Your hair has hung long and straight to your shoulders since you were 10. And how about just a little makeup? I know you've got that natural look going on, and you can pull it off better than most, but you could enhance that pretty skin of yours and those nice symmetrical lips with a bit of color. I'm not talking anything rash." "Speaking of rashes," Cooper interrupted, trying not to think about how Drew had liked her to wear her hair long and straight, or how he had always insisted that she looked better without makeup. "Why is your face so splotchy?" Ashley gave a little squeak as she touched her cheek, and then rushed to examine her reflection in the toaster oven. "Oh, I had a glycolic peel at the Red Door Spa this afternoon. They told me I might have some discoloration for a few hours, but that my skin would be smooth as a baby's butt afterward. Want to feel?" Ashley rushed back over to Cooper's side and held her face out to be touched. Curious, Cooper reached out and stroked her sister's cheek with her index finger. "You're right, it feels like velvet." "I hope Lincoln notices," Ashley said with a slight frown. "I do all this stuff to make myself pretty for him, and half the time he doesn't even notice." "I'm sure he's very much aware of it when the mailman delivers your credit card bills," Cooper said caustically. Ignoring the jibe, Ashley removed the shopping bags and sat down at the table. "Mama told me about the murder." Her sapphire eyes sparkled. "That must have been some first day at church for you. Go on now, give me the dirt." "It's not dirt, Ashley, it's someone's life," Cooper retorted and then softened her tone. "Fine.
If you promise to return whatever's inside those bags. She pointed at the silver Nordstrom bags. I can't afford those clothes no matter how fab they might be.
But it was all on sale,
Ashley whined. Cooper silently got up from the table, removed a bill from a basket on her kitchen counter, and handed it to Ashley. I can't afford it, Ashley, and this is why. Her blue eyes springing open, Ashley glanced from the bill to her sister and back again.
This isn't small change, Coop. How did this happen?
When Drew moved out, I was left about $5,000 in debt, Cooper confessed. During the time we were together, we bought a huge plasma TV, a karaoke machine, a cappuccino maker that required NASA scientists to operate, and a super hip living room set from IKEA. Drew wanted to start his own home inspection business, so he was saving money for that, and because I really wanted to support him in his dream, most of the day-to-day expenses and all the big-ticket items ended up on my Visa card.
I thought you guys split all your bills down the middle.
Ashley was clearly astonished. Have you asked Drew for money? Cooper shook her head. Drew treated me like a queen. He told me I was beautiful every day. She folded the bill and returned it to the basket, fighting tears. We laughed all the time, Ashley. We had fun together. I thought we were happy.
We did too,
Ashley said.
The whole family was waiting for you to announce your engagement. I never imagined I'd be marching up the aisle before my big sister.
I didn't realize until those last few months we were together, when he started drinking 3 or 4 beers a night, that he wasn't happy anymore. I thought it was work stuff and that he'd sort out what was eating him and we'd move on. Well, he didn't sort it out. He blew up and Anna Lynn was there to help him pick up the pieces. Cooper sighed. I still love him, Ashley. I've loved him for over 5 years. It's so hard to just stop. And there's no way I'm asking him for money.
I'll give it to you,
Ashley whispered and took her sister's hand. Deeply moved by the offer, Cooper tried not to cry. That is so sweet, thank you, but this is my mess. I'll take care of it. And I know you're going to offer to pay for those Nordstrom clothes too, but I don't want you to, okay? Ashley pretended to sulk.
Suits me, but you're missing out. I had a really pretty outfit for you to wear to church this week, so you could dazzle all the eligible men.
I'm not interested in dating right now. Cooper returned her focus to Brooke's document. Let's change the subject. Do you want to hear about my experience at Hope Street? Ashley nodded and Cooper got up to brew a pot of coffee. Over several of their mother's raspberry squares, she filled Ashley in on the death of Brooke Hughes. When she was done, Ashley gestured at the scraps of paper.
This is what you pulled out of the copier?
Cooper smirked. Yep, and it's really important that I piece it back together. Staring at the minute progress she'd made, she sighed. So far, the only word I've been able to make out is Hazel.
Hazel? What's that?
I'm guessing it's a woman's name, but who she is and how she ties into this whole thing is a mystery to me.
You're lucky, Coop. You're right in the thick of it all.
Ashley folded her manicured hands and rested her lovely chin on top of them.
It's so exciting.
Cooper frowned at her sister. I don't think Mr. Hughes is feeling excited about what's happened. If it weren't for him and the fact that his wife was so nice to me, I'd be watching HGTV with a pile of gardening catalogs on my lap.
Look at you, Coop,
Ashley declared.
This is a real, live murder case that you could help solve. I mean, maybe you were meant to meet Brooke and these Bible study folks.
She sighed. You're lucky to have such an important role to play. Cooper watched her sister pout. Aw, cheer up, Ashley. Maybe someone will meet their maker by getting wrapped too tight in seaweed during your spa visit. Ashley picked up the shopping bags and fluffed her radiant blonde locks. That could happen, you know. But for now, I'll just have to settle for exchanging these clothes for some darling summer sandals.
Bye now.
She wiggled her fingers in a lazy wave and then marched out the door. Cooper could hear the clomp-clomp of Ashley's designer heels as her sister made her way downstairs. Shaking her head, Cooper got back to work. She was determined not to go to sleep until she had something to show her new friends at Hope Street. 5. The morning of Brooke's funeral arrived, and the weather seemed completely incongruous with such a sorrowful event. A bright sun rose in a cloudless sky, and the temperature climbed to a pleasant 65 degrees by the time dark-clad mourners had gathered around Brooke's grave. Cooper spotted the members of the Sunrise Bible Study group, clustered behind a tall man in a gray suit, flanked by deputies from the sheriff's department. Instead of joining them, she took a seat on a memorial bench several yards away. As the minister spoke, Cooper studied Wesley Hughes. He was thin and balding, but still attractive. Tears splotched his distinguished face, and he kept his eyes riveted on his wife's casket. When it was time for him to sprinkle dirt into Brooke's grave, he fell to his knees, sobbing, and had to be supported by his 2 guards. A young man in his early 20s with closely cropped hair and broad shoulders embraced Wesley with a desperation that tore at Cooper's heart. She had to assume that the young man was Wesley's son, Caleb. "Poor boy," she murmured, because even though Caleb wasn't a little kid, he was still a child who'd just lost his mother. After the final benediction, the deputies led Wesley toward Cooper's bench, and she realized that their brown cruiser was parked directly in front of her truck. A police officer with a grim face joined the threesome, but kept a respectful distance behind Wesley. At one point, Wesley stumbled. Instantly, Caleb surged forward and caught hold of his father's arm, which he held on to with a desperate possessiveness. As the group drew closer to the cruiser, one of the deputies reached out for Wesley, but Caleb inserted himself between the guard and his father. His young face was etched with anger and pain, and he balled his hands into fists. "Why isn't my dad out on bail?" he shouted to a man in a dark blue suit, who'd also detached himself from the mourners to bid Wesley goodbye. When the man didn't respond, Caleb's voice grew shriller. "What kind of lawyer are you?" The solitary police officer turned to Caleb. "Son, we're doing all we can to look out for your father. And don't make things harder on him than they already are." "He shouldn't be in jail," Caleb seethed. "He didn't do this." "I'm Investigator McNamara." The burly officer handed Caleb a business card. His voice softened as he studied the grief-stricken young man. "You can call me any time, son, to check up on your dad." Caleb stared at his father with such anguish that Cooper almost winced, especially when it became apparent that Wesley Hughes had no solace to offer his son. He looked like an empty shell. His shoulders were slumped and his eyes were glassy and dull. He squeezed Caleb's hand and then slid into the back seat of the sheriff's cruiser, looking as vacant and hopeless as a cow being sent to slaughter. Investigator McNamara clapped a strong arm around Caleb's shoulders and held it there a moment. "You'll be all right, son. I know this day seems as dark as they come, but you'll be all right." Caleb wriggled away from McNamara's touch. "Will you swear to me that you'll look for the real killer, even though you have my dad in custody? Swear to me that you won't take the easy route and let an innocent man suffer. That man," he jabbed his finger toward his father, "loved my mother more than life." McNamara never took his eyes off Caleb. "I understand, son. We'll be thorough. You have my word." As Caleb slumped off, McNamara's and Cooper's eyes met. He studied her for a moment, and she felt the heat of his penetrating stare. Suddenly, she wanted to be alone. So without speaking to any of the Bible study members, she walked off to her truck. As she drove home, the image of Caleb's pained face swam before her eyes. Once again, her longing for a cigarette almost seduced her into heading to the nearest convenience store. "I have to help Brooke's son," she muttered, shaking off the temptation. Back at her apartment, Cooper settled down at the kitchen table, picked up her magnifying glass and a scrap of Brooke's document, and prayed. "God, my fingers, please." And then she got to work. Cooper was so engrossed that she forgot to brew her afternoon coffee or dig around in her parents' kitchen for a serving of her mother's cookies. She didn't think to take Columbus out for a meal or water the plants in her greenhouse. She forgot about everything but the sorrow she'd seen in the eyes of Brooke's husband and son.
"You've got such a long face that I can't tell if you're going to church
or to a hangin'," Grammy said the next morning as she and Cooper crossed paths in the backyard. Grammy used a tissue to toss a mouse into Columbus's cage. Once the hawk had swallowed his breakfast, Grammy blew him a kiss, shuffled through the house, and stood impatiently by the front door. Cooper followed, knowing that Grammy's balance wasn't what it used to be, and that she might require help on their gravel driveway. Grammy checked her reflection in a cracked compact and then gave her granddaughter the once-over. "What do you have in your hand?" "My workbook." Cooper realized that she was unconsciously curling her book into a tube. "I was just reading over my notes again." "Listen, there's no right or wrong answer to these things, girlie." Grammy hitched up her navy blue knee-highs and licked her finger in order to rub a spot of dirt from her shoe. "This is about being on a path, not getting to the end of it." "I like that," Cooper said. "You're pretty smart, Grammy." "Used to be, anyway." Grammy held out her scrawny arm. "How about walking an old lady to your daddy's car?" As Cooper guided her grandmother to the back seat of her father's rusty Oldsmobile, her parents stepped outside and hand in hand promenaded toward the car, as though they'd just been elected the prom king and queen. Cooper smiled. Few days passed when she didn't yearn for a love like her parents had. It wasn't so long ago that she thought she and Drew would be just like her parents. She had even fantasized about what their babies would look like. Earl and Maggie exchanged morning greetings with their older daughter while Grammy settled herself in the back seat and rummaged around in her canvas purse. Just as Cooper was about to shut the door, Grammy sprayed Cooper's chest with a liberal dose of powerful perfume. "That'll get you some male attention," Grammy announced triumphantly. "Ugh." Cooper swiped at the beads of scented mist peppering the front of her shirt. "What is this stuff?" Grammy slammed the door and rolled down her window inch by tedious inch. "I got it at the Dollar Tree. Came in a real nice pink bottle. Let's go, Earl," she shouted. "I want a good seat." "I smell like a Pez factory," Cooper called after the retreating car, and then checked her watch. There wasn't enough time to change her blouse, so she sped to Hope Street Church with both of her Jeep's windows down, goosebumps blooming on her arms. By the time she reached the classroom where the Sunrise Bible study met, she could only hope that no one would notice the perfume. Unfortunately, Jake sniffed the air the second Cooper entered the room.
"You wearing perfume?"
he asked her.
"It's nice. It smells like cotton candy."
Savannah inhaled as well, waving her hand in Cooper's direction. "My, it is a sweet scent. Reminds me of those candy necklaces. I loved those things, but after the candy beads were gone, my neck would always be sticky." She smiled at the memory. "Speaking of eating, dig in, everyone. We have 2 lessons to cover today, so let's fill our plates and open our books. I know we're all eager to talk about our plans to help the Hughes family, but that'll keep until we've talked about Ephesians." Quentin gave Cooper a gallant bow and gesticulated at a square table laden with aromatic baked goods, sliced fresh fruit, and a coffee urn.
"Grab a plate. Or 2, they're kind of small."
He grinned warmly.
"Did you have any trouble finding the workbook?"
Cooper helped herself to a cinnamon roll and 5 slices of crisp gala apples. "I had to ask for help," she said as she poured herself a cup of coffee into one of the several mugs, showing Moses parting the Red Sea. "We all need help sometimes," Savannah said from her seat. "Speaking of which, would someone be good enough to get me a few pieces of fruit? And I believe my nose is detecting Quentin's blueberry coffee cake, so I'll just have to add that to my order, please." Jake leapt out of his chair.
"I'll get you a plate, Savannah. Let's see, you like strawberries and take milk in your cup of joe, but no sugar, right?"
"You have an elephant's memory, Jake." Jake beamed as he cut a mammoth square of coffee cake and took every last strawberry from the fruit bowl before placing Savannah's plate on the desk in front of her. Once everyone had gotten refreshments and returned to their seats, Savannah cleared her throat. "This study focuses on the Apostle Paul and the letter he writes to the Church of Ephesus. Now, Paul was actually Jewish and his name was really Saul, but since he was writing to a Roman audience, to those living in Asia Minor, he adopted the use of a Roman name. Pushing a piece of black hair away from her eyes, Savannah's face creased into a self-effacing smile. When I first began selling my paintings, and that was some years ago, I decided that I needed a more cosmopolitan name than Savannah Knapp, so I chose Alexandra von Briggle. Can you believe that? She chuckled. I didn't sell a single painting until I began using my real name. Turns out folks were willing to buy art from a simple Southern gal after all. She made a sweeping motion with her arm, encompassing the group members. Have any of you ever changed your name to fit in better?
I did,
Nathan said sheepishly.
When I was in college, I told this girl that everybody called me Nate the Great. It was so lame.
Jake cupped his hands around his coffee cup.
When I was a kid, folks used to call me Jake the Snake. I really hated that nickname. When I was in the 5th grade, my family moved to another town. I told everybody in my new school that my name was Jack. You should have seen my mama's face at the parent-teacher conference. The teacher was going on and on about her son, Jack Lombardi.
He slapped his knee. Quentin nodded his head in sympathy, the spare flesh on his neck rippling like shallow water in the wind, and told them how he'd grown up with the moniker of Quentin Five Chins. That's terrible, Savannah said softly. Kids can be cruel. I think your name is very dignified, Quentin.
Downright stately,
Nathan added. Cooper told Quentin that she knew all the nasty nicknames. Just think about what my name rhymes with for a moment, and then you'll see what I mean. She waited for a heartbeat, and then the group snickered. Poor you, Trish cried, but Cooper promised that she didn't have emotional scars from having been teased as a kid.
I've always liked my name, and I try to spread it around as much as possible,
Bryant said.
It's good for my career to become a household name in Richmond. Gets me more appearances at the car dealerships and stuff. It also helps my campaign to find senior citizens housing.
He straightened his tie in a pretense of importance.
And my mama just loves it when she sees my name on the TV.
Well, y'all know that I do my best to make sure that everybody knows that Trish Tyler is the name to remember when it comes to real estate. Trish winked, and then took a bite of coffee cake. The group took a short break to refill their plates or their coffee cups. As Cooper sat back down at her student desk with a fresh cup of coffee, she thought about how much she was enjoying herself. Last discussion point for today, friends. Savannah closed her Bible and rubbed its cover affectionately. Paul mentions the phrase, heavenly realms, several times. What does that mean to you? Here's my idea of heaven. Trish ran an acrylic nail down her lacquered hair. All the chocolate you want with no guilt.
I think we're going to recognize some of the angels we see in heaven,
Bryant said, his white teeth flashing as he spoke.
I bet some of them have lived around us the whole time. Down the street, at the next cubicle at the office, serving us cups of coffee or bagging our groceries. I like that idea,
Nathan said. Quentin spoke next.
There's no pain in heaven, and nobody's ever lonely. I reckon there's music there, too,
Jake said, and then cleared his throat.
Like we've never heard before. I bet it's so beautiful that it fills you up inside.
Savannah picked up her white cane and waved it in front of her. Paul says that he'll pray that the eyes of your heart may be enlightened. To me, that's heaven, when you see others with the eyes of your heart.
Amen,
Nathan cried and took Savannah's arm. The blind woman put her belongings in a leather tote and shouldered the bag. Trish, can you pass out directions to your house, and then let's all head to worship. They're playing our song. As the music filled the school wing, the Sunrise members sat down together in the auditorium. Cooper was amazed by the number of people in the congregation. Surrounded by at least 300 men, women, and teens, she was grateful to be sitting with her new friends. What's this? She asked Quentin as she pointed at the large screens poised above the stage. A PowerPoint presentation?
No.
He laughed.
They post the song lyrics and scripture passages up there. It helps folks follow along and Keeps our eyes from being stuck in a hymnal. This way, our words flow outward and upward, not down into our books.
The service began when the band on stage ceased their instrumental music and began playing a loud and uplifting contemporary worship song. The lyrics were projected onto the white screens, and people lifted their hands into the air or clapped in time to the music. Half the congregation swayed their hips or shoulders as they sang their hearts out. Cooper had never heard the song before and was too surprised by the rock concert feel in the chapel to do more than stare. "Is it always like this?" Cooper interrupted Quentin, who was singing sweetly, sounding more like a young boy than a man in his 30s. Nathan sat right behind Cooper, and she couldn't help but grin over his singing, which was enthusiastic but entirely off-key.
"Hallelujah,"
Quentin shouted over the voices.
"Isn't it great?"
Cooper thought about his question for a moment, and then realized that the people around her weren't singing mechanically, as they did in some churches, but with a genuine joy she found truly moving. After 3 or 4 songs, the spotlights illuminating the band fell dark, and Pastor Matthews stepped forward to greet the congregation. He removed his round silver glasses and then proceeded to clean them on his sweater vest, as he made several announcements about church finances and charitable missions. He then welcomed all newcomers and led a prayer for the offering. His sermon, which focused on procrastination, was peppered with several humorous anecdotes, and Cooper felt completely engaged by his words. Though he was likely in his late 60s, he had a youthful exuberance and an openness she found appealing. He made fun of himself, cited several examples from Scripture, and then grew serious as he reminded his flock that they needed to go out into the community and make positive changes without further hesitation.
"Be a light in this world,"
he commanded them, and then surrendered the stage to the band. As the final song faded, the congregation filed out to begin their fellowship hour in the annex adjacent to the chapel. The Sunrise Bible Study members waved at acquaintances, but didn't pause on their way to their cars. They were all in a hurry to begin their discussion on what they could do to solve Brooke's murder. Trish lived in a very posh neighborhood off River Road, not far from Ashley's sprawling home. Cooper was very familiar with the area, as her father worked at a large private school across the street from Trish's exclusive development. The school's parking lots were empty, and the swings tilted slightly in the breeze, but Cooper glanced at the carefully tended grounds with pride. Her father was responsible for every building, tree, bush, and blade of grass on the school's campus, and she knew that he worked extremely hard to keep the place in top form. Turning south off River Road, Cooper pulled into a circular driveway right behind Quentin, who drove a cream-colored Cadillac. A 3-story brick monster, the house had an enormous entry with 2 sets of thick white columns stretching from the ground to the second floor. Through a giant second-story window set above the front doors, a chandelier the size of Cooper's kitchen table sparkled through the panes. Meticulously pruned ivy topiaries and heavy cast-iron urns flanked the doors. As she mounted the steps, Cooper wondered if Trish's life was as perfect as it seemed from the outside. Just then, Trish opened both doors with a flourish. "Come in," she trilled. The group stood in the entranceway for a moment, trying to take in the bold colors, the busy patterns on pillows and window treatments, the heavy wood furniture, and the dozens of framed portraits of Trish and her family. Cooper was surprised to realize that Trish was the mother of 2 daughters. Trish talked about her business all the time, but had never mentioned her children in Cooper's presence. Their hostess had just led them into a formal dining room when a pair of small, fuzzy dogs burst in and began dancing around Trish's legs. "My babies!" Trish covered her dogs' faces with kisses. "These are my darlings, Donald and Havana." Jake stared at the canine pair.
"Never seen dogs like that. They mutts?"
"I should say not," Trish bristled. "These are miniature cockapoos." Jake laughed.
"What?"
"A cockapoo is a cross between a poodle and a cocker spaniel," Trish explained rather haughtily. "They're the perfect pets, because they're sweet and cute, and most importantly, they don't shed." It was quite obvious that Trish liked things to be orderly and pretty. As Cooper examined the dining room table, laden with plates of hors d'oeuvres, a bowl of spinach salad, tea sandwiches, a tomato and mozzarella quiche, and vegetable crudités, she wondered if food was ever prepared in Trish's pristine kitchen. Taking note of a platter of delicate pastries that were spaced precisely half an inch apart, Cooper was certain that their meal was supposed to resemble a Southern Living cover.
This is quite a spread,"
Nathan complimented their hostess, as Bryant described the dishes to Savannah. "Oh, it was nothing." Trish gestured at the heaping plates. "Shall we get started?" Cooper looked down at the 5 pieces of gold-plated silverware surrounding her white china plate. There were 2 forks, 2 spoons, a teaspoon and a long, thin spoon for iced tea, and a knife. "This is more silverware than I use in a week," she joked. Trish smiled and picked up her salad fork. "Let's talk about what's weighed on our hearts all week," Savannah began. "As most of you know, one of the elders took me to visit Wesley this week. His visitation time is very short, but he told me where his spare house key is hidden and asked that I arrange for someone to care for his birds and get the mail. He gave our group permission to search the house." She sighed and absently pushed at a wedge of quiche on her plate. "He said that he had no secrets from his wife, the police, or any of us, and he accepted our offer to find out what happened to Brooke."
"Well, how's he holding up?"
Bryant asked, his handsome brow creased in concern. "I won't bend the truth," Savannah said. "He seemed defeated. He told me that without Brooke he doesn't care what becomes of his life, and he's trying to hold it together for Caleb's sake." Trish dabbed at her lips with her napkin. "Oh, dear."
"Were you able to ask him any personal questions?"
Quentin wanted to know. Savannah folded her hands together. "According to Wesley, their marriage was strong. He and Brooke had their ups and downs like any other couple, but they loved each other and were very committed to keeping their vows."
"Well, there goes the jealousy motive,"
Jake said as he inspected the contents of the pastry tray. He stuck his fork into the center of a pecan pie, the size of a yo-yo, and plopped it on his plate. "One of Brooke's closest friends works at the Tuckahoe Library," Savannah continued. "I often take the bus there to borrow audiobooks. I could speak to this friend, find out if there was anything out of the ordinary going on in Brooke's life." Nathan caught Cooper's eye.
"I believe something was bothering her,"
he said.
"I think it had to do with work, but Cooper can tell you more about that."
Cooper told her tale about meeting Brooke yet again. When she was finished, she could practically hear the gears turning as the Bible study members tried to discern the significance of Cooper's experience.
"And the pieces of the document were from inside her copier?"
Nathan prodded.
"Were you able to tape them back together?"
"I'm about half done." Cooper wound her napkin around her index finger. "I've been working on it every night, and now my daddy's helping too. Much of it is unreadable, and all I could figure out so far were numbers. The name Hazel followed by the letter W and what might be a date on the upper left corner." "You think Hazel is a name and not a color?" Savannah asked. Cooper considered the question carefully. "It's capitalized."
"Wasn't one of the rabbits from Watership Down named Hazel?"
Quentin asked, and then hastily added,
"Well, I have 4 nephews, so I read a ton of kids' books."
Trish tapped her lips with her index finger, clearly lost in thought. "I've never ever sold a house to a Hazel. I would have remembered if I had."
"Well, I'm a media guy, so all I can tell you is that Shirley Booth played a maid named Hazel on the TV show in the early 60s.
Bryant said, and then quickly shook his head.
"But that's not very helpful. Hazel must have been someone Brooke knew. She could have been a client,"
Quentin suggested as he loaded his plate for the second time.
"Brooke was the head of fraud over at Capital City. Maybe Hazel's account was being investigated."
"Would someone commit murder to keep their fraud from being discovered?" Trish asked Quentin, who consumed a crustless egg salad sandwich in 2 bites before answering.
"Depends. You can go to jail for a long time for credit card fraud.
Banks don't think too highly of people who try to get away with it, and they've gotten better at recognizing the difference between fraudulent charges and real ones.
He reached for a ham and cheese sandwich. Cooper noted that though he ate voraciously, Quentin was very tidy. There wasn't a crumb on his silk tie or a single spot on his starched dress shirt.
Plus, they have people on the lookout for fraud all the time. In most cases, a credit card has been stolen and the thieves will use it for a couple of quick purchases and then ditch it. But sometimes thousands and thousands of dollars are at stake. Computer hackers can gain access to credit card information, too,
Nathan said.
If you've ever ordered anything online, your numbers can be stolen. The possibilities for financial theft in cyberspace are countless.
Trish swallowed hard.
I'd better stop buying stuff from Overstock.com. So, Hazel might have been involved in credit card fraud.
Brant mused aloud.
How are we going to find out who she is?
The group fell silent. Having a single name as their only clue was quite a challenge.
What's next? Jake asked. We're doing a whole lot of talking, but we need a course of action.
I think we should all go to the Hughes' house over the next couple of days, Savannah said. You might notice something that another person wouldn't. Cooper had a suggestion as well.
Maybe we should go in pairs. We all look at different things inside a person's house.
She continued.
Trish might notice the curtains, while I might fix my sights on their answer machine or security system.
That's a terrific idea, Savannah agreed. And since I can't help in that regard, I'll concentrate on Brooke's librarian friend.
Well, I can swing by Wesley's store, see if I can pick up any gossip from his female employees.
Bryant grinned.
After all, the ladies do like to talk to me.
Nathan glanced at Cooper.
I'm pretty decent at puzzles. Do you want some help on the document? I could come to your...
Thanks, but no.
Cooper quickly interjected. I'll have it done in the next 2 or 3 days.
She smiled weakly at Nathan, regretting that she'd been so abrupt, but she wasn't ready to introduce him to her parents or to let Grammy get her hooks into him. If Cooper invited him over, Grammy might have Earl build a man-sized pen and keep Nathan caged up unless he swore to marry her elder granddaughter. Nathan nodded.
Well, it's all you then.
Okay, friends. Trish went into the kitchen and returned with a calendar. Let's pair off and pick a day to look through the house. I've a mammogram tomorrow, but I'll reschedule it for another time, so I'll put myself down for Monday. Aren't you a little young for a mammogram? Savannah asked gently. Is everything all right? There's a history of breast cancer in my family, so they want me to get checked out early. Trish shrugged, but I'm not worried about it. Jake pointed his pie-encrusted fork at Trish.
Just make sure to reschedule, lady. We don't want anything happening to you.
Promising Jake that she would see to it, Trish passed the pen to Quentin. The group divvied up the days of the week. Cooper and Nathan were paired for Wednesday night, and when Nathan saw the calendar, he turned to Cooper and grinned.
Partners?
He held out his hand for a high five. She returned the gesture and nearly spilled her glass of tea. Jake's hand shot across the table and steadied her tumbler.
We need to cut you off, girl.
He then looked around at the rest of his table fellows.
So, are we gonna have another lunch powwow after we all check out the Hughes place? I don't have digs like this, though. How about we meet at a restaurant? Not a fancy one, mind you. How about Panera Bread?
Quentin said.
It's close to church and the food is good.
Everyone agreed, thanked Trish for her hospitality, and headed outside. As she walked to her truck, Cooper glanced around at the yard. It was comprised of stunted creeping junipers, tamed red-tip bushes, and an electric green lawn. There wasn't a stray twig in sight, but the landscaping was utterly devoid of personality.
I bet it takes a whole staff to take care of this place,
Nathan murmured in a low voice as he walked alongside Cooper.
Must be nice, huh?
I don't know. It looks like the office buildings I visit. I prefer a yard to be a little less perfect, but with more personality. Cooper thought about her greenhouse and her cluttered studio apartment. Plus, I like to do things myself.
Yeah, I get that sense about you.
Nathan said, and then let his gaze linger on her face.
By the way, your eyes are really cool. Both of them,
he added, and then, after touching the tip of her chin with his fingertips, turned and got into his truck. Cooper stood frozen in the driveway. It had been months since someone had touched her with such tenderness, and she felt both elated and confused. Although she liked Nathan Dexter as a friend, the brush of his fingers against her skin reminded her of her last romantic moment with Drew, and that memory provoked a renewed feeling of loss. She and Drew had driven to an apple orchard in the western part of the state, hoping to collect apples for pies, strudels, and apple cakes. After filling several brown bags with luscious ripe fruit, Cooper and Drew had spread out a blanket and shared a picnic lunch in the middle of the orchard. "Can I tempt you with my apple?" Cooper had teased, playing Eve.
"You can tempt me anytime, baby."
Drew had grabbed the apple, taken a vicious bite, and laughed as a trickle of juice ran down his chin. Cooper had leaned over to kiss his sticky face as the sun burnished the leaves of golden russet and pumpkin orange. She remembered feeling so secure, so loved, so utterly content. Standing in Tricia's driveway, she prayed that she might someday feel that way again. 6. By Wednesday evening, Cooper and her dad had finished piecing the document from Brooke's copier together. It was a mess of tape, jagged tears, and ink smears, but groups of words had emerged. There was an unreadable signature on the bottom, written in blue pen, and a company insignia on the top. The insignia, which was covered by a thick stripe of black toner, was just a dark blob beneath a layer of ink that cruised the length of the paper, like a newly paved highway. As Cooper sat in her Jeep waiting for Nathan to join her outside the Hughes home, she studied the document again. The letter hadn't provided any kind of revelation, but she hoped someone else in the Sunrise group could shed light on the few readable words. Tucking the paper in her purse, she hoped she and Nathan would find a tangible clue inside the Victorian-style home. Painted butter yellow with gray shutters and a dark purple door, the large house had wraparound porches, wicker rockers with floral cushions, and a rolling lawn graced by ancient magnolias, oaks, and dogwoods. Checking her watch, Cooper decided that she had time to wander to the backyard. After opening the gate of a waist-high picket fence, Cooper stepped into an English cottage garden ornamented by benches, fountains, bird baths, and a dozen different bird feeders. Bluebells, wild pink geraniums, chickweeds, and perky white forget-me-nots were amassed among lavender and fuchsia azalea blooms, and a stunning crimson barberry bush. Above her head, a vibrant redbud tree provided shade for the wide serrated leaves of several hydrangeas. Cardinals, blue jays, finches, and sparrows darted about the yard, making the most of the remaining daylight to feed and splash about in the shallow baths.
"This is really nice."
Nathan's voice cut into the silence. Cooper swiveled around as dozens of startled birds flew to higher perches.
"Sorry."
Nathan lowered his voice to a whisper.
"Man, what a tranquil place. I'd love to live in a home like this."
They walked around to the front of the house, and Nathan plucked a brass house key from its hiding place beneath a ceramic squirrel statue on the porch.
"You know, I feel really weird about rifling through their house. I barely knew them, and now I'm going to be sifting through their drawers. It feels wrong, even though we're here to help."
"Tell me about it," Cooper agreed. "I only met Brooke once, but she was very kind to me. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be caught dead." She stopped herself.
"Come on."
Nathan gestured toward the door.
"We just need to keep in mind that we're entering their home in order to bring about justice. Peace for Wesley and, well, hopefully for Brooke too. If we keep reminding ourselves about that, our job will be easier."
Nathan fit the key into the brass lock and swung the massive oak door inward. Once inside, Cooper said, "I think we should see if Brooke had a home office. I made copies for her the day I met her, after fixing her machine. Maybe she brought something home that could tell us why she was so anxious at work." Together, they entered a spacious hall with wide planked pine floors, covered by a blue and gold wool rug. To the left, the doorway to the large, bright kitchen had been roped off with electric yellow crime scene tape, but it looked like the authorities had already poured over every inch of the room. Black fingerprint dust spotted the pale lavender walls, beige granite counters and cherry cabinets. Even the stainless steel appliances were smudged with powder. Cooper stared at a dark red stain on the floor and shivered. Trying to block the image of Brooke's body splayed upon the polished wood, she lifted her eyes to the lovely hand-painted border of African violets that ran along the perimeter of the walls. The delicate flowers seemed in defiant juxtaposition to the ink smears and disheveled drawers, some of which were stuck open, spatulas, knives, cheese graters, and tongs poking out at odd angles. Cooper stared at the utensils and the overturned trash can, and then turned away from the room where Brooke Hughes had been murdered.
What a mess.
Nathan shook his head sadly.
Let's keep moving.
Grateful to avert her gaze from the once cheerful kitchen, Cooper trailed behind Nathan as they walked past a sophisticated living room, done in salmon and forest greens, opened the door to a downstairs bath, a book-lined reading room, and a sunroom, filled with comfortable chairs and mammoth-potted ferns. The room faced the back garden and looked like a heavenly place to spend an afternoon with a good book and a cup of coffee. There was a formal dining room, with filmy draperies floating from ceiling to floor in romantic folds of ivory silk. Cooper ran her finger over the upholstered chairs and thought about how the window treatments resembled the train of a wedding dress. "This is really hard," she whispered, gazing out a bay window into the side yard. "I feel like I'm spying on them, and we haven't even gone through any of their things yet." As they headed upstairs, Cooper tried to shake off the feeling that she was moving through a place that had been permanently marked by tragedy. "Focus," she told herself firmly. "People are like machines. There are clues that something isn't running right. I just need to keep my eyes open and look for the little details. The thing that's out of place." At the top of the stairs, the hall split into a T. Cooper turned to the left and entered a small bedroom with a set of twin beds. She then poked around a laundry room, guest bath, and a room that clearly belonged to Caleb, the Hughes' son. Cooper was taking in the bookshelves filled with trophies, CDs, and books when Nathan called out,
"The office is down here."
The Hughes' had a large master bedroom suite, complete with his and hers walk-in closets, a sitting room with a fireplace, and a bathroom featuring a deep clawfoot tub. A door next to the massive Victorian chest of drawers led into a small office. The only furniture within was a desk, a side table, a straight-back chair, 2 sets of filing cabinets, and a narrow bookshelf bearing business and legal books, a dictionary, and photographs of the Hughes family. There was a single window in the office, flanked on one side by a framed print of Van Gogh's Irises, and on the other by a framed letter and a dry-mounted newspaper article. Cooper read the title of the article and studied the photograph. It was a short piece in the Richmond Times-Dispatch, announcing the promotion of 3 capital city employees. Cooper immediately recognized Brooke Hughes, though her hair was noticeably shorter, as the new head of fraud. To her right was a dark-skinned man with a thick mustache. Cooper assumed he was Jay Kumar, who had been named as Capital City's new project manager. The third proud employee was Reed Newcomb. He'd been promoted to head of IT. Reed had an angular face, a sparse goatee and thinning hair. He was captured in time in the photograph, shaking the hand of the man standing beside him. Listed as Vance Maynard, executive vice president of Capital City, the man in the center of the photo seemed close to Reed's age, but was more attractive than his employee and had a leaner, more athletic body. He was also markedly taller. Vance wore tinted glasses and a practiced smile. "Good for you, Brooke, breaking into the boys' club," Cooper said in admiration.
"Boys' club?"
Nathan raised his eyebrows. "I know a thing or two about being skilled at something most folks believe only men can do." She gestured at Brooke's image. "I bet plenty of Capital City folks still doubted whether Brooke could do what they considered to be a man's job. It took me 2 years of going to the same offices before those folks realized I'd come to fix their machines."
"I love a woman with a toolbox."
Nathan quipped, and when Cooper blushed, he pointed at the framed letter.
"What's that about?"
The letter had been written to Brooke by Vance Maynard, the executive vice president from the newspaper article. It was a formal announcement of Brooke's promotion, but went on to compliment Brooke on her devotion, hard work, and adherence to good ethics. It was a very personal and flattering missive.
"Mr. Maynard must be a cool guy to work for,"
Cooper said before turning her attention to Brooke's desk. The desk held 2 paper trays, a coffee mug stuffed with pens, and several books. One was open, and a sticky note had been fastened near the top gutter of the left page. The garbage can was full of papers, and a stack of documents filled the outbox, while only 1 sheet lay within the inbox. Cooper turned to the piece of office equipment perched on a table beneath the window.
"A Brother MFC 8860, laser flatbed all-in-one."
Cooper admired the machine.
"Nice."
An orange light was flashing on the machine, indicating that it was out of paper. Cooper's mind immediately leapt into repair mode. Nothing was sitting in the printer tray, and Cooper saw no signs of a jam. She then pulled the machine slightly away from the wall, hoping that the last print job had fallen behind the machine.
"Aha!"
she exclaimed as a sheet of paper, freed from where it was pinned against the wall, slid onto the floor.
"What's that?"
Nathan asked. Cooper knelt down and grabbed the paper. Bringing it back into the light, she studied the letters and numbers printed on the top.
"It's a fax. There's a phone number here, followed by a code that identifies a specific fax machine."
She held the paper out for Nathan to see.
"I have a feeling the police never saw this. It's covered in dust."
Puzzled, Nathan looked at the sheet and read, "Forget about Hazel."
"Nathan, this sounds like a threat."
Cooper reclaimed the letter and placed it on the desk, warily, as though it still had the power to harm.
"The name Hazel was also mentioned in the document stuck in Brooke's work copier. We should show both papers to the police right away. Maybe they can find out who this Hazel person is."
His brow creased in thought. Nathan began searching through the papers in the garbage. He dug out a sheet of paper from the bottom of the trash can and sat back on his heels, his eyes wide. The paper repeated the same text as the fax Cooper had found. Nathan turned the can upside down and shifted through assorted pieces of junk mail and clothing catalogs. The weight of the other mail had pressed downward, so that the faxes had formed a compressed pile on the bottom. It was easy to imagine Brooke trying to hide the notes from sight, but Cooper and Nathan could see that someone had gone out of their way to get their point across to her. Nathan laid out sheet after sheet on the surface of Brooke's desk.
"They all say the same thing."
Cooper examined the copy in her hand more carefully. Next to what appeared to be a local number, identifying the fax machine sending the message, there was a date. The fax had been sent the Friday Cooper had met Brooke Hughes at Capital City. Cooper compared her copy to those Nathan had taken from the trash. They were all dated the same Friday, which, according to Brooke's wall calendar, was April 6th.
"There must be 20 copies here,"
Nathan said.
"But who sent them?"
"Only one way to find out." Cooper reached for the phone and pressed the speaker button. The blare of the dial tone in the silent room caused her heart to skip a beat. As she punched the numbers into the keypad, she couldn't help but wonder if in a matter of seconds they'd hear the voice of Brooke's killer. After a single ring, a recorded voice alerted them that it was necessary to add an area code when dialing that number.
"Looks like the number's not as local as I thought."
Cooper took a deep breath and then redialed.
"Just Mark Shipping of Chesterfield, this is Mark. How can I help you?"
Hi." Cooper quickly gathered her thoughts. "I received a fax here at work, and I don't know who sent it. Do you keep records of your outgoing faxes?"
"For a month, yes, but we don't keep cover letters. Just a receipt showing the fax was received and the time and date it was sent."
A pause.
"In case someone says that it didn't go through,"
Mark added with a hint of ire.
"I'm sure you get questioned all the time."
Cooper sympathized. "See, my boss thinks that I've misplaced this fax she received on Friday, April 6th, at 5:43 p.m., but I wasn't even in the office at that time. Is there any chance you can check the records and make sure it went through?" I've never lost one before, and to tell you the truth," she lowered her voice to a conspiratorial whisper, "I think the temp who's been working in the evenings is reading all the faxes and deciding which ones are important before my boss gets a chance to look at them." Cooper cleared her throat nervously. "My butt's on the line over this whole thing, and I can't afford to lose this job."
"Well, we can't let that happen," Mark said kindly. "Let me put you on hold, and I'll ask my wife to check our report for the beginning of the month. She's better at all the tech stuff than I am. What's the number where you received the fax?"
Nathan and Cooper exchanged panicked looks. Cooper lifted the phone from its cradle in order to see if the numbers had been written underneath, while Nathan frantically read over the numbers listed on a bulletin board tacked to the wall next to the door. When he spotted the words "Home Fax," he elbowed Cooper, and she hastily repeated the digits to Mark. Putting the phone back on speaker mode, Nathan and Cooper continued to search Brooke's office, as Etta James kept them company through the phone line.
"Mark has good taste," Nathan said as he opened desk drawers. "Usually you hear elevator music when you're on hold. This is refreshing."
Flipping through a stack of papers in the outbox, he looked up at Cooper.
"What kind of music do you like?"
Cooper opened one of the file cabinets and began to read the printed labels on the file folders. Brooke had created folders for medical and tax records, bank statements, insurance documents, appliance warranties, and the like. Nothing in the file seemed connected to Capital City. "I like the Beatles," she replied, sliding the top drawer shut. She thought about the songs she and Drew always chose on the jukebox at their favorite bar, and added, "I also like Elvis, Simon and Garfunkel, U2, Bruce Springsteen, Billy Joel, Fleetwood Mac, and a bunch of country singers. You?"
"I like real musicians. I don't care what the genre is, but I admire people who write and play their own music and aren't just a pretty face backed by computers."
He gestured at the fax machine.
"You still there?"
Mark's voice suddenly cut off Etta's crooning. "I sure am. Just enjoying your hold music," Cooper answered.
Mark laughed. "That's my wife Jessica's doing. I was all for ordering music, and she said we'd lose customers by the fistful. Guess she was right, again. Anyway, I have the reports, and I'm sorry to say that I have bad news."
"Oh?"
"Not only did the fax go through to your number, but it would have been mighty hard to miss when it arrived."
Cooper frowned. "I'm not following you."
"According to our report, that fax was 25 pages long."
He hesitated.
"I think you might have to talk things out with the temp."
"I guess so," Cooper said. Then her head snapped up and she asked, "Does anyone else work there besides you and your wife? I mean, do you think you'd remember who sent this fax? Maybe that would help me figure out what it was about."
"It's just the two of us on the weekdays, and we close at 6. I haven't sent a fax that long in ages, so it must have been Jess. I'll put her on."
"I feel terrible lying to the guy," Cooper whispered to Nathan. "He's gone out of his way to be helpful."
"I know, but we have to find out every detail."
Nathan picked up the calendar from Brooke's desk and glanced at it briefly. "Hello?" A perky voice picked up the receiver. "I have a long line of customers, so I need to be quick. Only remember that a man wearing mirrored sunglasses and a baseball hat sent that fax. The only reason I can even call him to mind was that he acted strange. Yep, odd and rude. He just gave me the papers, ordered me not to look at them, and then turned his back while I sent them. When I handed him the original copies and the receipt, he shoved them in our shredder and walked out without another word. No thank you or bye nothing. So there wasn't anything unusual about him, like his height or weight or..." Cooper looked down at Nathan's shoes. "Big feet or ears or really yellow teeth or something like that?" "No, afraid not. Only thing I noticed was that he had a bunch of curly yellow fur stuck to his jacket sleeve. Like he'd pet a dog with that hand, and the dog hair had gotten all over his coat. I doubt it was human hair unless someone was really stressed and was shedding like crazy. Working here, I could see how that could happen." She laughed. "I'm sorry I can't be of more help, but if you leave me your number, I'll let you know if anything comes back to me." Cooper gave Jessica her phone number, thanked her for her time, and asked her to extend her gratitude to Mark as well.
The shipping store's in Chesterfield, right?
Nathan said after Cooper hung up.
That's about 30 minutes south of here. Some guy with a dog in Chesterfield.
He stood still and thought for a moment, and then shrugged helplessly.
I can't come up with anything. Let's finish up in here. It's getting late.
Cooper's stomach grumbled as she checked her watch. It was dinner time, all right. As Nathan sifted through the other file cabinet, she took a closer look at the text on Brooks' desk that had been marked with the Post-it note. The title of the book was Offshore Accounts, Tax-Free, Private, and Profitable. Cooper scanned the marked page, which focused on Swiss bank accounts, but couldn't understand the passage. She had no business background, and the term seemed utterly foreign to her. She pointed the page out to Nathan, but neither of them could determine how the marked section was relevant to their search, so Nathan began to sift through the file cabinet as Cooper focused her attention on the photographs of the Hughes family. There were a half-dozen altogether, taken at various birthday celebrations, in front of the Christmas tree, at Easter egg hunts, and during graduation ceremonies. In all the pictures, the three family members looked happy and relaxed in one another's company. There was lovely Brooke with her kind eyes and warm smile, and Wesley, who had an endearingly crooked grin and a pair of sweet dimples that Caleb had clearly inherited.
That's Caleb, their son. Did you see him at the funeral?
Nathan asked.
I don't think I saw you there.
I kept a little apart, but it was impossible not to notice Caleb. It was gut-wrenching to watch him as Wesley was taken away by the cops. Cooper glanced out the nearby window.
I wonder if he's ever going to want to return to this house. He's with his grandparents in Norfolk, so at least we're not invading his privacy.
Nathan gestured at a row of manila file folders.
Most of these documents are related to him. This whole cabinet is filled with his school records, class photos, health information, award certificates, letters to his parents, and a million crayon drawings. I think everything from this kid's life has been saved.
Cooper traced the young man's radiant face in what must have been the most recent photograph of the Hughes family, taken just a few months ago at a New Year's Eve party. She studied their laughing faces as Caleb pointed at the sparkling pink tiara on his head, while Brooke touched the top hat perched rakishly on hers. Wesley held up a fistful of noisemakers, and confetti fell about the threesome like fairy dust.
That poor kid,
she said, and felt her eyes watering again. Nathan joined her at the bookshelf.
Caleb's in a graduate program in D.C., but I've seen him once or twice when he came to church with his parents.
He stood and lightly placed a hand on her shoulder.
We found a clue today, Cooper. We have to focus on the positive side of things if we're going to help Caleb get his father back and discover the truth about Brooke's death.
Nodding, she sniffed and took a last look at the picture, more determined than ever to exonerate Brooke's husband and reunite father and son.
You know,
Nathan whispered once they were back downstairs,
I'm feeling pretty down right now. It'd be nice to have some company for dinner. Do you like sushi?
Cooper hated sushi, but she'd eat raw octopus by the forkful if it meant postponing going home for a little while. It wasn't that she didn't like her place. She'd grown used to living by herself, but she also knew that as soon as she turned off the TV, closed the book she was reading, and lay down in the dark, either her memories of Drew or the faces of the Hughes family would haunt her. She would see their smiles, hear their laughter, albeit distantly, as though from a far-off place, and ache over the joy they had clearly given one another. She would fantasize about sharing that kind of joy with Drew, visualizing their reunion in which he begged for her forgiveness. And after all that, she'd have to fight off her desire for a cigarette. Glancing askew at Nathan, Cooper decided that having a meal with a friend wouldn't in any way be a betrayal of the feelings she still harbored for Drew.
Dinner sounds great, she said, but I'm not eating anything with the consistency of a jellyfish. I like things that have been cooked until they don't look like they can crawl across your plate.
Nathan laughed and led her outside into the birdsong-filled twilight. 7. On Saturday afternoon, Cooper asked her mother if they could bake cookies to bring to the Sunrise Bible Study members the next morning. If visit in the Hughes home was rough for you, It must have been real hard on the folks who knew them. Mama had replied, tying on a frilly apron and reaching for her recipe box. This is going to take one of my special cookies. As Maggie rummaged through index cards, shaking her head and occasionally lifting one to the light before dropping it dismissively back into the box, Cooper took Columbus to the field for a snack. As she watched him fly, she reflected on her dinner with Nathan Wednesday night. She pictured his pleasant face, his gentle eyes, and the way in which he cocked his head slightly to the side as he listened. Thinking about how at ease she'd been in his company, Cooper couldn't help but smile. She'd tried not to notice the freckles scattered on his cheeks, the way a wave of his hair fell over his forehead, and how nimbly he manipulated his chopsticks. But she had. Cooper was so busy reminiscing that she didn't hear Ashley approach through the tall grass.
"You look like a cat that's just caught the canary,"
Ashley said. Draping her arms languidly over the top rail of the fence, Ashley surveyed her sister.
"Something's up with you."
Cooper felt her neck grow warm and knew that spots of red were prickling her skin. Hoping to disguise her telltale embarrassment, she pointed at Columbus. "Looks like he caught 2 mice. There's one in each talon."
"Ew!"
Ashley squeaked, but wasn't about to be put off so easily.
"You were thinking about a guy, weren't you? Look at your neck."
She elbowed Cooper playfully.
"Hallelujah. We're all sick of you moping over Drew. Now spill it. He's in your Bible study, right?"
Without waiting for an answer, she put her hands on her hips and gave Cooper a smug grin.
"I told you church was a good place to meet men."
"I just went to dinner with a guy to talk about the Hughes case," Cooper said, feeling a bit silly for using such an official-sounding term when in truth all they were doing was blindly nosing around. "It wasn't a date," she quickly added, winding a blade of grass around her thumb. "Nathan's committed to an online dating service, and I don't think I'm interested in him that way." Ashley didn't look convinced.
"I can tell you like him, even if you can't. Are you going to do anything about it, like exert some feminine charm?"
She took Cooper's elbow.
"I'm not trying to be mean. I want you to be happy. And I think you should go for this Nathan guy."
Ashley's eyes flashed a brilliant blue.
"You're making some changes in your life already. Going to a new church, giving up smoking, becoming a freelance detective. What's a few more?"
Cooper held out her arm for Columbus, and the hawk returned to her, issuing a squawk of triumph over his hunting prowess. Stroking the magnificent bird, she shrugged. "I guess I'm about due for a new hairstyle. Nothing crazy," she warned. "With my visa bill being what it is, I can't spend hundreds of dollars on beauty treatments." Ashley rubbed her hands together with glee.
"I know, but if you'd add layers and highlights, then you'd really be gorgeous."
"No way am I coloring my hair," Cooper objected. "Too much expensive maintenance."
"Fine."
Ashley pretended to pout as they walked back to the house.
"But at least get those tumbleweeds you call eyebrows waxed. They're so out of control, Columbus is going to start hunting for mice in there."
She playfully flicked Cooper's left brow. Cooper gazed at her reflection in the glass of the back door. "Are they really bad? I tweeze them twice a month." Ashley stood next to her sister.
"But you're not trained in the art, Cooper, and it shows. Look at mine. They're nice, subtle arches. You can actually see my upper eyelid. Now, compare yours."
After glancing at the gentle curve of her sister's blonde brows, Cooper examined her own. Ashley was right. Hairs grew well below her natural arch, and several stuck out too far above the bridge of her nose, as though one day planning to form a unibrow. They were a bit unkempt, but Drew had never commented on her eyebrows. He'd always said that he could only focus on her beautiful green eyes. Of course, at that time, she'd worn her green contact so that her eyes matched. Ashley seemed to have read her mind.
"Ever since you ditched that contact, which I think was wonderfully brave, you've looked so much more like you."
She slid an arm around Cooper's waist and squeezed, something she hadn't done for a while.
"Let people see all of you, Coop. You're lovely. Let them see you."
Cooper nodded, pleasantly surprised by her sister's display of affection. "Okay, then. Where should I go, Miss Yellow Book?" Leave it all to me, Ashley declared, reaching for her fuchsia cell phone.
You look different,
Jake said, and then his gaze immediately fell upon the basket in Cooper's hands.
What are those, and are they for us?
He asked, licking his lips. Cooper smiled at his eagerness, trying not to allow her fingers to touch the blunt layers of her shoulder-length bob, or rub the sensitive skin above her eyes, where hair had been ripped away. She'd barely recognized herself in the mirror when the beautician swiveled her chair around, revealing her new chic hairstyle and shapely brows. "I smell butterscotch," Savannah said from her chair. "Did you make us this treat?" "Mama did most of the work," Cooper admitted. "She's a master baker. She makes cookies for several local sandwich places." "Not Magnolia's Marvels?" Trish asked, her interest clearly piqued. "Actually, yes." Cooper handed the basket to Savannah and placed her travel mug on the surface of an empty desk. "These are her butterscotch cheesecake squares." "Come on, Savannah, grab one and pass the basket my way," Trish cried. "I'm addicted to everything that woman makes. If I didn't have a treadmill and a Stairmaster in my house, I'd be 1,000 pounds because of those cookies." At that moment, Nathan, Bryant, and Quentin stepped into the room.
"Well, hey, you got your haircut,"
Bryant said, giving Cooper elevator eyes.
"It looks great."
Nathan smiled.
"Yeah, you look, I don't know, fresh, energized."
"Totally," Quentin agreed.
"And not to change the subject, but did you bring that document from Brooks' copier along with these unbelievable cookies?"
He brandished a cookie in each hand.
"I know we're supposed to talk about this stuff at lunch, but I can't stop thinking about the Hugheses."
"Me either." Cooper passed him the taped paper. "I hope you can make sense of it." As Quentin examined the document, the rest of the group took their seats and opened their workbooks. When everyone was clearly prepared to start, Savannah asked the Sunrise members to join her in prayer. "These cookies are amazing," Savannah said to Cooper afterward. "I'd love the recipe. We have the same old boxed cookies and crackers at my couples group. These would certainly perk us all up." She dusted crumbs from her fingertips. "Does anyone have anything to share before we dive in?"
"When I was filling in the workbook answers, I thought of a strange coincidence between our study and our investigation,"
Bryant said.
"Paul was in prison when he wrote this letter to the church."
"And Wesley Hughes is in prison." Trish frowned and glanced around at her friends. "I wish I felt more hopeful about his release." Jake slammed his fist on his desk.
"And I wish a little bit of that wrath Paul talks about in Chapter 2 would fall on the head of the lowlife who should be in prison."
"I don't know about that," Savannah countered with extreme gentleness, and went on to review the lesson. The group spent the remaining 30 minutes discussing their homework answers and then headed to worship service. During the offering, Quentin pulled out a check from the inside pocket of his shiny suit coat and deposited it in the brass plate Bryant handed to him. Cooper noticed Quentin drop a piece of paper while removing his check from his pocket, but she couldn't mention it to him as the congregation was singing a boisterous praise song. During the brief pause between the offering and the end of the sermon, Quentin was preoccupied with blowing his nose, so Cooper decided to wait until the service was over to return the paper. However, immediately following the final song, Quentin fell into conversation with a man seated behind him. When it became clear that the men meant to speak at great length, she headed out to the lobby to wait for Quentin there. She took a momentary glance at the sheet and realized that the handwritten words were those of a poem or possibly song lyrics. It was completely out of character for Cooper to read any document that did not belong to her, but having already scanned the first line, she felt compelled to finish it. Ducking behind a pillar, she absorbed the words as quickly as she could. "It must be a song," Cooper said to herself, and then finished reading the lyrics, allowing the beautiful and powerful words to sweep over her. Tucking the paper in her purse, she looked around for Quentin, and realizing that her friends had probably all left for their lunch meeting, she hurried outside to her truck. By the time Cooper pushed open the front door of Panera Bread, she saw most of the group inside, collecting their orders from the counter, filling cups with beverages and distributing brown paper napkins around the tabletop. Cooper ordered a portobello and mozzarella melt with a small Greek salad and joined her friends.
"I know we're waiting for Brian and Savannah,"
Quentin said after swallowing a mammoth bite of roast beef, cheddar, and all the fixings, served on toasted Asiago cheese bread.
"But I took a look at the paper Cooper reconstructed."
He reached across the table and patted her hand.
"Good job, by the way."
He then pointed at the numbers on the top of the paper.
"I believe these are credit card numbers because there are 16 digits. Check it out."
Everyone leaned over to view the numbers.
"It seems like there are only 15 here, but there's actually another digit beneath this ink smear. If you stare at it long enough, you can see a shape. But I'm not sure what the number is."
Jake was skeptical.
"Can I see that?"
Plucking the paper off the table, he brought it close to his face. Cooper noticed that his foot was shaking back and forth beneath the table and wondered if he was exhibiting signs of nicotine withdrawal. When she'd stepped on the scale that morning and found that she'd gained 5 pounds, she knew that she'd been eating twice as many Magnolia's Marvels in an effort to deal with her own nicotine cravings.
"You're right, big man,"
Jake said to Quentin.
"It could be a 4 or a 9. It's too blurry to tell."
"Do you think the account is this Hazel person's?" Trish asked, poking at her Asian sesame chicken salad. Quentin nodded.
"I do. The numbers are written right after her name. We just can't tell what her last name is because of that unfortunate hole."
Nathan finished his French onion soup and turned to Cooper.
"This might be a crazy question, but is there any way this teeny-tiny missing piece of paper could still be in the copier?"
Cooper looked thoughtful. "Maybe. I thought I got all the scraps, but I could check. I have a routine maintenance schedule at Capital City. They wouldn't pay me any mind if I poked around in Brooks' copier." She glanced at her friends, her eyes glimmering. "I might be able to nose about in her office, too." "And what about Brooks' assistant?" Trish added. "Cindy, right? Maybe she knows something." As Cooper ate, she tried to imagine prowling around Brooks' office after hours. She envisioned finding a clue that would exonerate Wesley and point to the real murderer. She saw herself shying away from camera lights and pictured Drew watching her on TV. However, that fantasy was quickly replaced by another image of her being caught by Capital City's security guards, questioned by the police, and losing her job. Turning a sheepish smile on her friends, she said, "Actually, I'm not very confident about my abilities as a detective. I couldn't talk my way out of a paper bag. If I got caught, I'd need someone there who could think fast and tell a good tale."
"You need to take someone with you, like in disguise,"
Jake shouted. "Not Mr. Meteorologist Bryant, he's too famous." Trish fluffed her coppery hair. "Me too."
"And you probably don't have a uniform my size,"
Quentin said glumly. Jake elbowed Nathan in the side.
"That leaves you and me, man." "Maybe I could go. That would allow me to check out Brooks' computer files,"
Nathan said.
"As long as you're cool with this."
He met Cooper's eyes and held them.
"You'd be risking your job by sneaking me in the building."
"I know," Cooper said solemnly, "but it's a gamble I'm willing to take." Nodding briefly, Nathan produced a copy of the facts they had discovered at the Hughes home.
"Cooper's a better detective than she thinks, folks. She found this during our search Wednesday night."
He placed the paper on the center of the table, alongside the battered document from Brooks' copier. "Hazel again?" Trish exclaimed.
"We didn't find anything."
Quentin gestured at Trish.
"It seemed like a nice house belonging to a close, loving family. No skeletons in any of their closets, except for Hazel. Now that I see that document, it's obvious that someone wanted Brooke to keep her a secret."
The group fell silent, absently picking at the remnants of their lunches as they mulled over the meaning of the threatening facts.
"I think Cindy could be important. Assistants always have the inside scoop on their bosses,"
Quentin said as he examined the glossy surface of the red apple on his tray.
"Someone has to talk with her. Someone also needs to get into the computers at Capital City and enter this account number. We need to know who Hazel is. And since Capital City has over 40 million customers, I don't think we're going to find one of them without bending some rules."
"What about the police?" Trish countered. "We're out of our league here. I think we need to leave this matter to the authorities."
Nathan shook his head. "I called them about the faxes. They said they would look into it, but they were more concerned about me being in the house than anything else. I think we need to come up with a piece of concrete evidence before they're going to take our suggestions seriously." "That's because they already have someone in custody. As long as the press is off their backs, why would they do more legwork?"
Jake said with a snarl. "We shouldn't judge the police too harshly." Trisha's voice was firm. "Think about what they're dealing with these days. That little boy who was kidnapped, the drug-related killings last week, and an arsonist at work downtown. I think they need our support now more than ever."
Abashed, Jake nodded. "You're right. I just hate twiddling my thumbs, while Wesley loses hope with every passing day."
He looked around.
"Where on earth is Savannah?"
Quentin cleaned up his tray and went to order a caramel latte. Cooper was about to join him at the counter so she could return his song lyrics in private, but Nathan wanted to talk over the details of how and when they would go to Capital City together. By the time Quentin returned with a whipped cream mustache on his lower lip, the others had finished clearing their lunch trays and Bryant and Savannah had finally arrived.
"I'm having a strong feeling of déjà vu,"
Trish said morosely as she gazed at Savannah's drawn face.
"I don't know what's happening to our congregation,"
Savannah whispered leadenly as Bryant helped her into a chair.
"First Wesley, and now this."
She paused to catch her breath.
"You all probably know or have heard of Jed Weeks. He coordinates home visits for the members of our congregation who aren't able to attend worship service."
Except for Cooper, everyone nodded.
"What you may not know is that he started the program because his wife, Eliza, is unable to make it to church."
She continued.
"Eliza asked Pastor Matthews to take over last week's duties as Jed was heading out of town for a week-long fishing trip."
She placed her hands on either side of her temple and sighed.
"Eliza called Pastor Matthews last night and asked him to take over Jed's duties for another week."
"Why? What happened to Jed?"
Quentin asked, his eyes fearful. Savannah shook her head, and the agitation of the movement let them all know how worried she was.
"Eliza called both sets of neighbors at their river house. Apparently Jed never arrived."
She wrung her hands together.
"Eliza fears that he might be having an affair and has run off with another woman. I pray that she's wrong. But either way, Eliza's gonna need help until her sister can fly in from Alabama. Cooper, Eliza's wheelchair-bound."
She added,
"My friends, can I count on you to help me share in this burden?"
"Of course,"
Nathan answered for all of them.
"Now, fill me in on what I've missed,"
Savannah said, and made a visible effort to compose herself.
"We have to get Wesley out of that jail so that we have time to track down wayward husbands."
Reaching out to brush her fingers against Jake's coffee mug, she closed her eyes and said,
"Lord help me, but I can't go on another second unless I get a very large jolt of caffeine."
8.
"They're a little short,"
Nathan said as he jumped out of the make-it-work van. He pulled at the black uniform pants Cooper had borrowed from a part-time co-worker's locker. Cooper had also brought along one of Earl's extra toolboxes from home, so that Nathan would look the part of a copier repairman. At this point, however, he was looking quite awkward, in pants that displayed 2 inches of white tube sock, and a shirt that kept popping out from beneath his black belt. Despite her nervousness, Cooper smiled.
"I think the shirt's a bit short, too. Sorry, but that uniform was the only extra on hand."
Nathan grabbed the toolbox, and as he did so, he took a second glance at his long fingers, which spent most of the day flitting over a keyboard.
"I hope it's not too obvious to anyone we meet that I have no idea what I'm doing."
"Just keep your head down and remember to answer to Stuart." Cooper pointed at the name tag on his uniform shirt. "If you don't make eye contact, no one will pay attention to you. Trust me, I've been servicing these machines for years and no one knows my name." Nathan put his hands on his hips and puffed out his chest.
I'm disappointed. I figured a dozen gorgeous ladies would be sitting at their desks, waiting to drool over the UPS man, but as soon as they saw me in my Studley uniform, they'd forget all about the man in brown.
Cooper laughed. The UPS man is a woman called Esmeralda, and she's built like a brick house, so you can forget about stealing her thunder, her spotlight, or anything else. She chuckled. Besides, I don't think our uniforms can compete with those sexy UPS shorts. Come on, Studley Stewart. Cooper began walking toward Building F, gazing around the capital city parking lot for signs of anything out of the ordinary that would cause her to abort their risky mission. Cooper cast a sideways glance at Nathan, thinking that he looked quite cute as he gripped his toolbox with a determined expression. Speaking of attractive secretaries and the like, Cooper said softly as they entered the building, "How's that online dating service going?" Nathan shrugged.
I'm not finding any matches on there.
He nodded to the receptionist in the lobby, but she smiled without actually looking at him and immediately returned her attention to her computer screen. "Do you have to post a picture of yourself?" Cooper asked, inwardly shuddering at the thought. Nathan followed her into the elevator.
Yeah, but I'm getting the sense that most of the photos have been touched up or 10 years old. I did come across one woman's profile that seemed like a good fit for me, but when I met this lady for coffee last week, she looked nothing like her photo. It must have been taken when she was in high school.
Did her looks matter that much to you? Cooper teased. As the elevator doors opened, she walked briskly down the hall toward Brooke's office.
No,
Nathan replied amiably.
I was still willing to see what she was like as a person.
He suddenly stumbled on a snag in the carpet and nearly dropped his toolbox.
Sorry, I never quite grew into these feet. Anyway, in her profile, this woman claimed to be a nature lover and that she enjoyed helping people. In person, she said that her greatest passions were shopping for shoes, sitting in the sauna with a copy of the Enquirer, and sleeping late. I felt like she'd deceived me, and...
He stopped abruptly as Cooper gestured at the copier near Cindy's desk. "This is it," she whispered.
"And that mess over there is the assistant's desk. It doesn't look like she's moved so much as a paperclip since I was here last, though the garbage has been emptied. Let's try to find the scraps from the Hazel document first,"
Nathan suggested, shoving his untucked shirt back into his pants. Together they pulled the copier away from the wall. Cooper unscrewed the back panel and then asked Nathan to position himself on the opposite side of the machine and hold the flashlight steady, while she searched around on the ground for a shred large enough to reveal Hazel's last name. "What are y'all doing?" a shrill female voice behind Nathan demanded. Nathan nearly dropped the flashlight, but he quickly recovered his aplomb.
Routine maintenance, ma'am. Has this machine been acting up on you lately?
Piece of junk. It gets jammed all the time, but I wouldn't spend too much time on it if I were you. It's probably being moved to a different office soon.
The woman gave a disinterested flick of her wrist. From her vantage point on the floor, Cooper couldn't see the woman, but she had a clear view of the dazzling smile Nathan had turned on for her benefit. He shoved the flashlight into Cooper's hand and moved away from the copier.
Aren't you ready to go home, ma'am?
He asked.
It's 5 o'clock on a Friday afternoon. I bet you have a date to get ready for.
Pa!
The woman snorted playfully.
I have a date with 2 kids. Trust me, single moms aren't most guys' idea of a dream date.
Nathan must be talking to Cindy, Cooper thought. She gave Nathan a thumbs-up gesture, encouraging him to continue flirting.
I love kids,
Nathan said sincerely.
Do yours look like you?
Want to see pictures? I have some on my desk over here,
she said cheerfully and led Nathan away from the copier.
I'm getting transferred to the IT division next week, and I'm supposed to pack up my things. I know it's kind of a jumble, but I haven't been able to focus on work ever since...
She began to sniffle.
Are you okay?
Cooper heard Nathan ask sympathetically as he moved toward Cindy's workspace.
Here, let me get you tissue.
After several sniffs, Cindy said,
You're sweet. I don't think I've ever seen you here before.
Her voice held a trace of suspicion.
No, ma'am, I'm new. I used to fix computers, but that field's getting overcrowded, so I decided to branch out.
Then you wouldn't have met my former boss, so you don't know what I've been dealing with. Still, you probably saw her name in the papers.
She paused for effect.
Brooke Hughes.
The woman who was shot by her husband?
Nathan pretended to be mortified.
She was your boss?
Yeah.
Cindy blew her nose with a shrill toot.
She was good to me. I can't believe Wesley. Well, I shouldn't dwell on it. It won't bring her back, and I need to get on with my life.
She paused.
I just got so used to my little corner of the world here.
She rustled some papers.
Now I have to work for some guy and can only hope he's half as nice as Mrs. Hughes.
She honked into the tissue again.
She was so understanding about my challenges being a single mom and all.
During this exchange, Cooper had collected several scraps that turned out to be of no use. But as she leveled the flashlight beam on the metal shelf closest to the floor, she noticed 2 small scraps bearing black letters. Tucking them into a plastic bag, she completed her search and replaced the back panel. She moved with deliberate slowness, as she wanted to give Nathan more time to chat up Cindy.
How stressful,
Nathan was saying.
Have the police been crawling all over here, too?
Not really. I mean, they came by, but none of us could help them. We were as shocked and upset as everybody else who knew her. This whole office feels creepy and sad. None of us talk about her or what happened. We're all trying to move on.
Cindy sounded reluctant to discuss the subject any further.
I bet you two were close.
Nathan continued gently.
I can just tell you're the kind of person people rely on and trust. You'd have known if she was upset or scared before the awful event, even if no one else did.
Cooper was tempted to give Nathan an indication that said he was laying it on too thick, but as she stood up from behind the copier, she saw that his back was to her. Cindy didn't even notice Cooper. She only had eyes for Nathan.
I do get feelings about people close to me. Actually, Brooke was pretty rattled the last few days before she died, but I don't know exactly why.
She lowered her voice conspiratorially.
Brooke and her husband had a fight over the phone a few days before he killed her. I didn't tell the cops, because they already had him in custody. Not only that, but I didn't eavesdrop on her conversation, so I don't even know what their tiff was about.
While Cooper put away her tools, she cast a covert glance at Cindy. Brooke's assistant was trim with jet black hair, tanned skin, and a form-fitting pink leopard skin skirt. Cooper noticed her muscular legs, which were encased in knee-high riding boots, and her black blouse revealed a generous amount of cleavage.
I'd better get going, she said to Nathan. If I don't get to bottoms-up pizza by 6, I'll have a mutiny on my hands.
She put a hand with bubblegum-painted nails on Nathan's sleeve and let it linger there for a moment.
It was nice talking to you. I'm Cindy Rolfing, by the way.
And I'm Stuart. It was a pleasure to meet you, Ms. Rolfing.
Nathan gave a gallant bow, causing his shirt to come untucked.
I know this is a bit forward, but could I have your number?
Cindy giggled.
I'm sorry, Sugar. I'm involved with someone right now, but if that doesn't work out...
She touched the place on Nathan's uniform shirt where the company logo was embroidered.
I know where to find you.
As she pulled on a cropped leather jacket, Cooper noticed Cindy's gold bracelet. It was a chain bracelet with a heart charm hanging from the middle and had been engraved with a message too small for Cooper to read. Cindy blew Nathan a kiss and strutted off to the elevators, while Nathan waved at her until she disappeared inside and then quickly canvassed the rest of the floor.
There's only one guy left at his workstation, and he's listening to his iPod while playing Tetris.
Nathan's eyes were bright with excitement.
Keep a lookout while I hack into Brooke's computer, okay?
Are you being sincere in asking her out?
Cooper whispered in surprise as she began to examine the surface of Cindy's disheveled desk, hoping to find one of the copies of the document she'd made for Brooke the day they'd met.
No way.
Nathan hissed from inside Brooke's dark office.
But I believe that woman listened in on every phone conversation Brooke had, and I bet she overheard Brooke's argument with Wesley. I was hoping that by seeing Cindy again, I could discover what that fight was about. It could be important.
Nathan, what if the police are right?
Cooper's throat turned dry.
They were fighting a few days before she was killed. Maybe there was trouble in paradise.
Nathan swiveled around on his chair.
People argue, even people who love each other deeply. You told us that Brooke was really happy when she talked about her marriage. So she and Wesley had already reconciled.
Feeling like a louse, Cooper fell silent as she carefully sifted through interoffice memos, old faxes, and other work-related documents. Nothing raised a red flag. She then flipped through the pages of Cindy's phone message pad. Several messages had been taken but not delivered to Brooke. Cooper assumed this was normal protocol. One of Cindy's jobs was likely to screen calls and handle some of the simpler requests, leaving Brooke to concentrate on more important tasks. Cindy was a prolific doodler and had drawn hearts, martini glasses, dollar signs, and striped beach umbrellas on dozens of pages. Sometimes she was an efficient assistant, recording the date and time of each call. Other times she simply wrote down a name and then surrounded the letters with stars or flowers, probably while she listened to the caller speak. These memos made it clear that Cindy didn't always find her job too exciting. Turning over the pages, Cooper was surprised at the number of messages from repeat callers that Cindy never delivered to her boss. On the last few pages, Cooper spied a familiar name, Hazel. There were 3 calls from Hazel in March, but no last name or return number was listed. On the second-to-last page, it looked like Cindy had begun to write Hazel's number down, but had scratched over the first 2 digits as if she'd come to the conclusion that Hazel's call wasn't important. The last page had been torn from the book. Cooper popped her head into Brooke's office, where Nathan was shutting down Brooke's computer.
I didn't see any files with unusual content,
he said, sounding dejected.
There were no documents in code or hidden folders. Her stuff is organized and straightforward. Anything interesting on Cindy's desk?
Cooper brandished the pad. Hazel strikes again. She showed him the messages from March. Nathan, I think you need to talk to Cindy again.
Based on that torn page at the end, I wonder if Cindy got rid of even more messages from Hazel.
Nathan scrutinized the 2 digits hidden beneath scribbles of purple ink.
I think it's an 8 and a 0. Cindy was probably going to write 804, and then realized Hazel was giving her the same area code we all have, so she didn't bother writing any more.
This is so frustrating, Cooper shouted. Every clue leads to the same thing. Hazel, Hazel, Hazel. I'd give my left lung to know who this woman is.
Cindy knows. But how are we going to pry that info out of her?
Nathan sighed.
Since she has a boyfriend, flirting isn't the answer. I think another one of the Sunrise members will have to approach her.
Maybe Trish can give her a free home assessment. Cooper half teased as they exited the elevator. Nathan mulled this over.
That's not half bad, actually.
He nudged her in the side, and Cooper let out a small shriek.
Wow, not only are you ticklish, but you have the makings of a real detective.
Cooper's neck turned pink. Out in the parking lot, Nathan climbed into the back of the van to change into a sweatshirt and jeans. As Cooper settled in the driver's seat, she saw a flash of pink leopard print. A few rows in front of the van, Cindy was making a graceful exit from the passenger side of a black Acura SUV. After blowing a kiss to the car's occupant, she got in her own car, a 10-year-old Civic, and sped off. The Acura's vanity plate read HRD, DRIV, so Cooper assumed the owner worked for Capital City's IT department. Even more interesting was the gold band she noticed on his ring finger. Cindy had been sending air kisses to a married man. 9. Cooper brought home the uniform she'd borrowed to be washed. As she was folding the black pants early Saturday morning, Grammy appeared in the doorway to her bedroom wearing her teal tracksuit with a pair of socks embroidered with multicolored tulips. She gave the pants an appraising look.
Where'd those come from?
She gave Cooper a curious stare.
Is there a man up in your apartment?
No, Granny, Cooper said.
Too bad.
Frowning, the older woman shuffled off to the kitchen. A minute later, Cooper followed her and joined her father by the coffee carafe. Silently, Earl poured his daughter a mug, settled himself at the scrubbed farm table and began to work the puzzles in the Times Dispatch. "You doing a cryptogram?" Cooper asked. Earl removed his reading glasses, cleaned an imaginary spot from the lenses, and clicked the point of his pen in and out. This was a sign that he wanted to talk about something.
"You seem to be mighty busy these days, my girl,"
he said.
"Any luck finding out what happened to that nice lady?"
Cooper shook her head. More questions than answers at this point. She met her father's bright blue gaze. "Today I'm going with some of my new friends to visit a woman whose husband's run off." She sighed. "I thought going to church would make me feel, I don't know, more sure about life, but it seems more confusing than ever." Earl nodded in understanding.
"Well, you've been hiding out a bit too long. Now you're out there mixing with folks and seeing the good and the bad."
Earl clicked his pen repeatedly.
"Your mama said you went out to dinner with a fellow a few nights back. Is he someone you've set your cap on?"
Cooper felt her cheeks grow warm. She told her father all she knew about the tall website designer with the pleasant face. "Nathan's a great guy, but he's just a friend. I still love Drew. I've loved him for such a long time that I don't know how to stop, Daddy." Earl took Cooper's hands in his.
"Listen here, my girl, that boy's gone. You're on a new road now, and it's gonna be rocky, but I think it's leading you to a good place, and to fine people like this Nathan fella."
He squeezed her hand.
"I know this is not what you want to hear, but let Drew go."
Cooper felt the truth of her father's words sear her heart, and found herself blinking back tears. "Why don't you try spending time with Nathan? You could fix him something to eat," Maggie suggested softly, having stealthily tiptoed into the kitchen during their conversation. "Well, I won your daddy over by feeding him." "That's wise counsel," Grammy called out her 2 cents from the other room. She had turned the television volume down until it was barely audible. Ignoring her mother and grandmother, Cooper examined the crossword, which her father had filled out in record time. "How'd you get so good at puzzles, Daddy?" she asked in an effort to change the subject. He shrugged.
"Just like figuring them out. Same as I like working on that old Malibu or changing a tractor blade. Feels good to see how things fit together, to come to the end of a problem."
He patted her hand.
"But you gotta stick with it. You help solve that murder case and then solve the mystery of who you want to be."
Cooper smiled fondly at her father, and he gave her a little wink as he pointed at her mother. Maggie had her box of recipe cards in her hands and was holding her greatest treasure out for Cooper to take. Meat's always a good place to start when it comes to men. Maybe a pot roast. Relenting, Cooper accepted the box. "All right, I'll invite Nathan over for dinner. I'll be seeing him today because we're going to visit that wheelchair-bound lady I told you about last Sunday." She opened the freezer. "Do you have some cookies I could take her, Mama?" Maggie smoothed her apron, her face all business. "I can do better than that. The woman's husband's gone missing. She needs more than cookies." Maggie began whipping cupboards and drawers open and piling bowls, utensils, and ingredients on the counter. "I'm going to fix her a nice turkey rice casserole, a fresh loaf of honey wheat bread, and a chocolate chess pie. Get out of my kitchen. I got work to do." Smiling, she gestured at the back door. "Don't let her go without that pot roast recipe," Grammy yelled. The plan was for Cooper to drive to Nathan's house in the Fan District, and from there the two of them would pick up Savannah and head north to the home of Eliza and Jed Weeks. Nathan lived in a blue row house on Floyd Street. Cooper parked on the street and then hustled up the stairs and rang the bell. She could hear Nathan bounding to the door like an eager dog. As he pulled it open with a smile, smells of tomato sauce and crushed basil floated across the threshold. "Are you cooking?" she asked, stepping inside. She peered around his sparse living room with overt curiosity. Nathan followed her gaze as she took in the solitary club chair and end table placed near the brick fireplace.
"I haven't done much with this room,"
he said, indicating for her to continue on to the back of the house.
"I pretty much live in the kitchen and my office."
In the kitchen, which was painted a warm red and had quartz countertops and dark cabinets, the delicious aroma that had greeted Cooper at the front door was even stronger. Are you part web designer, part Iron Chef? She inquired, picking up one of his lobster-shaped potholders.
Not at all,
Nathan exclaimed.
I can grill a mean steak and wield a can opener like nobody's business, but that's about it. Oh, and omelets. I'm good at omelets.
He pointed at the oven.
That's a lasagna I picked up from meal makers. It was frozen, so I'm just baking it here before we visit Eliza. And I couldn't resist their Greek chicken and pasta, but I grabbed the family-sized bag by mistake, so unless you're willing to stay for dinner, I'll be eating that for the next 4 days. Are you free tonight?
Sure, she said, surprised by the invitation. That sounds great. She glanced outside to hide her smile of delight. So, where's your office? Nathan began to fidget.
It's across the hall.
He gestured at the closed door just as the oven timer began to beep.
Go ahead in, but I'm giving you fair warning. You might find it a bit bizarre. Most women do.
Intrigued, Cooper opened the door to what appeared to be a Star Wars shrine. Spaceships hung from the ceiling. Action figures stood on every inch of available shelving, and framed posters, decals, ticket stubs, cereal boxes, and trading cards vied for room on the crowded walls. The room had been painted a deep blue, and Nathan had placed adhesive stars over every surface, so that the daylight streaming in through the bay window illuminated the stars until they appeared to be twinkling.
I'm a Star Wars fan,
Nathan said sheepishly as he came up behind her.
I couldn't tell, Cooper said with a laugh. How many items are in your collection?
Nathan removed a Han Solo Pez dispenser from the nearest shelf.
Over 2,000.
Cooper couldn't see why a grown man would fill an entire room with Star Wars memorabilia.
What got you started on all this?
Shrugging, Nathan replaced the candy dispenser.
I wanted to be a comic book artist after I saw the movie. I was so inspired that I began drawing scenes and characters from Star Wars in my spare time. Eventually, I holed up in my room, creating my own galaxies, heroes, and villains. I stopped going outside to play, wouldn't hang out with my friends. I didn't go anywhere without my sketch pad and a box of colored pencils. Finally, I started getting in trouble in school. That's when my parents enrolled me in a computer camp.
He readjusted one of the action figures.
I discovered a natural affinity for computers. And the camp led to my current career, but I'll never forget how that movie fueled my imagination.
Cooper thought she saw a trace of sadness on Nathan's face.
But now you create websites, so your grown-up job's not that different from being a comic book artist. You're just drawing using code, right?
Nathan smiled gratefully.
I never thought of it that way.
He walked back into the kitchen and placed a sheet of foil over the warm lasagna.
So you don't think my hobby's totally crazy?
Not totally.
She teased and held the front door open for him. After collecting Maggie's stack of Tupperware dishes from her Jeep, she got into Nathan's pea-green BMW sedan.
I don't think I've ever seen a car painted this color,
she told him.
I like it.
Nathan patted the black leather steering wheel fondly.
This is Sweet Pea. It was my mom's car, and I bought it from her a few years ago. Sweet Pea's old and has her share of scrapes and dents, but she's got all that counts inside.
He thumped the dashboard, put the car in gear, and forced its sleepy engine to chug into life.
Off to Savannah's.
Savannah lived in a little white bungalow near the University of Richmond. She must have heard Nathan pulling into her driveway, because she descended her front stairs before he could even turn off the engine, a paper-wrapped parcel tucked under her right arm.
Thought I'd meet you out here, since my cats always make a break for it when I leave,
Savannah said as Nathan helped her settle into the back seat. The threesome talked about the past week as they headed north to Hanover County. The chatter instantly fell away the moment Cooper and Nathan caught sight of the Weeks house.
Are we here?
Savannah asked as Nathan steered Sweet Pea down a flat gravel driveway.
What's it like?
It's a gray ranch,
Nathan began.
A huge ranch.
It's probably over 3,000 square feet, all on one level,
Cooper added.
There are hardly any trees out front, and it has a 3-car garage and 2 entrances, both with wheelchair ramps.
Nathan parked the car.
This place feels a bit neglected. The plants in pots by the front door are dead, and there's a pile of old newspapers on the stoop.
Savannah took Nathan's proffered arm.
Then it's a good thing we came. Cooper, would you gather up the papers, and we'll take care of the plants once we introduce ourselves to Eliza.
Cooper rang the bell and opened the door after hearing a woman call out, "Come on in!" Nathan led Savannah into a dim hallway and turned her in the direction of the voice. "Are you Savannah's friends?" the woman shouted from far down the hall. "Yes, ma'am," Nathan yelled back. "All right, then. I'm in the TV room." The three friends continued down the hall, passing a dining room table strewn with unopened mail and a filthy kitchen before turning a corner and entering a cavernous room. Lit by a row of skylights, there were no windows to interfere with the grouping of couches and chairs positioned to face a mammoth flat-screen TV. Sitting in the center of a love seat was the biggest woman Cooper had ever seen. Mrs. Eliza Weeks likely weighed over 300 pounds. Dressed in a sleeveless purple robe, her flesh pushed against the terry cloth in every direction. Her arms, which had a greater circumference than Cooper's thighs, wobbled as she gestured for them to sit. Cooper noticed that her feet, which were bare, were as slim and delicate as a dancer's. A motorized wheelchair was parked next to Eliza, and Cooper wondered how the poor woman managed to get in or out of it without assistance. Her heart swelled with pity for Eliza Weeks, who clearly suffered from physical afflictions and was now facing an emotional one as well. "I know, I'm a shocking sight," Eliza proclaimed, "but I wasn't always like this. Once upon a time, I was the queen of the tomato festival." She gave Nathan a small, strained smile. "Do y'all know Jed from church?"
"I've heard of him, ma'am. Everyone talks about what a good man he is,"
Nathan said. Taking a seat next to Eliza, he gently touched the top of her hand.
"Have you heard from Jed?"
Eliza's smile vanished. She looked down at her lap and whispered, "No."
"Well, we're here to cheer you up,"
Nathan said.
"We brought a few meals along. Could I fix you something to eat?"
"I wouldn't mind a little plate of something,"
Eliza answered shyly. Nathan grinned.
"Excellent. Do you like lasagna?"
Eliza's eyes shone.
"I love all kinds of pasta. Can't you tell?"
She laughed at herself, but no one else joined in.
"Oh, a warm helping of lasagna would hit the spot, thank you."
After Nathan disappeared into the kitchen, Savannah held out her wrapped parcel.
"I don't know if I mentioned this before, but I'm a folk artist. I thought this little painting might make you smile."
"You're all too sweet,"
Eliza gushed as she accepted the package. She opened it delicately, as if cherishing the moment. When the butcher paper fell to the floor, Eliza's eyes widened with delight.
"Goodness, what a wonderful, wonderful picture."
She looked at Cooper.
"Have you seen this?"
Cooper shook her head and reached for the piece of folk art. Savannah had painted a white clapboard church, sitting in the middle of a field of grass. A dirt path led to the front door, and picnic tables loaded with an assortment of dishes were set about the lawn. Members of the congregation, dressed in suits and fancy hats, were either seated at the tables or carrying out more food from inside the church. Daisies and buttercups bloomed in the foreground, and a pair of angels with gilded wings, holding what appeared to be legs of fried chicken, flew overhead. The people's faces were ovals of apricot flesh, lacking personalized features such as eyes, noses, or mouths.
"You're probably wondering why my people don't have faces," Savannah said. "First of all, I can't see well enough to paint that kind of detail, and secondly, I like how equal everyone is, with the same face."
Cooper returned the painting to Eliza.
"I can practically smell the fried chicken and hear everybody talking as they eat. I love all the colors. Thank you, Savannah."
Eliza glanced at Cooper.
"Speaking of colorful, you have very interesting eyes, young lady."
"I had an accident and ended up getting an ocular transplant," Cooper explained.
"We're both accident victims,"
Eliza boomed. Let's trade sob stories. It'll keep my mind off Jed for 5 minutes."
Cooper found it easy to talk to Eliza and willingly told her about her field hockey injury and the ocular transplant that followed.
"That's a better story than mine," Eliza said when Cooper was finished. "I was in a car accident. Of course it was with an 18-wheeler in the dead of night."
She darted a pained glance at her wheelchair.
"Jed and I had been married 2 years when it happened. We were just thinking about starting a little family. I was working as a sales girl in a lingerie store, and me and a few of the girls went out for drinks after work. I had one too many, and when I came face to face with the grill of that truck, I thought I was a goner."
She stopped her narrative and picked up Savannah's painting. Tracing one of the golden angel wings with her fingers, she continued,
"An angel must have been on the shoulder of that trucker, because his rig rolled around like a hot dog out of the bun, but he didn't get so much as a scratch. Good thing, too, seeing as he had 6 kids.
"Seems like you might have had an angel with you that night, too," Savannah suggested.
"You're still here, right?" "Jed was my angel," Eliza whispered morosely. "All these years, he stayed with me. I couldn't work, couldn't bear a child, couldn't barely cook or clean. He built this whole place around my needs, and what did I do to show him gratitude? I sat around watching TV and eating. No wonder he finally flew the coop. How long can one man be tied to a woman like me?"
Weeping, Eliza buried her face in her hands. "Have you called the police?" Savannah asked softly. "Filed a missing persons report?" Eliza shook her head, tears flowing down her fleshy cheeks.
"Of course. As soon as our neighbors at the river house told me he never showed up. Jed's always been so predictable. But he's been mighty high-strung these last few weeks. I never even thought of another woman until my sister put the notion in my head."
She sighed heavily.
"I could tell from the expression on the faces of those 2 police officers who came to talk to me that they think Jed's run off on me, too."
Suddenly she uttered a loud cry.
"Oh, Jed, I'd forgive anything if you'd just come back to me."
Her racking sobs filled the room. At that moment, Nathan arrived with a tray laden with lasagna, salad, a buttered roll, and a glass of water. Seeing Eliza's distress, he set the tray on the coffee table and shifted back and forth on his feet, unsure of what to do. Cooper was also at a loss for words, but Savannah made her way to Eliza's side. She took Eliza's head and guided it to her own shoulder. She cooed and whispered gentle words until Eliza's tears began to slow.
"Let's go clean up the kitchen,"
Nathan murmured to Cooper, and they quietly left the room. 2 hours later, they had not only cleaned every inch of the kitchen, but had tidied Eliza's bedroom and done a load of laundry. Eliza's bedsheets were currently in the dryer, and lacking any further areas to scour, they watered all of the houseplants. As Cooper tended to the ficus tree in the far corner of the room, where Eliza sat, now fully recovered and talking boisterously with Savannah, Nathan walked by with an armload of sheets.
"If you aren't the sweetest boy," Eliza called out. Could you wait a moment? I've got a favor to ask you."
Nathan sat down, a pile of warm floral sheets filling his lap.
"Savannah has convinced me to look at this situation in another light, that it might be something besides a woman that made Jed run off. I just called my credit card company, and Jed hasn't made a single charge on his card."
She gestured at the sheets.
"While you're putting those on, can you feel behind the headboard for an envelope? That's where we keep our emergency cash. I need to know if that's what Jed's living on."
Nodding, Nathan left the room. Cooper was about to follow him when a thought occurred to her.
"This might seem like a strange question, Mrs. Weeks, but does your husband use a capital city credit card?" "Yes."
Eliza was surprised.
"But why?"
"I'm just wondering what made him change his plans to go fishing. It seems like he really doesn't want to be found." She mused aloud. Most creatures go into hiding when they're scared. Cooper began pacing the room, trying to think of a reason other than another woman that might have caused Jed Weeks to leave his helpless wife. Maybe the answer lay in his professional dealings. "Mrs. Weeks, what does your husband do for a living?"
He's an accountant, but he's mostly retired now. Eliza smiled with pride. He did specialized accounting for big companies all over Central Virginia. These days, he only takes on a few projects a year, like the bumper sticker says he'd rather be fishing. Cooper tried to determine how Jed Weeks could be connected to Brooke Hughes. After all, her death and his disappearance had occurred fairly close together and might not be coincidental. Did he ever do work for Capital City? Eliza furrowed her brow. I don't know, honey. Only Jed could tell you for sure. See, he had to keep mum about his work. Lawyers often used his findings in their cases. He's kind of a detective accountant. I forget what the official title is. There are lots of initials on his business card. Do you have one of his cards? Cooper asked. Sure thing. Jed's office is down in the other wing. There are cards in a dish on his desk. Eliza frowned. But what's Jed's job got to do with anything? I don't know that it does, Mrs. Weeks, Cooper admitted. I'm grasping at straws. Have you ever heard of a woman named Hazel or Brooke Hughes? Eliza furrowed her brow. I don't think so. Still, I don't get out much. I talk to my sister on the phone, but mostly it's just me and Jed. She twisted the sash of her robe in her fingers. As you all probably noticed, I don't go to church with Jed. I stopped attending after the accident. Guess my willingness to be looked at by that big congregation gave out along with my legs. Just then, Nathan re-entered the room. There's nothing behind the headboard, ma'am. I even checked under the bed. There was over $2,000 in that envelope, Eliza said. But that won't last Jed forever. Tears welled in her eyes again. If he's living on cash, he really didn't want to be found, did he? Oh, I hope he's all right. There, Savannah whispered. All will be well, you'll see. The three friends offered words of support and sympathy and promised Eliza they'd visit again soon. On the way out, Cooper darted into Jed's office, took a business card from his desk, and showed it to Nathan once they were back inside Sweet Pea. Jed Weeks, CPA, CFE. Nathan read. I have no idea what a CFE is. I'll have to look it up when we get back to my place. Or we could call Quentin, Savannah said, brandishing a cell phone. I have him on speed dial because he drives me to church most Sundays. She pressed down on the number pad and said hello to Quentin. After summarizing their visit to Eliza, she asked him about the acronym. Certified Fraud Examiner. What exactly do they do? She listened for a few minutes, thanked Quentin, and then put away her phone. Jed's a forensic accountant. According to Quentin, he'd investigate a company's financial practices and then prepare documents to be used as evidence in court. As a CFE, Jed specialized in fraud auditing. A specialist in fraud. Just like Brooke Hughes. Cooper mumbled. You might be onto something here, Cooper. Nathan accelerated to pass an old pickup truck carrying hay bales. Jed might not be off on a romantic getaway with a lover after all. He might be hiding because he's scared of someone. But who? Savannah asked. Nathan used his wipers to clear away stray pieces of hay from his windshield. Maybe the same person who shot Brooke. It would make sense that he wouldn't tell Eliza anything about his involvement. The less she knows, the safer she is. If you're right, that means we now have to find Jed and Hazel. Cooper pointed out. This is going to require a whole lot of praying, Savannah said. 10. On Sunday, Cooper woke unusually early. The spring sunshine had launched an invasion through the cleft in her curtains, prompting her to make the most of the day. So she slipped on a pair of jeans and a Richmond Squirrels sweatshirt and fixed herself some scrambled eggs and toast. After breakfast, she wandered into her parents' house to see if she could borrow some half-and-half for her second cup of coffee. In the kitchen, her father was contentedly dumping the contents of a Walmart bag onto the counter. He rubbed his hands together and grinned like a little boy. Look what I got. He held up a box illustrating a mole covering its ears as it fled from a large spike emanating pulses.
2 batteries is all we need. We whack this gadget into the ground and it'll cover a whole acre. Scares the moles and the voles by thumping day and night.
He handed the box to Cooper.
We can put 'em in this afternoon. What do you think, my girl?
Looks cool, Daddy. Cooper smiled as her father began to fit batteries into one of the stakes. You're firing the first shot of the season, I see.
Earl snorted. Heck yes, I am. A man needs an advantage over the vermin in his own backyard.
You should just move Columbus's cage next to the garden, Grammy advised, shuffling sleepily into the kitchen. No critter in its right mind would venture into the vegetable patch with a hawk nearby.
But it would be teasing the poor bird, Earl said. He'd see all those rodents creeping by and wouldn't be able to get out of his cage to catch 'em. Nah.
He brandished a pair of aluminum pie plates.
We'll make do, same as every year. Those folks at the food bank will get their greens from Leaf Farm despite the bugs, moles, voles, deer, and rabbits.
Forget about the rabbits.
Grammy turned her keen gaze on Cooper.
You got back a bit late last night, granddaughter. You have a nice time with that new man of yours.
It was just dinner. Cooper quickly hid her flushed face inside the fridge and grabbed a carton of half and half. I'd better get dressed for church. See y'all later. She scurried up to her apartment and spent several minutes going through the contents of her closet. After rejecting a dozen outfits, she chose a pair of khakis and a lightweight mocha-colored blouse and turned on the shower. The water was almost unbearably hot by the time she stepped into the stall, but Cooper leaned back into the heat, wishing that it had the power to erase the memory of her dinner with Nathan. The evening had gone from being amusing and comfortable to awkward and disconcerting. At first, everything was perfect. They'd escorted Savannah into her house, and then Cooper had washed lettuce and prepared a salad, while Nathan decanted a bottle of Italian red wine. Giving the wine time to breathe, he set his kitchen table with striped napkins, white dishes, and a copper candle holder. Next, he placed a single unused taper in the holder, and then rummaged through the kitchen drawers in search of matches.
As you can see, I'm not used to lighting candles,
he said, laughing.
I hope I'm not losing too many points as a host. Can you tell I'm a bachelor or what?
Cooper had given Nathan an encouraging smile, removed the candle from the table, and turned on the front burner of Nathan's gas stove. She stuck the wick in the blue and orange circle of flame, and then handed Nathan the lit candle. He beamed at her like she'd produced fire from a magic wand.
Okay, I feel a bit stupid now,
he'd said, and poured wine into glass goblets.
Maybe I'll seem smarter after you've had some wine.
The wine and candlelight had lent the kitchen an unexpected aura of intimacy, and Cooper had wondered if Nathan's flirtatious demeanor might morph into something more. However, once he'd served the food and they'd settled down to eat, the conversation flowed easily. They reviewed their visit with Eliza Weeks and speculated further on Jed's disappearance.
We sure have had an unusual start,
Nathan had said, and offered Cooper another helping of pasta. She'd passed on the food, but gladly accepted another glass of wine, feeling warmed by the meal, the libation, and the company. Start? She'd prompted, watching him try to capture a slippery piece of noodle with his fork. Nathan had cleared his throat.
Most people become friends because they have something in common. You know, like a job or a hobby, or they went to school together.
He took a gulp of wine.
But you and I, our friendship has sprung from our attempt to exonerate Wesley Hughes. It's kind of a unique bonding experience, wouldn't you say?
Nodding, Cooper had smiled, and made a bit reckless by the wine, said, I'm really glad I ran into you in the hall at the high school. If I'd gotten the right time for the worship service, we might never have met.
I'll drink to that.
Nathan had raised his glass.
Here's to being led by a greater power.
They'd clinked glasses and stared at one another above the flickering candlelight. Suddenly, something had shifted in Nathan's brown eyes, and his gaze had grown more intense. Cooper had felt her entire body grow warm, and again experienced a prick of guilt. She tried to push thoughts of Drew away. For once, she didn't want her memories of him to invade the present.
This is nice,
Nathan had whispered and pushed his plate to the side. Just as he'd made a move to reach for Cooper's hand, the ringing of the kitchen phone had shattered the moment as effectively as someone throwing a rock through the window. Cooper had exhaled loudly. She hadn't realized she'd been holding her breath. Nathan glanced at his watch. "I'm sorry," he'd said, standing. "Because I host websites on my server, I sometimes get client calls at odd times. The server might be down." He examined the caller ID box beside the phone and cast an apologetic look at Cooper. "I have to take this call. Excuse me." Picking up the phone, Nathan spoke a quick greeting and then asked the caller to hold as he moved to his office. Cooper had drained the rest of her wine, feeling a strange mixture of disappointment and relief that Nathan's attempt to initiate physical contact had been interrupted. "I like Nathan Dexter," she'd admitted to herself as Nathan left the room. Unsure of what to do next, Cooper had carried their dinner plates to the sink and as quietly as possible began to rinse and load them into the dishwasher. When that task was complete and Nathan's office door still remained closed, she washed their wine glasses, wiped off the countertops, and put the leftover food in the fridge. All that remained on the table were the linens and the burning candle, which had cast a lonely reflection in the bay window. Suddenly tired, Cooper had taken a surreptitious glance at the caller ID box to find that the call had come from richmondmatchmaker.com. Cooper imagined Nathan holed up in his office, chatting with a potential date while his dinner guest cleaned up his kitchen, and felt a surge of anger. How dare Nathan try to seduce her and 5 minutes later field a phone call from a prospective girlfriend? Annoyed and hurt, Cooper had blown out the candle, scribbled a brief note thanking Nathan for dinner, and left. "My mama raised me right," Cooper had snarled under her breath as she shut his front door and stepped out into the night. Now here she was the following morning, on the brink of being late to Bible study because she'd spent far too long in the shower. Foregoing any attempts to recreate the way her hair had looked after being cut and styled at the beauty salon, Cooper shrugged into her clothes, got into the Jeep, and sped to church. Cooper was the last one to arrive for Bible study. All of the Sunrise members had eaten their second breakfasts and were settled in their places, ready to begin the lesson. Nathan immediately tried to catch Cooper's eye and held out his hand to indicate that she should sit next to him, but she pretended not to notice and sat beside Jake. As she opened her workbook, she remembered too late that she had been using the song written by Quentin as a placeholder. "What you got there?" Jake leaned over and tried to read the lyrics. Cooper slammed her book closed, her neck reddening. "It's not mine," she blurted. "Well, I've used that line a time or two in my life." Jake chuckled and opened a piece of fruit chill-flavored Nicorette gum. "Man, this is definitely going to spoil the taste of your banana muffins, Quentin," he said, and popped the gum in his mouth. Relieved that Jake hadn't been more inquisitive about the song lyrics, Cooper said, "I have my worst cravings right after supper. That's when I used to sit out on my steps and smoke while I watched the stars come out. Now I just stuff cookies down my throat." Jake guffawed. "I hear you, lady. I'm getting fatter and meaner every day. At least that's what my coworkers tell me." He grew thoughtful. "Still, I can climb stairs up folks' houses now without struggling for breath, so I'll take that as a good sign." "The way you're striving to improve yourself has given me that perfect segue for our study today." Savannah cleared her throat and the members grew silent. "Our workbook lesson discusses how Paul asks us to have humility, gentleness, patience, love, and acceptance of one another." "That last one's the tough one," Jake muttered. Savannah smiled. "You're so right, Jake. After all, we're not talking about loving and accepting people you already like and admire. Paul is most likely referring to the folks that drive you crazy, the people that you'd rather shake by the shoulders than pull into an embrace. Does anyone have a person they could try harder to love and accept?" She waved a warning finger. "No names, please." "One of my former bosses made it clear that he didn't think I had what it took to become a top realtor," Trish said, her lacquered lips turning down at the corners. "He said that prime listings were meant for men, and I'd be better off selling the modest homes. He tried to make me concentrate on rentals. which provided almost no commission and handed all the top listings to a guy named Slick Mick.
But you showed him.
Bryant nudged Trish's arm.
You have a successful realty business of your own now.
Yes, I'm a success, Trish replied with uncharacteristic softness. But when I see this man at conferences or trade shows, I still feel like I have something to prove. I still feel insignificant around him. The idea of loving and accepting him would be a serious challenge.
At least you showed him what you're made of, and you can bet he noticed,
Jake said.
The person I have a hard time feeling love for is my pop. He left when I was 4, and we haven't heard a peep from him since. I've never had a chance for him to be proud of me for a single thing. I don't even remember him.
Savannah reached out to grab hold of Jake's trembling hand. That must have been hard. Jake's eyes grew glassy, but he blinked back the tears.
But he's still my father. I might forgive him if he gave me the chance.
Savannah shared how it was challenging to accept one of her sons-in-law. He says nasty things about my work, whispers them into my daughter's ear while I'm in the room, as if I were deaf, not blind. She took a sip of coffee. I just hope he doesn't belittle her work.
Well, that strikes a chord with me,
Nathan said quickly.
I get a bad vibe about this guy my sister's dating. He seems to drink too much, and I've heard him yelling at her in the background while we're talking on the phone. Are you concerned about abuse?
Quentin asked.
Nathan shrugged. I think my sister would tell me if things had turned violent, but she's just such a great kid and deserves much, much better than this jerk. I'm struggling with loving the man she says she loves. In fact, I wish they'd break up. At least you've got issues with someone from the prison, Quentin grumbled. I'm still trying to get over all the kids who made fun of me for being fat.
He tented his fingers and sighed.
I try to imagine meeting one of those kids now that we're grown-ups. I visualize us becoming friends, just starting fresh as if the past didn't matter.
Savannah nodded. Your attitude is admirable, Quentin. Anyone else? Bryant twiddled his silver pen back and forth in his right hand.
There's a nurse at my mama's rest home that I do not like one bit. She treats the residents like they're bothering her and should just spend their day in front of the TV.
He put down the pen.
But listening to you guys made me realize something. This woman may have her own story of hurt or loss. Maybe someone wronged her, and that pain is making her meaner than she wants to be. What if I did something nice for her, brought her flowers, wrote her a note about how much I appreciated her caring for my mother? Maybe all she needs is for someone to express some kindness.
He thumped his desk enthusiastically.
I'm going to give it a shot.
The members murmured their approval. Cooper was impressed by Brian's insight and was once again ashamed for judging him by how he appeared on television, vain and vapid. Smoothing a lock of gelled hair, Bryant turned to face her.
What about you?
Cooper was ready to tell her friends about her unusual looks. I spent a long time letting go of a grudge against the girl who caused my accident. She touched the lid of her green eye and fingered the curved pink scar beneath her brow. It happened during our field hockey practice. She was showing off for this boy she wanted to impress, so when she hit me, it was because she wasn't paying attention. Cooper looked back at Bryant. It wasn't until I was in my 20s, after I got used to how I looked, that I started thinking that the young woman whose eye I was given, she was in a much more serious accident than me. She dropped her gaze to her workbook and watched the black words blur. She died, she whispered. And any time I've stared at myself in the mirror and not liked what I saw, I remember the gift that stranger gave me. It took a while, but eventually I knew that I couldn't be angry at the girl who hit me. It would be a lousy way of showing my gratitude for having not lost my sight. Quentin took a bite of a glazed cruller and stared at Cooper.
Well, I think you probably see more clearly now that you almost lost your vision. Look how well Savannah sees without her eyes.
He sighed.
I wish I had more insight. I've been reading Brooks' document over and over again, looking for more clues, and keep coming up dry. Cooper found more scraps from Brooks' copier,
Nathan announced as the worship music commenced.
We can see if any of the pieces fit after the service."
"I would have brought them to you sooner," Cooper hurriedly added, "but you didn't answer your phone."
"A business trip," Quentin said with regret. "I'm sorry. I'd much rather have been working to find Brooks' killer."
"It was only a few days,"
Trish told Quentin.
"Let's get pizza at Chianti, and we'll get right to work. I've been craving a hot pie with feta, red roasted tomatoes, and Kalamata olives all week."
The group agreed and made their way to the chapel. Savannah took Nathan's arm and Cooper trailed along behind the rest of them. As they headed in the direction of the music, Quentin stepped into the men's room. Pretending to have left something behind in their study classroom, Cooper loitered outside the bathroom until he emerged. She then held out the piece of paper bearing his song lyrics.
"I've been looking for the chance to give this back to you," she said.
"You dropped it during the service last week?" Without looking at her, Quentin accepted the paper, folded it into a small square and tucked it inside his suit jacket.
"Did you read it?"
he asked in a nervous whisper. Cooper squeezed his arm and smiled encouragingly.
"I thought it was lovely."
Quentin's face glowed.
"I scribble lyrics all the time. They just pop into my head."
He sighed happily.
"Someday I'd love to get him set to music. Who knows, maybe even have one sung at church."
They began to walk down the hall.
"Well, I'd sure love to hear those words come to life,"
Cooper said, and then the two of them joined their friends for worship. Nathan made sure that he pulled into Chianti's parking lot right behind Cooper. As she opened her car door, he dashed around Sweet Pea and blocked her path to the restaurant.
"I just wanted to apologize for last night,"
he said breathlessly.
"It was incredibly rude of me to stay on the phone for so long. It was a client, one of those people you can't interrupt because they talk without stopping for breath."
He paused and uttered a goofy chuckle.
"Kind of like I'm doing right now, but I'm so sorry. I was having such a great time with you."
Cooper stared, wondering why Nathan was lying to her. How could he call a woman from his internet dating service a client? She looked at his pleasant face and his smiling eyes and marveled over his duplicity.
"And thanks for cleaning up,"
he continued.
"I'd really like to show you how sorry I am by taking you out to dinner. I'll lock my cell phone in the car and you can name your favorite place. What do you say?"
Before Cooper could reply, Quentin heaved himself out of his cream-colored Cadillac and joined them.
"I stopped by CVS and picked up some glue. Do you mind if I see if those scraps of paper you found will fit our document before we eat?"
His eyes glimmered expectantly.
"It sounds silly, but I feel like I stand a good chance of making sense of that document, since it's about financial matters."
Cooper handed over the plastic bag containing the minute shreds. "It's all yours."
"Terrific."
Quentin beamed.
"Let's go inside. Now I'm getting the Italian combo pie, mushrooms, pepperoni, sausage, pepper, and onions. That'll make a person happy."
Cooper's belly growled in agreement and the three friends entered the eatery. Their group ordered 4 different pies, including the Mediterranean white that Trish had wanted and the Italian pie that Quentin had longed for, along with pitchers of sweet tea and soda.
"I finally have something worthy to contribute to our investigation,"
Savannah announced once the waitress had distributed plastic tumblers filled with ice. Quentin was too busy gluing to bother looking up from his work.
"Do tell,"
Trish prompted.
Savannah turned to Nathan. "When you called Friday night, you said that Brooke's assistant claimed that Brooke and Wesley had fought a few days before she was killed, right?"
"Yes,"
Nathan said.
"Cindy said that the Hugheses had an argument on the phone, but she didn't know what it was about. Cooper and I didn't believe her, but we couldn't think how to press her any further."
"That's just fine, because Brooke's librarian friend, Deanna, knew all about their quarrel. The subject of the fight was Caleb, their son."
Trish clucked her tongue.
"Parents often argue about their children. Which school should they go to? Which friends should they have? Do they look good in yellow? All sorts of things."
Savannah nodded and went on.
"Caleb is a graduate student at Georgetown University. At least he was. He was in his second year of business school, but he'd been doing so poorly that he dropped out without telling his parents."
"Oh, man,"
Quentin exclaimed.
My folks would have killed me.
There's more, Savannah continued. The reason behind his slipping grades was alcohol-related. Caleb finally came clean to his dad, and Wesley checked him into a treatment center 2 days before Brooke was killed. He didn't want to tell Brooke until after their anniversary celebration, but Caleb called Brooke at work and admitted everything.
Wesley was trying to protect Brooke from hurtful news, so why was she ticked off?
Bryant sounded indignant. Caleb is Brooke's son, too, Trish countered. No mother wants to be kept in the dark when it comes to her children. Keeping secrets is not the way parenting or marriages work.
Perfect timing,
Nathan declared as their pizzas arrived. When everyone was served, he glanced at his friends.
Guys, I hope we haven't misjudged Wesley Hughes. I'm surprised to learn that he kept something so serious from his wife.
We haven't misjudged him, Savannah said soothingly. Deanna said that Brooke and Wesley rarely fought, and that they'd already patched things up within hours of the argument over the phone. Wesley made a poor choice, but his motives were pure. According to Deanna, Brooke had forgiven Wesley by supper time the same day.
Where does that leave us?
Jake demanded.
I believe Cindy's an integral part of our investigation.
Nathan looked at Cooper for approval. She nodded.
But since she's already involved with a married man, trying to flirt information out of her isn't going to work. How about some female bonding?
Bryant suggested. Trish examined her hands. You're onto something there, Mr. Weatherman. Did either of you happen to notice whether she was wearing nail polish? Nathan shrugged, but Cooper remembered the pink polish on Cindy's nails. Yes, her nails were bubblegum pink and perfectly even. Women talk to other women at nail salons. Trish clicked her own acrylic beauties together. I've heard some pretty intimate details from complete strangers over a full set. If someone else can follow Cindy around for a few days to see which salon she goes to, then I can drop in when she's getting a manicure and have a friendly chat. I'm sure I'll think of a way to bring up Hazel's name.
Seeing as I set my own schedule, I'll tell Cindy,
Nathan said. Jake helped himself to a second slice of grilled chicken pizza.
Wish I had my own schedule, but backed-up septic systems wait for no man.
I think you should come too, Trish said to Cooper. Cooper shook her head. No, she's seen me before. Only in your uniform, right? Trish argued. And if you're getting a pedicure, you can listen in on our talk and signal me if I've missed anything. She'll never know you're there. Cooper twirled a piece of mozzarella around her finger, thinking how ridiculous it was to have her toes polished and painted. She couldn't think of a bigger waste of time or money, and frankly, she didn't relish the idea of someone touching her feet. Wearing work boots and heavy socks 5 days a week didn't make for soft heels and toes. I don't know. She began, but didn't get to finish her sentence.
I've got it.
Quentin shot to a standing position. Then, just as quickly, he sat back down, expelling a loud breath.
Hazel's last name is Wharton. Hazel Wharton. Lady, we found you at last.
Bryant pushed back his chair.
I'll ask our waitress for a phone book.
The Sunrise members were on the edge of their seats as Bryant scanned the list of Whartons in the white pages.
Here she is.
He hollered in jubilation and whipped out his cell phone. What are you going to say to her? Savannah asked, concerned. Bryant waved her off, forgetting that she probably couldn't see his dismissive gesture. A few seconds passed before he snapped his cell phone closed.
So much for solving the enigma known as Hazel Wharton.
He groaned.
We've reached another dead end. Hazel's number's been disconnected.
11. I've been beside myself trying to figure out what your voicemail meant, Ashley said late Monday afternoon. Cooper had just returned from exercising Columbus and was surprised to see her younger sister pacing in front of the Hawk's cage, her spiky heels clicking on the blue flagstones. Uncrossing her arms over a silky fuchsia crewneck, Ashley whipped off a pair of tortoiseshell sunglasses with oversized lenses and focused her cerulean gaze on her sister. Your message said that you had a mission for me. Well? She flicked her glasses against her hip impatiently. What is it? After settling Columbus back in his aviary, Cooper stripped off her father's leather gloves and motioned for her sister to follow her to her apartment. Come on up. I need to wash my hands. As they walked, she eyed Ashley's stylish ensemble. "You going someplace special?" Ashley smiled.
"Lincoln's taking me to dinner, but he had to work late, so he's gonna meet me at Little Venice, that darling little Italian restaurant we love."
She issued a smug sigh.
"I relish our intimate dinners, but I'll be at the gym all week if I order pasta and tiramisu."
Following Cooper to the kitchen sink, Ashley scrutinized her sister's face.
"Have you been plucking your own brows?"
Cooper ran her fingers over her brows.
"Yes, but how can you tell?" "How can I tell?"
Ashley threw her arms out in mock horror.
"Because it looks like Daddy went after you with a miniature weed whacker."
Examining her reflection in the toaster, Cooper frowned. "I guess they're a bit uneven, but once I started plucking, I just kept going." Ashley sank down at the kitchen table.
"Leave your brows to the professionals, Coop. Even the best of us can't do a perfect arch."
Setting 2 glasses of fresh lemonade on the table, Cooper sat down opposite Ashley. "Speaking of appointments, are you planning on having your nails done this week?" Ashley spread out her graceful fingers and examined the petal pink polish on her rounded nails.
"Probably on Thursday. I like them to look fresh for my tennis league practice on Friday."
Even though Cooper considered the notion of having polished nails for a sporting event rather absurd, she nodded as though she understood completely. "Would you be willing to go to a different nail salon for the sake of aiding our investigation?" Ashley's face grew animated.
"Do you have a lead?"
After taking a sip of the tart lemonade, Cooper gave Ashley a summary of meeting Cindy, visiting Eliza, and the possible significance of Hazel Wharton, whose whereabouts were still unknown.
"Seems like you and Nathan are really bonding over this whole detective thing,"
Ashley said.
"Have things turned romantic yet?"
Cooper stirred her lemonade. "So far we've had dinner. Just dinner. But let's not get off subject. I need you to bump into Cindy and find out where and when she gets her nails done. Once we know that, Trish will try to finagle some info about Hazel from her." Cooper hesitated. "I can tell you where she works and what her car looks like. So you might have to tail her, and it may take a few days. After all, Cindy has 2 kids and might drive straight home from work to be with them."
"No way,"
Ashley argued.
"If she's got 2 kids, she needs to hit the grocery store several times a week. If not there, then a drugstore, toy store, or the library. Or heck, maybe even the liquor store. The working moms I know seem to be pretty stressed out these days. They all have a superwoman complex."
Ashley shook her head in sympathy.
"Don't worry. I'll find out which nail salon she uses. You can count on me."
Relieved, Cooper poured her sister more lemonade. "Are you sure you're not too busy?" Ashley tossed a golden lock behind her shoulder.
"I'm the chairwoman of 3 benefits, so yes, I'm busy. But I'll trail Cindy in exchange for the answer to 2 simple questions."
"Which are?" Cooper asked guardedly, handing her sister a piece of paper containing a map of Capital City's campus, a physical description of Cindy, and a photo of an older Honda Civic. Ashley accepted the paper and leaned forward, her diamond cross pendant clinking against the glass tumbler.
"The first question is, did Nathan kiss you at the end of your dinner date?"
"It wasn't a date, and no, he didn't even try to kiss me." She fibbed, recalling the moment at Nathan's house when he had pushed his plate aside and reached for her hand. If the phone hadn't rung, it was possible that their clasping of hands might have led to a kiss. Nathan had certainly been looking at her as if he wanted to kiss her.
"Yoo-hoo!"
Ashley waved her hands in front of Cooper's face.
"I guess I don't need to ask my second question. The answer's written all over your face."
Scowling, Cooper removed the tumblers from the table and placed them in the sink. "What was your question?" Ashley stood and tucked a banana-shaped purse under her arm.
"Did you want to kiss him? Because I think you did,"
she added complacently. After touching up her frosty pink lipstick, Ashley rose and opened the apartment door.
"I'll call as soon as I have the information,"
she said in a raspy bass voice, and then giggled at her attempt to sound like a tough guy.
"In the meantime, you need to get those fixed."
She pointed at Cooper's brows. "If you and Nathan are going to start smooching, he'll be very close to your pretty face." Nathan was relieved to hear that Ashley had agreed to tail Cindy, as one of his clients' websites had been invaded by a nasty computer virus, and it would take him at least 2 days to undo the damage.
Those Trojan horse viruses can be downright malicious,
Nathan told Cooper.
They chew up files in the hard drive like a garbage truck. I'd never have been able to follow Cindy around and fix this problem. Thank your sister for me.
Cooper promised to do so. Sounds like you've got your work cut out for you. Will your client lose business because of the virus?
They already have,
Nathan said, sounding glum.
And it's one of my biggest accounts. In fact, it's the client who interrupted our dinner Saturday night. I detest the firewall then because they were already experiencing some glitches on the site.
Cooper went very still. Who's the client, if you don't mind me asking?
RichmondMatchmaker.com,
Nathan said.
But they won't be clients for much longer if I don't get this issue resolved. I'd better run. Good luck with Cindy. Call me later if you learn anything of interest.
Placing her cell phone on the work van's dashboard, Cooper sank back against the seat and looked outside at what was truly a glorious afternoon. The creamy white dogwood blossoms lining Make It Work's parking lot were nestled among clusters of verdant leaves. The trees cast gentle shadows upon groupings of pink and purple petunias, and the flower beds were carpeted in dark, rich mulch. Bees and butterflies hummed and buzzed, and the air was filled with birdsong. He didn't lie to me, Cooper murmured. I've been frosty to him for no reason. Cooper finished her last job repairing a copier at a pediatrician's office with a feeling of anticipation. Within the next hour, Ashley would be tailing Cindy's Honda Civic. Cooper was already picturing her sister zipping around the capital city parking lot with the convertible top of her Lexus coupe retracted, the latest American Idol soundtrack booming through the car's powerful speakers. I should have told her to be subtle. Cooper chided herself. After parking the van, Cooper went inside the office, spent a few minutes cleaning her tools, and then changed out of her uniform into a pair of jeans and a paprika-colored T-shirt. As she was rinsing out her coffee mug in the break room, Ben limped in, looking like he carried the weight of the world on his shoulders. "Rough workout at the gym?" Cooper asked, seeing how he favored his left leg. Ben blinked as though surprised not to find himself alone in the room.
"You could say that,"
he muttered and removed a protein shake from the fridge. While he was guzzling his shake, Cooper examined Ben's thin frame. "I think you're bulking up a bit, Ben." She complimented him in hopes of making him smile. "You going to the gym now?" Ben tossed his empty shake can into the trash can with unnecessary force and wiped his lips with a paper towel. His hands were shaking slightly.
"Anywhere but home,"
he said darkly.
"The only men welcome there go by the name of Jim Beam or Johnny Walker."
And with that, Ben stormed out of the room. Cooper was still trying to digest Ben's remark when her cell phone rang. "I did it!" Ashley cried. "Cindy was so easy to spot. I mean, she has good taste in clothes, but she just doesn't know how to put pieces together. She was wearing chartreuse and black, which is a great combination. But with these beige pumps and that off-white hobo purse from—" "Ashley," Cooper interjected before her sister could launch into an in-depth analysis of Cindy's outfit. "Were you able to speak to her?" "I sure did. She only went to one store, a place called Wine Lovers. She took a long time picking out a Pinot Noir. I broke the ice by recommending a bottle of Castle Rock. I remember you telling me she was a single mom, so I figured she wouldn't want to spend more than $20. So I was mighty surprised when she decided on a bottle of Acacia for more than twice that." Cooper fought to contain her impatience as Ashley rambled on about how Lincoln had helped her develop a more sophisticated palate. "The nails, Ashley." "Oh, I'm just having a bit of fun, Cooper." Ashley was capable of injecting a fat-lipped pout into her voice when she wanted to. "I thought you might be interested in the fact that her clothes, her wine, and that $2,000 Tiffany bracelet she's wearing seem rather fancy for a secretary." "I told you about her and the married man," Cooper said. "Well, he must be doing all right," Ashley said with a trace of admiration. "Anyway, Cindy uses a really nice nail place in Short Pump Mall. She has a 5:30 appointment tomorrow for a full set." She paused. "Go on. Tell me that I'm a genius." Cooper frowned. "What's a full set? Trish mentioned it the other day, and I've no idea what that means." "For goodness sake, Coop, do you live under a rock beneath a layer of concrete?
A full set refers to having acrylic nails applied over your natural nails.
Cooper could hear Ashley's garage door creaking open.
Personally, I prefer to get weekly manicures and show off the healthy state of my own nails, but I'm very dedicated when it comes to applying cuticle cream and taking vitamin E and keratin pills every day.
Cooper rolled her eyes.
Thank you, Ashley. You found out exactly what we needed to know. Now Trish can do her thing. You're welcome. And I'd volunteer to come along, but it would look kind of strange if I showed up at the salon when Cindy does. Plus, I have my Roofs Overhead committee meeting. We're holding a black tie fundraiser to buy a home in Churchill for a needy family. That means another new dress for me.
Ashley turned off her car engine.
I'm home, Coop. But let me give you a teeny piece of advice before you get a pedicure tomorrow.
Cooper's stomach roiled at the thought.
What? Shave your legs,
Ashley said, giggling.
I can't wait to hear what color you pick. There's a really nice OPI rose shade called Aphrodite's Pink Nighty. Might get you in the right mood for your next encounter with Nathan.
I can pick out my own polish, thanks, Cooper muttered, though she hadn't used polish on her toes for years. It had only taken 2 days for it to chip off inside her work boots, so she hadn't bothered to paint her toes since.
If you're really feeling daring, there's the Australia collection.
Ashley went on unhindered.
You can get Tasmanian Devil Made Me Do It. Who knows? You might drive right over to Nathan's afterward and be a bad, bad girl.
Goodbye, Ashley, Cooper shouted, and hung up to the sound of her sister's laughter.
Finally, I can do something useful to help, Trish exclaimed when Cooper called to tell her about Cindy's nail appointment. Ever since Wesley was jailed, I've been listening and puzzling, but not acting. I can't wait to use my people skills on this little lamb.
I'd consider Cindy more wolf than sheep, Cooper cautioned, and I'm glad I won't be in your shoes because I don't think it'll be easy to get information out of her.
Leave it to me, Trish said confidently. I'll expect to see you in one of the pedicure chairs by the time Cindy and I arrive at 5:30.
Cooper saluted the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
At 5:10 that Wednesday afternoon, Cooper stepped inside the nail salon and was welcomed by burning incense and soft instrumental music. A group of lovely young Asian women immediately looked up from their work and said, "Hello," while an older woman approached the tiny reception podium and smiled.
I have an appointment for a pedicure for 5:15,
Cooper told her. The woman traced a crimson nail down the length of an appointment book.
Yes, come this way, please.
She led Cooper to the back of the salon and pointed to a petite Asian girl who looked no older than 17.
Minnie will do your pedicure.
Minnie gave a low bow and began to fill the pedicure tub with water. She then sprinkled some green powder into the bath and put a hand on a padded leather seat attached to the tub unit, indicating that Cooper should sit down. Slightly embarrassed by her footwear, Cooper removed her work shoes and white ankle socks and climbed into the luxurious chair. She slid her feet into the water and was pleasantly shocked by the warmth in the massage jets.
You pick a color?
Minnie looked around, frowning. Cooper shook her head. She hadn't realized that she needed to select a shade before the pedicure began.
Would you choose one for me?
Minnie nodded, pleased. She gathered her shiny cascade of blue-black hair, twisted it fiercely in one hand and pinned it up with a clip, using the other hand.
You soak,
she directed, turned off the tap, and then pointed at a stack of magazines alongside Cooper's chair.
You can read those,
she added, and then walked off toward the chrome wall shelf containing dozens of bottles of nail polish. Cooper decided that having a magazine available to obscure her face from Cindy's view was a good idea, so she selected the most recent edition of Vogue from the thick pile. Taking note of the gorgeous brunette on the cover, modeling one of this summer's trendy strapless tank dresses, Cooper flipped the magazine open to a page issuing advice to women on recovering from an unexpected breakup. She read a few lines of the advice and was satisfied to discover that she had already followed several of the writer's sensible suggestions, including creating a fresh circle of friends. However, Cooper was too distracted by the perfume ad on the opposite page to read any further. The ad for bondage showed a woman draped along the length of a couch, clad in a clingy gold dress. She also wore a thick gold necklace resembling a collar and a bracelet that reminded Cooper of a manacle. A white tiger knelt at her feet, wearing a gold collar similar to the model's necklace. A man dressed in nothing but a white towel knelt by the woman's head, offering her a bottle of perfume on a gilt tray. Cooper took a deep sniff of the perfumed strip enclosed in the magazine and instantly recoiled. To her, bondage smelled like some of the natural pesticides she and her father used in their garden.
"You don't like color."
Minnie sounded hurt. Cooper shut the magazine and flushed. Sorry, I didn't know you were back." She took the bottle of polish Minnie held out in her childlike hand. It was a brownish pink called dulce de leche. "It's perfect," Cooper said. "Thank you." Offering a tiny bow and smile, Minnie returned to the black stool by Cooper's feet and pulled a wheeled tray closer to her side. Nervously, Cooper noted an assortment of sharp metal objects on the tray. Minnie raised a pair of clippers and prepared to clip Cooper's big toe, but the second the metal connected with Cooper's body, she jerked her foot away. Minnie looked up at her in surprise. "Sorry, this is my first time. I'll try to sit still," Cooper promised. Minnie smiled.
"I take good care of you."
"I'm sure you will." Relaxing, Cooper reopened the magazine and glanced at her watch. 10 minutes to go until Cindy would appear. Cooper winced as Minnie removed the dead skin around her toes with sharp cuticle nippers. Unintentionally, she twitched and squirmed as the aggressive metal tool took little nibbles of flesh from her toes. Just as Minnie took a firmer hold of Cooper's foot, Cindy walked through the door. Cooper could see that Trish was only seconds behind the secretary. In fact, Cindy had to hold the door open for her. Trish thanked Cindy and then immediately asked her where she'd purchased her handbag. By the time they were seated side by side, the two women were in the midst of an animated exchange regarding their favorite Richmond boutiques. Cooper raised her magazine to partially block her face and watched Cindy and Trish. She was so absorbed in their instant camaraderie that she barely noticed Minnie pulling the plug in the tub. As the water disappeared down the drain, Cooper grew worried. Trish hadn't even begun to interrogate Cindy. "Am I done already?"
"Not yet. This is a good part,"
Minnie said, brandishing a bottle of pink lotion.
"I turn on chair for you."
Minnie reached for a remote control dangling from the side of Cooper's chair and pressed 2 buttons. Immediately, the cushions behind Cooper's back began to churn in a soft, motorized purr. Leaning deeper into the chair, Cooper sighed as the padded knob circled around her back. Minnie squirted a line of pink lotion on Cooper's left leg and then spread the cream from her kneecap to the tips of her toes. Cooper closed her eyes as Minnie began to knead the muscles of her calf. The combination of the chair massage and leg rub caused Cooper to slide into a state of deep relaxation. The magazine slipped from her lap and onto the floor, and her thoughts began to wander. As her breathing slowed and Minnie pressed her powerful thumbs into the aching arches of Cooper's feet, she suddenly had a vision of Nathan, hard at work at home surrounded by his beloved Star Wars figures. "He keeps popping into my head," she marveled as her shoulders sagged deeper into the chair.
"It feels good?"
Minnie asked. Cooper's eyes opened and she suddenly remembered that she was supposed to be listening to the conversation between Trish and Cindy. "Yes, it does. You're very strong, Minnie," she told the young technician and reclaimed her magazine from the floor. The noise of the drills hovering over Cindy and Trish's nails had ceased, and the sound of the women's laughter filled the void. With the exception of a client receiving a manicure, Trish, Cindy, and Cooper were the only patrons in the salon. "I had the most annoying client," Trish was saying, loud enough for Cooper to hear. "She called me all the time, at home, at work, on my cell. Seriously, I couldn't even get my roots touched up in peace." Trish flicked her violet eyes in Cooper's direction, as if to alert her conspirator that she was about to get to the heart of the matter with Cindy. "You're so lucky to be an administrative assistant," Trish gushed when she'd completed her tirade. "When your day is done, it's done. No one calls you at all hours." Cindy clearly didn't like being one-upped.
"Oh, I've had my share of folks pestering me. This one crazy lady called every day for over 2 months. I kept telling her that there was no problem with her credit card statement, but she wouldn't believe me. Finally, I told her to call my boyfriend in the IT department, and I thought I had finally gotten rid of her."
"What happened?" Trish asked, her fascination only slightly exaggerated. Cindy looked pleased to have completely captivated Trish's attention.
She actually showed up at my desk with her bill, and get this, an old adding machine. She started adding up her charges and then demanded to see my boss. What a fruitcake.
Trish uttered a shallow laugh. She must have been nuts. Did she look like she was on something? Trish lowered her voice. You know, like drugs?
Oh, no.
Cindy waved off the suggestion just as her nail technician tried to apply the first coat of polish.
She was a tiny old black woman with glasses as thick as my wrist. I have more designer purses than that Hazel lady has teeth.
She added cruelly. Trish pretended to shiver at the image, but Cooper knew that the mention of Hazel's name was what had startled her. What did she want? Cindy's face immediately clouded over.
Oh, the usual complaint, she said. But I know she just didn't want to pay her bill. That's what it always comes down to. I never actually listened to her crazy idea about what was wrong with her statement, and I called security as soon as she started yelling at me and shaking her adding machine in my face. Can you imagine?
You poor thing. Trish cried and patted Cindy's thin arm. I hope she never bothered you again. Cindy shrugged.
I think she called one more time, but after that she must have given up.
She sighed.
Her account's closed anyway, so she's got nothing more to complain about.
Wow, she must have really gotten mad to have canceled her card. I don't know what I'd do without my credit card. Trish looked horrified by the possibility.
Me either,
Cindy agreed.
Especially with 2 kids. They need something all the time. New shoes, new coats, sports equipment. More. They think I'm some kind of walking ATM.
Trish nodded. Exactly. So, I can't see how that woman could cancel her card. Everyone knows Capital City has the best interest rates.
We are the best,
Cindy said proudly.
But Hazel didn't cancel her card. Someone in our company canceled it for her. Had to be a bigwig. I don't have that kind of power.
Trish and Cooper exchanged glances, and then Cooper looked down at her feet. Minnie was applying a top coat of clear polish over 2 thick coats of dulce de leche.
They're really nice,
she said, delighted at the result. She liked both the shade and the neatness of her evenly filed toenails.
You have other shoes?
Minnie pointed at Cooper's work boots.
I hadn't thought of that,
Cooper admitted in dismay.
Will my toes get messed up if I put them back in my shoes?
Minnie nodded.
We give you some,
she assured her client, and walked to the back of the salon. By the time she returned with a pair of yellow foam flip-flops, Trish and Cindy had relocated to a new set of chairs, stationed at a machine that seemed to dry wet nails, using an ultraviolet light.
I'm going to my boyfriend's Little League game tomorrow night. He's a coach,
Cooper heard Cindy saying as Minnie slipped on the foam flip-flops.
Me too,
Trish declared. A good friend of mine is an assistant coach. How funny.
Which field is your boyfriend's team playing on? One of those Tuckahoe fields.
Cindy abruptly stood up to leave, obviously not wanting to discuss the subject any further.
It was nice chatting with you. I need to get my kids from the sitters. We might run into each other at the baseball field tomorrow. If you see me, don't think I'm stalking you,
Trish teased.
And if I don't bump into you, remember to call me if you have any real estate needs. I'm the best.
Holding her spread fingers in the air, Cindy smiled and opened the salon door with her hip and exited. Once she was out of sight, Cooper stepped awkwardly down from her pedicure chair and shuffled to the front to pay for the service.
I'll call the Sunrise members,
Trish said, joining her. It's time to learn a bit more about this boyfriend of Cindy's. Maybe he's the bigwig who closed Hazel's account. I'll call Nathan, Savannah, and Quentin, Cooper offered, so you're not on the phone all night.
That's a deal.
Trish glanced at Cooper's toes. How did you like your pedicure? I loved it, and it was a treat to see you in your element, Cooper said. You did a great job getting Cindy to talk. Beaming at the compliment, Trish thanked her, said goodbye, and stepped out of the salon, her heels clicking on the brick walkway leading toward the parking lot. Cooper tried to follow at a similar pace, but could only shuffle carefully on her paper-thin sandals. Settling herself into the Jeep, Cooper noticed the mangled state of the foam slippers. She gingerly removed the temporary flip-flops, tossed them on the passenger seat, and cranked up the stereo. Driving home with the windows down and Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds blaring out of her speaker, Cooper wiggled her bare feet with pleasure. 12. Thursday arrived with the full glory of spring. Cooper ate a quick breakfast of maple and brown sugar instant oatmeal, and then grabbed her travel mug and the gift box she had carefully wrapped in Betty Boop paper the night before. It was May 8th, a famous day in history for Truman fans. He was born in 1884. Lovers of aviation, the first transatlantic flight took place, and Beatlemaniacs, the Beatles released their Let It Be album in the United Kingdom. May 8th was also Angela's birthday, though she would tell no one in what year this auspicious event had occurred. Angela's fellow employees of Make It Work always tried to make her feel special on this day as a way of thanking her for being the heart and soul of their company. Mr. Farmer paid for lunch and often bought Angela flowers or a small gift on behalf of all the employees. Several birthday celebrations ago, Angela had declared that she would like to be surprised for her next birthday, as no one had ever succeeded in surprising her. After that statement, made over 4 years ago, her co-workers had steadily failed to live up to the task. Angela always seemed to know that they had reserved a private room for a luncheon at Maggiano's, hired a magician, arranged for the Domino's delivery man to arrive with a large pizza pie, upon which Angela's name was spelled out with pieces of pepperoni, or splurged on a day's worth of spa treatments. This year, the gang had decided to buy Angela gifts to celebrate her love of vintage items, and Mr. Farmer had promised to order her a cake that would knock her false eyelashes right off. Driving to work, Cooper listened to her favorite morning radio show, Breakfast with the Beatles. She pulled into a parking space just as the final bars of Hey Jude were drifting away and felt confident that it was going to be a marvelous day. Inside the Make It Work office, Mr. Farmer was fussing over Angela's desk, where he was apparently trying to decide where to place a gift bag stuffed with colorful tissue paper. "Good morning," Cooper greeted her boss. Mr. Farmer gave her a quick wave and then gestured at the present tucked under Cooper's arm.
"How can we surprise Angela? She knows everything that goes on around here. I've made all of the phone calls regarding her cake from my car, but I'll bet that she already knows the flavor of the frosting."
Cooper watched her boss as he glanced at the date on Angela's calendar. May 8th had been circled with red ink. Mr. Farmer, who rarely left the sanctuary of his office, frowned at the calendar. Sweat speckled his wrinkled brow, causing his mostly bald head to look even shinier than usual. "No offense, sir, but you're not a very good poker player, are you?" Mr. Farmer nervously scratched the center of his round head and shrugged.
"It's me, isn't it? I give the secret away every time. What should I do?"
He looked so eager to surprise Angela that Cooper took his gift bag from his clammy hand and smiled reassuringly. "First, we need to hide these presents. Secondly, you should leave for the day. You're not supposed to be out of the office, and Angela won't expect a sudden absence. She'll be expecting you to hover around her desk, something you only do when we're planning some kind of party. Getting you out of Dodge will help with the surprise part."
"I hover? Really?"
Mr. Farmer stroked the dome of his head in bewilderment.
"I could take my laptop to the Starbucks down the road. What else?"
"Well, we always do something for Angela around lunchtime. If we all pretend like today is a regular day, then Angela will think we actually forgot her birthday. We'll surprise her this afternoon before we all go home." She looked at her boss. "Can you set up the cake in the back of a van a few minutes before 5? Mr. Farmer smiled, his pudgy features transformed with delight.
"Back of the van. Got it. Good thinking, Cooper. You tell the others the plan. I'd better get out of here before Angela shows up. She's never been late a day in her life,"
he added with admiration. As her boss scuttled off, Cooper couldn't help but wonder if her taciturn employer had a soft spot for Angela after all. He was acting more interested in pleasing the office manager than most bosses did. And why not, Cooper thought. He's single, she's single. Perhaps Angela's conspicuous flirting had finally penetrated his hermit-like defenses. Less than 2 minutes later, Angela arrived in a cloud of heady perfume and a tight black skirt trimmed with black ruffles. She wore a butter-yellow blouse and a necklace of bulbous white beads. Her platinum hair was puffed out, even bigger than usual, and her long nails were as red as a clown's nose. Her 4-inch heels created a perky staccato as she sauntered to her place behind her desk.
Good morning, Cooper. Her voice sang out. Fabulous day, isn't it?
The penciled lines that formed her eyebrows rose up and down suggestively. Sure is. What's my first stop today? Cooper asked as cheerfully as she would on any other morning, but gave no indication that the day was special for any reason. Angela hesitated, searching Cooper's blank features. She then glanced down at her appointment book.
Short Pump Elementary, broken copier and laminator.
Ugh, I hate those laminating machines, Cooper complained. More trouble than they're worth.
Don't worry, darling.
Angela smiled knowingly.
You should be done in time for lunch.
Cooper collected her toolbox and a set of van keys and was just about to exit the office when Angela blocked her path.
Where's Mr. Farmer?
She demanded.
He's never late.
He mentioned having some work to do off-site, but that's all he said. Cooper shrugged. You know him, he doesn't waste words. Angela flipped through her appointment book.
I don't have any off-site meetings written down. I'll just get him on his cell.
The determined click of her heels sounded across the floor as she returned to her desk. Hiding her grin, Cooper loaded her tools in the van and drove to the elementary school. As soon as she'd signed the visitor's log in the front office, the secretary led her to a vestibule outside the principal's office where the malfunctioning laminator and copier sat. Cooper frowned. She'd repaired this copier, a Toshiba eStudio 28, several times before, and knew that it was only a matter of time before the outdated and overused machine finally collapsed. The mechanical dinosaur had been fitted with so many replacement parts that it now resembled a science fair project. Cooper shook her head in sympathy. The copier needed to be scrapped, but she suspected the school lacked the funds to buy a new one. Working on the spent machine was bound to be depressing, so Cooper decided to tackle the laminator first. She disliked dealing with the contraption that covered everything fed into its aperture with a slick plastic coating, but she knew that the teachers had come to rely on the machine. The last time Cooper had been called to fix the laminator, an agitated young teacher had found herself stuck in the middle of a massive project in which she was laminating the shapes of each of the 50 states. The machine started malfunctioning as it was fed North Dakota and refused to budge until Cooper arrived. She had had to disassemble the entire laminator, and North Dakota had been destroyed in the process. But the teacher had been so pleased that her favorite piece of equipment was fixed that she didn't mind having to draw a replacement state. After repairing the laminator again, Cooper began work on the tired copier, coaxing belts, levers, knobs, and rollers into action. As her skilled hands worked their magic, she enjoyed listening to the laughter and delighted shrieks of children coming from the playground. Echoes of a merry song about rainbows drifted down the wide halls and made Cooper smile. She was just replacing the back panel when an older woman holding the hand of a young boy with enormous brown eyes and a freckled face appeared next to the copier. "Oh, thank goodness." The woman beamed at Cooper. "Is it ready to go?" Cooper cast a solemn glance at the machine. "For now, it might make it to the end of the school year, but I can't promise anything."
"Is it sick?"
the little boy asked, his brows creasing in concern. Unsure of how to reply, Cooper looked to the teacher for help. "It's just old, Brandon. It's tired and would like a rest. Kinda like me. Now, let's run off these tulip templates so we can finish our April showers May flowers board, shall we?" Brandon nodded, staring at Cooper as she put away her tools. When his teacher released his hand, the boy edged closer to Cooper.
"Why do you have two different color eyes?"
he whispered. After a brief hesitation, Cooper bent down and looked at the boy. "I had an accident," she said in a soft voice, "and I got a new green eye to replace the blue one I lost. See?" She pointed at the dazzling emerald iris.
"Cool."
The boy was clearly impressed.
"You're like a robot."
"Brandon." The teacher turned from the machine. "Hush now. You come over here and press the green start button for me. Can you find the green button?" Brandon was too short to see the keypad, so his teacher lifted him into the air. As soon as he pressed the appropriate button and the copier shuddered to life, the boy focused on Cooper again.
"I didn't know girls used tools."
Brandon pointed at Cooper's toolbox.
I'm going to tell my mommy that she can fix stuff. She always makes Daddy do everything, but he won't if he's watching football.
The teacher nudged Brandon toward the hall and flashed Cooper an apologetic grin. Kindergartners. No filters at all. Cooper smiled. But they're so cute. Bye, Brandon. Back in the front office, Cooper asked the secretary if they had budgeted for a new copier for the following school year. I don't think so, the woman said, her voice filled with concern. We were hoping that one would survive one more year. It won't last that long. You've got 6 months tops. Cooper smoothed the paperwork attached to her clipboard. It's given everything it's got. Next time I come back, I'll have to piece it together with duct tape. The woman sighed. If only we got a fraction of the budget the government spends on frivolities. She began and then stopped herself. Thanks for letting me know. How about the laminator? Oh, that's fine. Temperamental, but good to go for a few more years or so. Cooper replied. That's how most folks would describe me. The secretary laughed and led Cooper out. As planned, the Make-It-Work employees ordered a takeout lunch from Five Guys Burgers and Fries. In the break room, an expectant Angela nibbled on a grilled cheese while watching Ben pack away a mammoth bacon cheeseburger and a mountain of Cajun fries. Cooper and Stewart each had a cheeseburger with extra pickles but shared an order of fries, as one serving was copious enough to fill both of their stomachs.
I thought you were trying to gain muscle weight, Ben, Angela teased. That kind of lunch will only give you a spare tire and a heart attack sometime down the road.
Ben ripped off a chunk of his burger with his front teeth and then, with exaggerated gusto, shoved 4 fries in his mouth at once. Cooper and Angela exchanged worried glances. Ben seemed to have become more and more moody over the past 2 months. It was getting to the point that no one knew how to have a conversation with him anymore. Hey, what's with you, man? Stewart asked while drowning a French fry in a paper cup filled with ketchup. You've been, all bummed out lately. What gives? I'm just hungry. Ben offered an unconvincing smile, and then amended his answer. It's my wife. I'm worried about her. But I don't want to bring her problems to this table. There's not enough room. So let's change the subject, okay?
So?
Angela said a bit too brightly and turned her assessing gaze away from Ben.
Where's Mr. Farmer? Off picking up a Chippendale dancer for my surprise?
Her coworker smirked. Now that would be interesting. Stewart snorted. Can you see our boss driving over here with a stripper? Trying to make small talk? I could see it happening if the stripper read Popular Mechanics, Ben quipped, displaying traits of his old self. The two of them could talk about nanoprocessors as the dancer slathered himself with oil. Angela checked her watch.
There's only 5 minutes left on our lunch break, so y'all must have something going on. I really don't know what it is this year.
Cooper got up from the table in the employee kitchen and threw out her trash. All we have going on is work. I'm off to service the medical center's machines. Got lenses to clean and toner to change. See you guys. See ya, Stewart called back as he maneuvered the rest of the fries closer. Angela opened her mouth to speak, but her red lips closed again, pulling down into a severe frown. She's the one who wanted to be surprised, Cooper thought, and hoped that Angela's anguish would be alleviated by the late afternoon celebration. Cooper had little time to worry about Angela as she serviced fax machines and copiers in a beehive of doctors' offices. She was so busy that she was almost late to Angela's party. As prearranged, Stewart, Ben, and Mr. Farmer prepared Angela's birthday surprise in the back of one of the company vans. Cooper screeched into a parking spot and joined them, slightly out of breath. Tell me what you think. Her boss led her to another van, which was parked beneath the shade of a blooming pear tree. Soft white petals drifted through the air and created a fragrant carpet on top of the warm asphalt. Mr. Farmer had opened both of the rear doors and tied pink balloons to the handles. Inside, on a pink vinyl tablecloth, he had put Angela's one-of-a-kind cake and an enormous bouquet of pink roses on display. Several fuchsia candles burned on either side of the cake, and Cooper detected the scent of cotton candy. "Mr. Farmer, that cake is amazing," Cooper exclaimed. The large sheet cake was covered with a photo of Marilyn Monroe as she appeared in Gentlemen Prefer Blondes, wearing a pink satin dress, pink satin gloves, and chunky diamond necklace. This Marilyn had been given Angela's face. The photo image, created using edible icing, or so Mr. Farmer assured them, was framed with dozens and dozens of miniature pink roses. It was truly a work of art.
How can we get that? Stuart looked worried. It would be kind of gross to eat a piece of Angela's face. Still, I could polish off a few of those roses. He clapped their boss on the back. Good work, Mr. Farmer. I only got her an old lunchbox. I got her a teddy bear dressed like Marilyn.
Ben held out the charming bear dressed in a white pleated gown and frowned.
Of course, my wife accused me of cheating on her when she saw the bear in my car, so Angela better like it.
Mr. Farmer shifted uncomfortably.
What did you get her?
He asked Cooper. Some lucette bracelets to add to her vintage costume jewelry collection. Suddenly, Cooper heard the noise of Angela's heels approaching. Here she comes, guys, let's hide. Ben and Mr. Farmer ducked behind one of the van's doors. Cooper hid a few feet away, her back pressed against the side of the van.
Angela?
Stuart called frantically and gestured for Angela to come closer.
I backed into a car with my van. What am I going to do? I'm in huge trouble, right?
Angela's face creased in motherly concern as she hurried over.
Are you okay?
I am, but I don't know if you're going to be, considering you're another year older.
Stuart began.
Surprise!
The others shouted as they popped out from behind the van door.
It's a movie star-themed birthday,
Mr. Farmer declared and handed Angela the gift bag, stuffed with colorful tissue.
Those are DVDs. The 7-Year Itch, Niagara, and How to Marry a Millionaire. I wasn't sure what you had already.
Oh, my stars!
Angela cried joyfully as she accepted the bag and peered into the van.
Will you get a load of that cake? How did you guys get someone to bake something so absolutely perfect?
It wasn't us,
Ben said.
The boss man took charge of this year's party.
In a rush of gratitude, Angela planted a kiss on Mr. Farmer's lips, leaving traces of red lipstick around his mouth. Stunned, he cleared his throat and said,
Open your gifts, Angela.
Twittering with excitement, Angela tore open packages and squealed over each present. After taking scores of photos with Angela's cell phone, they all consumed a large piece of lemon pound cake with strawberry buttercream frosting. After they'd eaten, Mr. Farmer produced a bottle of champagne from a cooler and poured out glasses for his employees.
Just enough to soak your mustaches,
he said.
To the heart of our company, to Angela, our very own Rose.
Tears sprang into Angela's eyes as she saluted her friends with her plastic tumbler.
You did it! You surprised me, all right.
She dabbed at her eyes with a pink napkin.
I was actually beginning to think you forgot about me.
Never,
shouted Stuart and Cooper.
Not us,
added Ben. Mr. Farmer added a tiny splash to Angela's cup and said,
Not possible, Angela, you're unforgettable.
Cooper had never seen Angela so happy. Driving home, Cooper felt a little glum. She was glad to have shared Angela's joyful moment, but the celebration had also reminded her that she might be alone on her next birthday, and possibly for many birthdays after that. Home Depot stop, Cooper said to her reflection. The handle on my screwdriver's cracked after all. Strolling down the power tool aisle, Cooper paused at the section where the drill bits were displayed. This was the exact spot where she'd met Drew, over 5 years ago, and despite herself, the memory of their meeting flooded her mind. She'd been reaching for the last DeWalt 28-piece drill bit set when her hand brushed his.
Sorry,
he'd said.
Did you want those?
She'd smiled and said, I can get the Bosch set.
No, take the DeWalt, I insist.
Drew had gazed at her with those stormy gray-blue eyes, and he'd smiled at her like they'd known each other forever.
I know I'm being nosy, but are the bits for you or someone else?
For me, Cooper had said. I'm helping my dad build a garden fence.
I'm making bookshelves. One of my bits turned to dust when I started drilling the concrete floor instead of a screw. That's what I get for watching SportsCenter while I'm working.
He'd paused and run a hand through his wavy hair.
Listen, I don't normally hit on beautiful women in Home Depot, but would you like to grab an Italian sausage with me? There's a kiosk right outside the front door, so you can easily ditch me if you want.
Cooper's heart had fluttered. This charming, gorgeous man wanted to have lunch with her. "I'd love to," she'd said. And that had been the beginning of many meals and many smiles.
"May I help you, miss?"
A Home Depot employee wearing an orange apron inquired helpfully, breaking Cooper's reverie. "No, thanks." She held up the screwdriver she planned to purchase. "This is all I need." As Cooper turned the corner at the end of the aisle, she came face to face with the man of her daydream. There, right in front of her, was Drew. Only he wasn't alone. A petite redhead with porcelain skin and wide ocean blue eyes held his arm. Drew saw Cooper and paled at the sight of her. Then, without breaking eye contact, he pulled Anna Lynn toward Cooper and formally introduced them as though they were at a cocktail party. Cooper shook hands with Anna Lynn, who smiled warmly and said, "I've heard wonderful things about you. It's nice to put a face to the name." Too dumbfounded to respond, Cooper looked back at Drew, who also seemed to be at a loss for words.
"Are you doing okay?"
he asked after several seconds of awkward silence.
"Yeah, I'm good,"
she murmured, longing to escape from the one person who'd been her whole world for so many years. She was shocked over how painful it was to see him with Anna Lynn. Yet here she stood, exchanging meaningless small talk while the fissures in her heart threatened to crack it into pieces.
"I'm glad I ran into you. It gives me the chance to tell you in person."
Drew spoke rapidly.
Anna Lynn and I are engaged."
"Drew," Anna Lynn cautioned. "No woman wants to hear that about her ex. Not like this." She turned a sympathetic glance on Cooper. "I'm sorry. We really should get going, but it was really nice to have met you." Anna Lynn began to pull Drew away, but he reached out to squeeze Cooper's shoulder.
"I wish you the best, Coop."
And with that, the happy couple walked down the electrical aisle and disappeared from sight. Cooper stood in front of the lamp display, too stunned to move. Engaged? Cooper posed her question to the air. It was hard to breathe, almost impossible to move. Barely conscious of what she was doing, Cooper's palm brushed against a display of lit bulbs. The bulb burned her skin and she jerked her hand away. The sensation of physical pain seemed to force reality upon her like an electric shock. "He's gone," she muttered. "And he's never coming back." Suddenly the giant store felt claustrophobic. Tossing the screwdriver she'd meant to purchase at the base of the lamp, Cooper hustled outside and drove home. Once there, she moved listlessly through the vegetable garden and her greenhouse, and finding no comfort in either of those places, crossed the patio toward the hawk's cage.
"You look as low as my pantyhose after the elastic's given out,"
Granny said, joining Cooper as she stroked the feathers on Columbus's neck. Cooper sighed. She didn't want to see another human being at the moment.
"You'll feel better if you let it out,"
Grammy said.
"You hold on to the blues and they'll squeeze you like a blood pressure cuff. Lord, I hate those things."
Cooper reluctantly told her grandmother about Drew. She then poured out her fear over never finding someone to love as much again, about the possibility of remaining single for the rest of her life. Grammy listened without a single interruption, which was most unusual. She offered no smart-aleck comments or advice. When Cooper was finished talking, Grammy placed a wrinkled hand on her granddaughter's arm and said,
"Come into my room."
Cooper followed her grandmother to her bedroom.
"Sit,"
Grammy commanded and began sifting through a bureau drawer. Little Boyd jumped from his nest on Grammy's pillow to the top of the chest to see if the drawers contained a succulent treat. Grammy kissed him on his pink nose and then removed old jewelry boxes, letters, tissues, postcards, and other sundry items before she found what she was looking for. Placing a yellow handkerchief on the bed, Grammy seated herself next to Cooper.
"I know about feeling like you're drowning, child. There was a time, before my boys were born, that I almost let those blues take charge of my life.
She fingered the handkerchief. "Your grandpa traveled a lot, selling dental supplies. He was often gone, but we was doing okay. After only being married a year, I found I was expecting a baby." Grammy's voice turned to a whisper. But the child wasn't to be. She came too early, while Earl Sr. was in Duluth.
"Oh, Grammy,"
Cooper whispered sympathetically. Steeling herself, Grammy rubbed her bony knees with both hands and stared, unseeing, out the window. "Folks thought I'd be mad at Earl Sr., but I was an empty hole of a woman. I didn't yell or cry or anything. I was frozen like a piece of ice. Losing that baby ripped my heart to shreds." She sighed, remembering what may have been the most painful moment of her life. "When I got out of the hospital, your grandpa picked me up, but he didn't drive me home. He drove us straight to Albuquerque and checked us into a hotel. He told me we'd stay until I was ready to go home, to start living again."
"How long were you there?"
Grammy chuckled, but there was no humor in the sound. 2 weeks. That was enough for me. I started to miss Southern food, my house and garden, my friends. I told Earl I was ready to go, and while we were packing up, he gave me this." She picked up the handkerchief. "He told me that this pin was to remind me that we can get beyond the greatest of hurts if someone loves us. If we just hold on and do our best, the Lord will answer our prayers and see us through. I wore this every day until I gave birth to Earl Jr. Then I didn't need it anymore, so I put it away. Now I want you to have it. Bear your grandpa's words in mind. He was pretty smart at times." Grammy peeled back the soft folds of cloth to reveal a silver butterfly pin. It had a narrow body and delicate filigree wings. When Cooper held it to the light, it twinkled in the palm of her hand like a living creature. Looking at her grandmother's weathered face, Cooper didn't know if she was more thankful for the butterfly or for Grammy's story. She reached out, put her arms around her grandmother's scrawny shoulders and squeezed her gently. "Thank you. I'll wear it all the time." "Or until your most important prayers are answered," Grammy whispered into Cooper's hair. Little Boy leapt onto the bed and mewled. He was jealous of the attention Cooper was receiving. Grammy gathered the enormous tabby into her arms and waved at Cooper with her elbow. "Now, go on with you. It's time for me and Little Boy to watch Jerry Springer." 13. Cooper pinned the butterfly to a moss-colored long-sleeve T-shirt. Standing in front of the bathroom mirror, the woman in the green top and jeans looked like someone on a mission, like someone who was ready to face the future. Inspired and reinvigorated by her dialogue with Grammy, Cooper stopped by her parents' kitchen to say hello before heading out to the baseball game. "Care to join us for dinner, honey?" Maggie asked while opening the oven door to see if the brisket she was cooking was bathing in enough au jus. "We have plenty." "Thanks, Mama." Cooper inhaled the delicious aroma. "But I'm having hot dogs at the Little League game tonight." Maggie scooped gravy over the brisket and eased the oven closed. "You still sleuthin'?" Cooper nodded. "We are. It's taken longer than I thought to gather clues, though. Just think of how the police feel following those kinds of twisty, curvy paths every day, knowing the trail they're on may not ever lead them to the right person," Maggie said. "When I think of those who've lost a loved one to violence, or about those poor parents that may never see their missing children." She dabbed at the tears pooling in her eyes with the edge of the checkered dishcloth. "We're not giving up, Mama," Cooper said quickly, before her mother could dwell on recent headlines. "I think about Brooke Hughes all the time, and her husband was denied bail, so he's mighty down these days. But he has his son to live for." Maggie kissed her daughter on the cheek. "I'm glad I get to see you every single day, my sweet girl. Whenever I have my doubts about this world, I just need to look at one of my babies to know that I did something right." Cooper inhaled the scent of her mother's unique, buttery, forsythia-tinged fragrance. "You do plenty right, Mama," she assured her mother. "I'm off to meet my Bible study friends at the game, but if there's any brisket left, I'd love to make a sandwich with it for work tomorrow." Maggie snorted. "Between your daddy and Grammy, that three-legged dog out back will be lucky to get any. I don't know how Grammy eats so much meat and stays so skinny. Must be the trick to living to a ripe old age." She winked. "But don't worry. I'll fix you up a proper sandwich and put it in your fridge. You have fun now." When Cooper arrived at the Tuckahoe Little League fields, she was amazed at the huge number of minivans and SUVs crowding the parking lots around the 12 playing fields. Cooper had no idea where to meet the rest of the Sunrise gang, so she steered her Jeep around the deepest dips on the dirt road and looked for Nathan's pea-green BMW. Fortunately, she spotted Jake's work van instead. The Mr. Fawcett van was hard to miss. It was painted sky blue with a shiny silver water faucet on each side. Fat water drops with smiling faces dripped from the faucets, and a cartoon plumber wearing white overalls and carrying a wrench was frozen in the act of waving. The slogan on each side of the van read, "Get the drips out of your life." As she approached the first field on the right, Cooper noted that the game was already underway. The Mr. Fawcett kids were dressed in sky blue shirts, while the opposing team wore black jerseys. Cooper was unsurprised to see the capital city logo on the back of the jerseys, but she hadn't expected to see a local news team filming snippets of the game. She scanned the adults on the field, trying to gauge which of the two coaches might be Cindy's boyfriend, but both men were too far away.
"Cooper, over here,"
Nathan called from behind her. Cooper turned to see Nathan hiking over from the direction of the concession building. He was carrying a cardboard tray laden with hot dogs and packets of condiments.
"I got you 2 dogs,"
he said when he'd caught up to her.
"But this doesn't count as me treating you to dinner."
He smiled.
"You free tomorrow night? I thought we'd see a matinee and then eat afterward."
As Cooper looked into Nathan's kind face, she felt a warmth flood through her. She realized that the best way of letting go of the past was to leap into the future. Despite the pain she felt over Drew's engagement, she was now certain that there was nothing left of her old relationship to cling to. "That sounds great," Cooper said and smiled. She touched the butterfly pinned on her T-shirt right above her left collarbone and said a silent prayer of gratitude. She was going to move on. She was going to pursue happiness until she held it in her hand. Unaware of Cooper's inner dialogue, Nathan led her to the bleachers where the Mr. Fawcett fans sat. They climbed up several rows, waving at Quentin and Bryant, who scooted over to make room for their friends and the tray of hot dogs.
"You make a fine waiter, Nathan."
Quentin patted the bleacher beside him, greeted Cooper, and then reached for a hot dog.
"Nice night for a ball game, huh?"
"It is," Cooper agreed and said hello to Bryant.
"We have sodas over here."
Bryant pointed to the bleachers to the right of his hip.
"No diet, though. You okay with full sugar Sprite?"
"I love sugar in all forms," Cooper said, accepting a hot dog and soda. Nathan glanced over at her as the Mr. Fawcett batter swung at a pitch from a very determined-looking 9-year-old. Unfortunately, he missed the pitch completely, and the ball landed in the catcher's mitt with a resounding thump.
"I like that butterfly pin. Is it new?"
"My grandmother gave it to me earlier today." Cooper doctored her hot dog with ketchup. She then added a squiggle of mustard and 3 dollops of sweet relish. "Why is the news crew here?" she asked, wanting to avoid going into any detail about why Grammy had been prompted to give her the pin. He shrugged.
"I don't know. I saw them interviewing Cindy's boyfriend before the game, so we might be able to learn something about him."
He sipped his soda.
"And I'm sure it was her boyfriend, because she blew him a kiss before sitting with the Capital City fans. Too bad her man had his baseball cap pulled so low over his face. Makes it hard to see his features."
He gestured at the opposing bleachers.
"Savannah's our ears on the other side until Trish arrives. She's right next to Cindy, so when Trish joins Savannah, it won't look like she's there to stalk the secretary, just meeting an old friend at a game."
The four friends watched the action on the field for a while. When one of Jake's players hit a home run, they cheered with so much gusto that he arched an eyebrow in their direction. Cooper recognized Jake, but she had no idea which of the two capital city coaches might be Cindy's boyfriend, and Cindy didn't signal to anyone on the field. In fact, she didn't even clap when the capital city team made a good play. As the game progressed, Cooper felt both relaxed and content. During the bottom of the third inning, she leaned back on the bleachers and stared at the silver clouds stretching across the night sky. Every now and then, a star would reveal itself from behind the clouds and wink before vanishing again. By the sixth inning, Cooper had drained her Sprite and wanted another, so she told Nathan that she was heading for the snack bar for a refill. He paused in mid-clap as the Mr. Fawcett team took the field.
"Wait."
He grabbed Cooper's elbow before she could stand up.
"Don't look now, but Trish has arrived. It looks like she brought one of her little dogs. And it's wearing a doggy baseball cap," Quentin exclaimed. "My nephews would get a kick out of that."
"That pooch with the yellow fur tied to the end of the bleacher doesn't seem to approve of Trish's fashion choice for her canine. Look,"
Bryant said, pointing.
"Both dogs are barking their heads off."
Bryant continued.
"Whoa, that woman is sure jerking that poodle around."
They all focused their attention on the poodle's owner, a middle-aged woman with a haggard face and hair drawn tightly into a ponytail shouted at her dog. She then gesticulated angrily at Trish, who scowled but marched to the other end of the bleachers and plunked down next to Savannah. While pouting and throwing dirty looks at the poodle's unpleasant owner, Trish seemed to be complaining to Savannah and Cindy. She had clearly won Cindy's sympathy, for within moments of Trish being seated, the two women had their heads bent and were conversing feverishly. Trish only hesitated long enough to shoot fierce looks at the other dog owner, but Cindy didn't even glance at the other woman. She kept her eyes fixed on the game. Two surly-looking children sat in front of Cindy, throwing popcorn listlessly onto the ground. Cooper wondered if they were Cindy's kids, and for a moment felt a touch of pity for the single mom. When Cindy leaned over to reprimand the preteens, they responded by rolling their eyes and continuing their aimless and irritating activity.
"Seems like Cindy's got her hands full,"
Cooper said. Nathan frowned.
"It can't be easy for her. Maybe that's why she's after a married guy. He has a stable job and is obviously good with kids. Looks like her two could use a father figure."
Cooper eyed Cindy's son and daughter as they tossed ice cubes into the air and then tried to catch them with their mouths.
"Those kids may be the reason Cindy's boyfriend never leaves his wife. Not that he should,"
she added hastily. Nathan and Cooper stopped staring at Trish and made their way toward the refreshment stand. As they walked, Cooper noticed a silver Porsche pulling onto a portion of the grass that was clearly not a parking space.
"I want to see what brought the camera crew out here tonight,"
Nathan said in a low voice. The local reporter, a comely brunette with long legs, hustled over to welcome the sports car's driver as he gracefully unfolded his tall frame from the cramped interior of his car.
"Good evening, Mr. Maynard,"
the reporter trilled.
"Thank you so much for giving us the heads up about your surprise donation and for coming straight from the airport. Were you on vacation?"
"Switzerland, on business. And please call me Vance."
The soft-spoken man in his late 40s extended a tanned arm to the reporter. The reporter stood up a tad bit straighter.
"You'll be taking the field during the 7th inning, correct?"
Without waiting for him to answer, she plowed on.
"Perhaps I could ask you some questions before you make the announcement?"
"Sure thing."
He flashed her a white-toothed smile that seemed well-rehearsed to Cooper. It was a politician's smile, the kind that emanated from a mouth of expensive veneers, but was not reflected in the eyes. Vance Maynard untied a golf sweater from his shoulders and pulled it over his head, slightly ruffling his salt-and-pepper hair. He was an attractive man and seemed to immediately put both the reporter and her cameraman at ease. He reminded Cooper of Bob Barker, but something about both his name and face seemed familiar. Where had she seen this man before?
"Why don't we have a seat?"
Vance indicated a nearby picnic table. Nathan turned to Cooper.
"Maybe the reporter knows the name of Cindy's boyfriend. Let's talk to her when she's done. We'll buy some ice cream and eat it at the table next to hers.
The cantankerous owner of the poodle mix was at the concession stand. Instead of berating her dog, she was complaining about the hue of her hot dog to the teenage boy running the stand.
"Do you think I want food poisoning on top of all my other problems?" she shrieked. "I know that a public school education doesn't mean much these days, but surely you must be aware that bright red is not a natural color for a cooked hot dog."
Would you like popcorn instead?
The boy stammered.
On the house?
"Fine." The woman snatched a box of popcorn from his hand. As she passed Nathan and Cooper, they heard her mutter,
"When am I ever gonna catch a freaking break?"
After greeting the concession worker with the friendliest smile she could, Cooper bought 2 Astro Pops and another Sprite. Unwrapping their popsicles, Cooper and Nathan sat down at the picnic table next to Vance, just as he was saying,
"I don't have kids of my own. My wife died of cancer 2 years ago. She was the love of my life, and I don't plan on remarrying, so kids aren't in my future. That's why I like to get involved with fine groups like Little League."
"The love of your life?"
The reporter nodded dreamily and then leaned in toward Vance a fraction.
"That's really touching. After all, you're one of Richmond's most sought-after bachelors."
Vance made a dismissive gesture.
"I'm just a self-absorbed widower who plays golf every weekend, so I especially admire men like Reed Newcomb, who take time from their busy schedules to help our community. Reed has 4 kids and heads our capital city IT department. But here he is, and with a winning record so far, too."
Cooper stared at the executive. The name Reed Newcomb was familiar, too, but from where? If he was the head of IT, did that also mean his vanity plate read HRD-DRIV? Shaking her head in annoyance at not having any solid answers, she wiped a sticky trail of red that had melted from her popsicle onto her hand and resumed listening to the reporter.
"But it was your idea for Capital City to donate new lights, fencing, and electronic scoreboards for all 12 fields, right?"
The reporter uncrossed and crossed her shapely legs as she consulted her notebook. Vance never took his eyes from her face.
"Only when Reed mentioned that the fields could do with some sprucing up. As executive vice president of Capital City, I get the pleasure of writing the check and making the speeches, but Reed's done the real work here."
The reporter made a show of consulting her notes, but Cooper believed that the journalist was stalling for time so that she could grill the eligible bachelor a little longer.
"You and Mr. Newcomb were fraternity brothers at UNC, correct?"
"That's right."
Again, Vance's mouth smiled, but his eyes remained flat.
"He was a whiz with computers back then, too. Oh, Reed's wife Linda's waving at me. I should go and say hello. If you have any further questions, please contact my office."
He placed a business card in front of the reporter and issued a small nod before she had time to realize that the interview was over. The reporter stared after him with a dreamy look in her eyes.
"Let's get plenty of photographs of Mr. Maynard and his coworker,"
she told her disinterested cameraman. Nathan and Cooper followed Vance Maynard at a careful distance as he moved to embrace Linda Newcomb. They were both surprised to see that the woman who returned his hug with a pleasant smile was the short-tempered owner of the shaggy poodle. Linda then led Vance to where her husband stood, talking to his team as they took a break for the 7th-inning stretch. Reed's small frame, thinning hair, and dark goatee struck a chord in Cooper's brain.
"The newspaper article in Brooke's office,"
she whispered, snapping her fingers as the memory became clear.
"What did you say?"
Nathan gave her a curious look. Cooper pressed her fingers to her lips.
"Tell you later."
Reed and Vance shook hands, and then Reed escorted his old friend to the pitcher's mound and handed him a microphone. Vance waited patiently for the cameraman to arrange his equipment and then cleared his throat and began a speech. As the crowd of onlookers tittered in anticipation, Cooper and Nathan crept to the side of the dugout. The second Reed returned from the infield, Linda appeared at his side and hissed,
"What is your new secretary doing here?"
Nonplussed, Reed took a deep drink of water from a paper cup.
"I don't know, Linda. She probably came to see the dedication. She loves her job."
"Loves her job, huh?" Linda's stare was so fierce that Cooper could practically feel its heat from where she stood.
And I guess all those meetings you've had after work and on weekends have nothing to do with your secretary loving her job, right?
Linda? Reed began, his tone exasperated. Can we do this some other time? Like after the game and in private?
Why don't I just ask her right now if she's having an affair with my husband?
Linda threatened.
I know who she is. She's sitting there with that realtor with the bad hair and the annoying little dog. And your new secretary won't even look at me. I find that odd, since I met her just last week at your office. Why do you think she might be uncomfortable looking at me, Reed?
In the infield, Vance was winding up his announcement.
Please, Linda.
Reed's voice softened.
Don't make a fool of yourself. There's nothing between Cindy and me.
Cindy?
Linda seemed momentarily taken aback.
Last time you hung up the phone when I came in the room, I could have sworn you said Hazel.
I'm sure I did. Reed retorted heatedly. She's a client. Or was a client. You don't have to worry about her name coming up in my conversations anymore, dear.
Linda's eyes narrowed.
I'm watching you like a hawk, Reed Newcomb. We have 4 kids and 16 years together. You'd better think about that, because if there is another woman, I'm gonna find out. And Reed?
She jabbed at his chest with her finger.
If we get divorced, I will fight you for every last cent so that our kids and I can live the kind of life we deserve. I will wring you dry. Keep that in mind next time you have an emergency meeting.
She turned away from her husband. Cooper and Nathan beat a hasty retreat to the bleachers.
What's going on?
Bryant asked eagerly.
Anything interesting?
Yes, indeed, Nathan answered.
Apparently, the Little League assistant coach for Capital City is also the head of their IT department. He has 4 kids, an angry, suspicious wife, and is sleeping with Cindy, his new secretary.
Nathan turned to Cooper.
Would you like to tell them the most interesting tidbit of all?
Please do.
Quentin rubbed his hands together in excitement.
Reed knows Hazel,
Cooper replied. In fact, I think he's the one who dealt with her when Hazel got on Cindy's nerves. Quentin rubbed his doughy chin, his eyes worried.
So you're saying that man...
He pointed toward the field, where Reed had his arm around one of his players.
Is capable of a serious act of violence?
We know he's capable of betraying his wife and the mother of his children,
Bryant said quickly, and then looked at Cooper.
Do you think that Reed might have gotten rid of Hazel? Didn't Cindy tell Trish over their manicure that Hazel had been trying to reach Brooke over a problem with her credit card statement?
Yes,
Cooper remembered.
And Cindy tried to get rid of her by having her call her boyfriend at the IT department. Reed is the head of IT. Maybe Hazel knew about their affair.
She glanced to where Cindy had been sitting, but the single mother and her 2 kids were gone.
Bryant furrowed his brow. In other words, she might have complained to Brooke or tried to hold Reed's affair over his head to try to get her issues with Capital City straightened out.
Maybe. Reed may have felt threatened by Hazel and Brooke. He might have decided to silence both women.
Cooper said angrily,
Let's head over to where Trish and Savannah are sitting. We need to know what he's done.
Am I missing something?
Nathan asked as the 4 of them descended from the bleachers. The announcer called out the final game score and the Capital City bench cheered.
Why do you suspect Reed?
Because if his bad boy behavior became public, he might lose his job, his wife, and his position in the community. Who knows what lengths he'd go to in order to protect those things.
Cooper glanced across the field at the other bleachers. The game was over and the players had just finished shaking hands with one another. Several of the boys picked up equipment from the dugouts, but the rest quickly gathered around their parents. Linda Newcomb embraced a young boy wearing a black Capital City jersey, handed him the poodle's leash, and then whistled to gain the attention of 3 other children hanging out near the concession stand. As all 4 kids raced toward the parking lot, Reed approached his wife. She barked something at him and then turned away to follow their children. Looking angry, Reed marched back toward the field, where he paused to whisper a few words in Vance Maynard's ear. Cooper and her friends weren't close enough to hear what was being said, but they could see the deep scowl on Vance's tanned face. However, the intense frown was immediately replaced by Vance's practiced smile. and he whispered something briefly in return. Clapped his friend on the back and then headed for his Porsche.
Cindy must have gone home, Quentin said. No sign of her or her kids.
She's here, all right, Bryant snorted. She just dragged Reed behind that big oak tree, see?
Sure enough, Cindy's white blouse glowed in the spring darkness as she stood with Reed in a copse of trees lining the parking lot. Her 2 kids loitered nearby, kicking at pebbles. As the Bible study members watched, Reed shouted something at Cindy and her face crumpled. She called back to him, pleading with her eyes and outstretched arms. But Reed turned and walked off. Cindy put her face in her hands and her shoulders shook.
Oh, goodness. Did we just witness a breakup?
Trish said, leading Savannah over to where the group stood. Jake joined them, a bat bag slung over his shoulder.
What did I miss?
Cooper thinks Reed Newcomb, the assistant coach for the Capital City team, may be the villain we've been looking for,
Quentin said. Several of her friends spoke at once, begging Cooper to explain her reasoning. Cooper turned to Nathan.
Do you remember when you called that shipping store? The place where the threatening faxes were sent from?
Nathan nodded.
The man and his wife working there didn't know what the customer looked like, so they weren't much help.
But Jessica remembered that the man who sent the faxes had yellow dog hairs on his sleeve.
Cooper persisted. Trish understood what Cooper was implying.
The Newcomb's dog. It's a golden doodle. A cross between a golden retriever and a standard poodle. That's why it has that unique kind of fur. Curly, red, blonde, and apparently untrimmed. Golden doodles aren't exactly a common breed.
Cockapoo, golden doodle, what happened to beagles and boxers?
Jake demanded.
I've never heard of these wacko dog breeds.
Savannah looked thoughtful.
Based on the dog fur on his jacket sleeve, we have reason to suspect that Reed sent the forget about Hazel faxes.
If he can cheat on his wife and send a pile of nasty letters to Brooke, there's no telling what that SOB is capable of.
Jake snarled. Savannah touched Jake's arm.
I hate to pass judgment on Reed, but I think we should share our suspicions with the police. This man could be dangerous.
I agree,
Nathan said.
The authorities need to poke around in Reed's life and find enough evidence to get him thrown in jail.
Well, I hope they find something on him and that Wesley's set free, don't you, Donald? Trish accepted a barrage of kisses from her tiny dog. But I have my doubts about Reed being caught. That man strikes me as being rather shifty. I think he's learned how to hide his wickedness. Savannah made a fist and said, Then we'll have to drag it into the light. 14. After the game, Cooper went right to bed, but her sleep was far from sound. Images of angry faces, including Linda's, Cindy's, and Reed's, flashed through her mind throughout the night. It was as though she was looking at them through the rapid, fractured light of a strobe light. In her dream, the Little League crowd watched Vance Maynard walk to the pitcher's mound to make his announcement during the 7th inning, but instead of donating lights and scoreboards, his mouth opened into an inhuman yawn and released a deep-throated snarl. He bared his fangs and curled his lip, like a threatened wolf, while the Newcomb's golden doodle and Trish's cockapoo commenced a chorus of frenzied barking. At 6:10, Cooper jerked awake and lay unmoving beneath the shadows that fell on her ceiling from the poplar tree outside her window. She heard a dog whining, and the crazed barking from her dream returned to her. After checking to make sure that the complaining canine in the yard below was Grammy's three-legged stray, and not Vance Maynard in werewolf form, Cooper shuffled into the kitchen to make coffee. Just as she was opening the fridge to remove a carton of half and half, the phone rang. Cooper blinked at it for a moment, still spooked by her strange dream. Who could be calling at this hour? "Hello?" she croaked.
"Cooper,"
Nathan whispered.
"I'm sorry to call so early, but do you have the morning news on?"
"No. Why?" Cooper asked, still groggy. "Am I missing something?"
"Tune to Channel 6.
He waited for her to turn on her set.
"I always put on local news while my coffee's brewing."
Nathan rambled on.
"This morning, one of the anchors mentioned Reed Newcomb's name and something about a body in the James River. The full story's coming up next."
Cooper sank down on her couch.
"A body? Does that mean—"
"Shh," Nathan commanded.
"This is it.
A Richmond man was allegedly pushed from the Willie Bridge overpass late last night. A photograph of Reed Newcomb appeared in the graphic box to the upper right of an anchorwoman with solemn blue eyes and a helmet of brunette hair. The man has been identified as Reed Newcomb, a department head at Capital City. Newcomb's wife Linda told a CBS 6 reporter that her husband often worked late, so she was not concerned when he did not follow the family home after the Little League game they attended a few hours before the incident. Newcomb, one of the coaches at last night's game, was discovered by 2 high school students who snuck out for a late-night kayaking session. It was fortunate for Newcomb that the young men broke their parents' strict rules against kayaking after dark, for both high school seniors are certified lifeguards. They witnessed Newcomb's fall from the bridge and immediately pulled him from the river. The young men took turns performing CPR on Newcomb until paramedics arrived. The screen switched to an image of a high school boy with a pinched face and lively eyes. He was dressed in an orange life vest, a damp white T-shirt, and a University of Virginia baseball cap. We were paddling downstream of the Willie when we saw 2 shapes near the cement wall above us. We both thought that was weird because you can't stop your car on that bridge just to hang out. The moon was pretty bright, and it looked like one guy was kinda supporting a second guy. All of a sudden, the first guy shoved the second guy against the edge of the wall, and then bam! The second guy's fallen through the air. He shook his head in disbelief. He didn't make a sound, just hit the water like a cannonball. He didn't even scream. It was like he was already dead. The boy removed his cap, raked his hands through his hair, and then glanced at his friend. Connor and I busted our butts to reach him. We figured no way he'd survive that fall, but we had to see if we could do anything. The reporter, who looked as though he had been up for hours and had already consumed several pots of coffee, jammed the microphone beneath the nose of the second boy. I understand you're both trained in life-saving techniques. How would you describe Mr. Newcomb's condition when you pulled him from the water? In a gesture identical to his friend's, Connor ran his hand through a tousled nest of dark hair. He seemed reluctant to look at the camera. First, we had to get him to shore. He was floating face down when we got to him, so I flipped him over, ditched my kayak, and swam with him to the bank. He didn't look good. He was cold and his lips were blue, but Neil and I had him breathing by the time the ambulance came. How were you able to alert the authorities? The reporter asked with wide-eyed intensity. Connor grinned. Neil had his cell in a Ziploc. He's totally whipped by his girlfriend and never goes anywhere without it in case she calls. Neil jostled his friend's shoulder with his fist, and the screen switched back to the studio and the impassive anchorwoman. Newcomb was taken to CJW Medical Center, where he remains in critical condition. Authorities received an anonymous tip that a dark-colored SUV was seen crossing the bridge seconds after Newcomb was pushed into the river. If you have any information regarding the vehicle or any other details relating to this incident, please call Crime Stoppers at the number below. Someone tried to kill Reed Newcomb, Nathan said numbly. Cooper had almost forgotten that she had the phone pressed to her ear. She turned off the television and tried to process the information. This keeps getting more complicated and more tragic. I know, Nathan replied softly. Reed must have known something that threatened Brooke's killer. We've been following the right trail just too slowly. He sighed. We couldn't make enough sense of this mess to keep someone from being pushed off a bridge. Cooper's stomach turned. She fought back the wave of nausea that rose in her throat and moved back into the kitchen, where she put the phone down on the counter and drank quickly from the sink tap. To talk to the police this morning, Nathan was saying when she picked up the phone again. Cooper, are you there? Cooper wiped her mouth with a dish towel. Yes, sorry, just give me a sec. She turned the tap on cold, put the cloth under the stream and pressed it to her forehead. We saw 3 people who were unhappy with Reed at last night's game. Linda, Cindy, and Vance Maynard. Cooper struggled to think straight. Did you just say something about the police? Yeah. I'm going in today to tell them everything we know, even though I bet they're going to be pretty ticked at us for conducting our own investigation. Cooper's throat constricted again. Ah, she groaned, reaching for the coffee carafe. Coffee always settled her stomach. I'm so ready to pass the buck. In the beginning, I thought we were doing Wesley a service, But now I feel like we haven't helped anyone. And we still don't know what's happened to Hazel.
Oh, no. I'm sorry, Cooper.
Nathan said, as though he had forced her to investigate Brooke's murder in the first place.
I'll call you after the police are done reading me the riot act.
The workday dragged by. Cooper did her job mechanically, her mind skipping from one worry to another. She wasn't surprised when Nathan called to inform her that she would need to make an official statement to the authorities as soon as possible, and that she should prepare herself for a stern berating from the officer in charge. Nathan was right. All 7 members of the Sunrise Bible Study Group were directed to appear before Investigator McNamara at the police headquarters at 6 o'clock sharp. They did as they were told, even though Bryant grumbled about missing one of his live weather reports, and provided explicit statements on their confusing findings. When they were done, none of them were given permission to leave the small conference room where they'd been herded until Investigator McNamara, the officer in charge of the Hughes case, gave them a sharp rebuke. When McNamara was finished dressing them down, he signaled for them to leave. Trish pushed back her chair, hesitated, and then raised her hand. "Officer, sir?"
What is it, Ms. Tyler?
The officer looked weary. "Will you be checking on Hazel Wharton? We're all deeply concerned about her. Her name has come up time and time again in our... We're just afraid for her safety." "Please," Savannah added gently, also standing. "We truly meant no harm. We were simply trying to help our friend Wesley. He's been in our church family for a long time and has done so much good for the community. We believe in his innocence." She reached out, her fingers fumbling against the backs of several chairs as she made her way to the police officer. McNamara stood and stretched his arm forward so that Savannah could grasp it. "If he was your friend," Savannah continued, "I believe you would do the same."
Ma'am, we're doing our best,
McNamara said, passing Savannah's hand to Jake.
I know your hearts are in the right place, but your heads are all mixed up. If your friend is innocent, and I mean if, you're chasing after a cold and calculating killer.
He tapped his gun holster, looking like a cowboy preparing for a quick draw.
Job said, I get my knowledge from afar. I will ascribe justice to my Maker. Trust your Maker, folks, and trust us. That's all.
Investigator McNamara quotes scripture. Savannah smiled as the lawman strutted off. I find that most comforting.
Personally, I'd find Dairy Queen comforting right now,
Quentin mumbled. Nathan slung an arm around his portly friend.
Me too. A cherry dip cone would sure hit the spot.
What about dinner? Trish sounded shocked.
If you get a banana split, it'll be big enough to count as both dinner and dessert,
Jake said. Well, I'm not in the mood for a treat. Trish sulked. I feel like a little girl who just got in big trouble. I always lost my appetite when I'd been naughty, and I've lost it again now.
Bryant grabbed Trish's hand and pulled her toward the exit. Come on, lady. I'll buy you a Diet Coke.
He waved his hand toward the police department building.
We've been chastised, and we'll do as we've been told and stay out of their way. All we can do now is offer up our prayers for Wesley and Hazel, and now read.
Murmuring in agreement, the group of friends headed for their cars. Nathan caught Cooper's elbow as she opened the door to her Jeep.
Are you still up for dinner and a movie on Saturday?
He asked.
If you've changed your mind because this whole thing has made you sorry you ever bumped into me, I'd understand.
He dropped his eyes and stared at his large feet. Cooper moved a fraction closer, enjoying the feeling of his hand on her arm. Despite her plans to take things slow with Nathan, she knew that she wanted something more from him than a casual relationship. The proximity of his body, the scent of his aftershave, and the sincerity in his voice forced her to admit to herself that she found him very attractive. She wanted to spend time alone with him. She wanted to know all about him. Above all else, she wanted him to kiss her. No matter what, I'd never regret running into you, she said, smiling up at him. And yes, we're still on for Saturday. The glum look evaporated from Nathan's eyes, and his hand slid down Cooper's arm, sending jolts of warmth through the right side of her body. His fingertips closed around hers, and then he suddenly leaned forward. His mouth parted and grazed her lips with his. Drawing back, he winked at her.
Last one to the Dairy Queen buys the popcorn Saturday.
He then squeezed her hand and hopped into Sweet Pea. Cooper got into her car, brushed her butterfly pin with her right hand, and tried to slow the thumping of her heart. What a day, she thought, and allowed thoughts of Reed Newcomb and the visit to the police department to be replaced by fantasies of a caramel sundae and the possibility of another, more lingering kiss.
I know we planned on a movie,
Nathan began as he opened his front door for Cooper.
Oh, you look nice,
he said, interrupting himself as he noticed her pale yellow sundress.
And your feet are lovely, too.
Cooper flushed, embarrassed by her vanity over her polished toes. She'd bought 2 pairs of summer sandals, one in a straw brown and another in black. In a room, she had slipped on the straw-colored sandals, pivoting her feet this way and that in the wall-length mirror attached to the inside of her closet door, as she admired her new shoes and still pristine pedicure. Well, it is Saturday. She grinned. No work boots required. Now, what were you going to say about the movie? Nathan gestured to his porch swing. They both sat down, and it lurched to the side, making them laugh. Brandishing a slip of paper, Nathan immediately grew serious.
I haven't been able to stop thinking about our investigation,
he admitted sheepishly.
I know we've entrusted our information to the authorities, and that should be that, but I can't shake the feeling that Hazel's still in danger.
Cooper shrugged. I'm sure they've checked on her. Investigator McNamara seemed very capable of handling this muddle. Nathan twisted the paper in his hands.
I don't know why I didn't think of this before, but late last night, while I was playing a civilization building game on the computer, it hit me. I could do a reverse lookup using Hazel's phone number in order to find her address.
Come again?
All the major search engines have them, Nathan explained. It's the online version of the white and yellow pages, but you can do more creative searches, too. I looked up Hazel's phone number online and then typed it in the reverse search box along with the city and state. Only one address result popped up.
He offered Cooper the paper.
This is it.
Cooper opened her hand but didn't glance at the address. Instead, she stared into Nathan's kind eyes. She longed to reach up and cup his cheek, inviting him to kiss her again, but she could see that he was deeply troubled and was unlikely to enjoy himself until they visited Hazel Wharton. She looked at the address.
She's close by in Church Hill, so let's skip the movie and pay her a visit, she suggested.
Nathan beamed.
Hazel's still the key to this whole puzzle, he said. I'd sleep better at night if I knew she was keeping an eye out for bad guys.
He took Cooper's hand and pulled her gently off of the porch swing.
Besides, I wouldn't mind finding out what was wrong with that famous capital city statement of hers. Seems like this whole mess originated from that document.
Nathan, Cooper warned, it sounds like you're going to stir the pot again. We're not supposed to be investigating. Opening Sweet Pea's passenger door, Nathan gave her a boyish grin.
I won't get us into trouble, I promise. And afterward, we'll have an early dinner at Strawberry Street Cafe.
That's the place that has the soup and salad bar set up in a clawfoot bathtub, isn't it?
One and the same,
he said, shutting her door. As he slipped into his seat and gunned Sweet Pea's sleepy engine, he glanced at Hazel's address again and said,
But I'm not wasting my appetite on salad. I'm having chicken pot pie, followed by a slice of chocolate truffle cake. Maybe we could ask Hazel to join us.
Cooper sighed. Somehow she couldn't see events leading to the three of them sharing a light-hearted meal together. As Nathan wound through the maze of downtown streets and headed east toward Church Hill, she absently rubbed the butterfly pin and prayed that they wouldn't find anything horrible at Hazel Wharton's house. 15 minutes later, Nathan pulled up in front of a dilapidated row house standing at the end of a long line of homes in a similar state of disrepair. Sagging porches, peeling paint, and cracked cement had robbed the once charming houses of their former dignity. Cars with no tires or rusted bodies had come to their decisive ends on either side of the street, and tiny lawns overrun by weeds formed the only greenery in the neighborhood. Despite the somewhat bleak environment, children of all skin tones played in the street. Nathan knocked on Hazel's front door. As they waited for her to answer, Cooper glanced at the 2 plastic chairs on the porch and at the dead fern on the ground between the chairs. Cooper spied a metal watering can below one of the dirt-streaked front windows. Clearly, the fern's owner had stopped caring for it. "I don't think Hazel's here," Cooper whispered. Nathan rubbed a clean circle in the glass of the front window and peered inside. Next, he took his sunglasses from his pocket and opened the mail slot. Angling his mirrored lenses into the slot, he said, "Then where's her mail? If she's not collecting it, then it would be piled all over the floor." He stood and brushed off his pants. "I'm gonna go check around back and then ask the next-door neighbor if Hazel's around. Do you want to wait here?" Cooper looked at the fern again. No. The backyard yielded no further information. The little lot was enclosed by a rusty chain-link fence whose main purpose seemed to be to act as a divider between the tall grass and scraggly bushes in Hazel's lot and the grass and shrubs growing next door. Cooper spied more potted plants on Hazel's back stoop. 2 geraniums, a marigold, and a tomato plant had succumbed to thirst. Cooper plunged her finger into the soil and absently rubbed the dry dirt between her fingertips. She noted a bottle of plant food on a junk-cluttered table by the back door. "Hazel cared for these plants," she said, touching the crackly brown-spotted leaves of the geranium. Nathan stood on his tiptoes and stared into the small window of the back door. "It's the kitchen. No dishes in the sink. The dish towels folded on the counter. 2 placemats on the table, salt and pepper shakers, napkin holder half full." He stepped away from the window. "Hazel lives here all right. But where is she?" Cooper trotted to keep up with Nathan as he walked to the house to the right of Hazel's. The house adjoining hers was slightly larger and noticeably cleaner. The porch was free of dirt and dust, and a new rubber welcome mat sat in front of the door. Nathan pressed the doorbell, and several seconds later, a hand pulled back the curtains covering the bay window, and a wrinkled face appeared. Through the glass, a short, elderly woman holding a crying infant shouted, "We're not buying!" and released the curtain again. Without hesitation, Nathan knocked on the window, and the woman's face reappeared, frowning. "We're looking for Hazel Wharton," Nathan called to her. The woman's frown morphed into a glower. "Why? You ain't no friends of hers." "No, ma'am, but we've come in the name of friendship," Nathan said hurriedly, his voice pleading. "We're worried that she might be in danger, ma'am. Please. I just need 5 minutes of your time." The curtain fell back in place and Nathan's shoulders sagged into feet. But suddenly locks clicked on the front door, and the woman motioned for Nathan and Cooper to come inside. Looking up and down the street with more curiosity than alarm, the woman shifted the still wailing infant to her other arm and closed the door. "I can tell about folks," she informed Nathan over the baby's complaints. "You 2 ain't up to no devilment. Here." She pushed the child, clad only in a diaper, into Cooper's arms. "I gotta get this child some milk before she kills me with all that carrying on." The woman left the room and Cooper stared at the baby in astonishment. She whispered, "Shh," and tried to make comforting rocking motions, but her awkward attempts to silence the child were ineffectual. In fact, the tiny girl's face grew crimson with rage, and she redoubled the force of her howls. "Got none of your own, I reckon," the old woman said upon her return, amused by Cooper's discomfort. "I watched this one for my daughter. My name's Rose. Now sit down and tell me why you're fretting about Hazel." Taking a seat, Rose pushed a bottle into the baby's mouth. Mercifully, the crying ceased. Nathan eased himself onto a side chair covered in plastic sheeting. It groaned as his body sank into the stiff material. "Hazel complained to her credit card company about her bill," Nathan said. "And now some folks from that same company have been hurt. Hazel's name has been connected to these people, and we're worried about her safety." Rose nodded, satisfied with Nathan's explanation. "You telling the truth, all right. I always know." She angled the bottle slightly higher, and the infant sucked hungrily.
"Look here. Hazel's fine. It's her sister who ain't. Got a bad heart and had surgery. Hazel's gone off to Danville to help out."
Rose eyed her visitors over the baby's head.
"You're not the first to look for her, you hear? The cops were poking around yesterday. They knocked, waited a bit, then left."
"There were others looking for Hazel?"
Nathan squeezed the arms of the chair and the plastic whined in protest.
"Them first folks was bad."
Rose gazed tenderly at the baby in her arms.
"It was dark, so I didn't see them good. 2 of them knocked on Hazel's door. Next, they went round back, and I didn't see 'em again for a while. When they headed back to their big black car, they were hissing at each other. Reminded me of a pair of snakes."
Cooper stared at the child who had reached up to touch her grandmother's face.
"Do you know if these visitors were men or women?"
she asked Rose.
"No, they both walked like folks who were up to no good. Kinda slinking. Like they was more serpent than regular folk."
She stared at Cooper, studying the blue eye first and then, for a bit longer, the green one. The baby finished drinking and drifted quickly to sleep. Cooper squirmed beneath Rose's scrutiny. Finally, the old woman pointed at a brass cross hanging on the wall behind her.
"The Lord gave you 2 ways of seeing, girl," she said to Cooper. "The way things is, and the way they could be. I hope you don't waste his gifts."
As Cooper tried to fathom the meaning of Rose's odd comment, the older woman shifted the baby to her shoulder and began to pat her firmly on the back.
"Them folks come at night. They meant Hazel harm, I just knows it, but Hazel has 2 days gone already. She left the day after Easter, hasn't been back since."
"Are you collecting her mail?"
Nathan asked. Rose nodded.
"Got it all in a grocery bag. Them bills'll wait. I think Hazel's gonna move down to Danville anyhow. Her sister's got a nice place, and Hazel ain't got anyone left here since a man died a year back."
Nathan drew a business card from his wallet.
"Ma'am, could you give this to Hazel when she comes back? Will you tell her to call me and warn her that she's in danger?"
Rose snorted.
"Look around, boy. There's plenty of danger in this place."
She gazed at Cooper again and then smiled.
"But I'll tell her. She can even stay with me if she wants. Lord knows I could use some help with this child, some company, too."
Cooper tried to imagine what it was like for Rose to raise an infant at her age, and with so few resources. "Do you like cookies?" she asked Rose. Rose displayed a nearly toothless grin.
"Sure enough. Where you think all my teeth got to?"
"My mama bakes really good ones. I'll bring you some."
"Bless you, child. I sure would like a treat."
Rose reached over and clasped Nathan's hand.
"You a good man. You try to make wrong things right, I can see that. I'll watch out for Hazel."
She stood.
"Now, you'd best get going. Your car ain't new, but plenty of folks round here would like to help themselves to those rims and maybe your radio, too."
Nathan's face was mournful as he squeezed Rose's hand. She patted its cheek with a weathered palm and said,
"Aw, there's plenty of good folk here as well, boy. Don't look so down. One day I'm gonna take my place in the kingdom of heaven. But until that glorious moment, my girls and my faith keep me going."
Back in the car, Cooper rubbed her butterfly pin for comfort. "Remember the day in Bible study when Bryant said that he believed angels were already living all around us?" Nathan looked at her.
"I remember, and I think he's on to something."
He smiled.
"I'm glad we came here. Now we know that Hazel's okay and can tell the cops how to reach her. I feel like the dark clouds are finally beginning to part."
Reaching for Cooper's hand, he said,
"Thanks for having my back today."
"Anytime," Cooper replied, and silently wondered if their future dates would be as exciting as this one. 15. Cooper stood before her open closet, comparing the charming hue and feminine cut of the sundress she had worn on her date with Nathan with the rest of a rather tomboyish wardrobe. Cooper wanted to look especially pretty today, for Nathan to look at her the way he had last night on his front porch, when he put his arms around her and kissed her. It wasn't a long kiss, because Nathan's neighbors had returned home from an evening out, and their energetic pooch had sprung from their car and headed straight for Nathan. Still, it was enough to make Cooper's legs feel boneless. She leaned into his embrace, enjoying the scent of his Irish Spring soap and a hint of earthy aftershave, while her mind emptied of all thoughts but the feel of his lips.
"I like you, Cooperly,"
Nathan had whispered, and Cooper had pressed her head against his chest and listened to the steady drumming of his heart, feeling she could linger there for the rest of the night. But Cooper had eventually driven home. Once there, she'd been too restless to sleep, and had meandered around the backyard, stroking the three-legged dog and spinning around in a patch of moonlit grass, like a little girl trying out a new party dress. Now Cooper's butterfly pin glinted gaily on her blue blouse. She'd washed and polished her treasure before attaching it to her lapel. Ever since Grammy had given her the pin, Cooper had worn it every day, even to work. The one day she forgot to put it on, her fingers kept reaching for it, only to meet with the fabric of her uniform shirt. She felt as though something were missing, and wondered if the sensation was similar to what married people felt when they left the house without their wedding ring. Pulling into the church parking lot, Cooper shook off the fantasy of having a ring on her own finger one day. After all, she and Nathan had just had their first official date, and she wasn't ready to think of him as more than someone she was just getting to know. Cooper suddenly faced the unpleasant realization that he might still be searching for the perfect woman on richmondmatchmaker.com. She decided that the next time they were alone together, she would muster the courage to find out whether theirs was an exclusive relationship or not. Outside the classroom, where the Sunrise members gathered, she paused. Maybe I should wait until he makes it clear what he's looking for, she thought. What does a kiss mean these days? I thought I knew where I stood with Drew, and look what happened. Maybe I shouldn't even like another guy until I can think about Drew without getting heartburn. Lost in these confusing thoughts, Cooper didn't hear Jake strutting down the hall.
"Morning, Cooper. Mind getting that one for me?"
He gestured with his chin at the door, his arms filled with a box from the liquor store.
"It's my turn to bring in food, but I didn't remember until I was too late to get anything decent."
So we're having wild turkey for breakfast? She teased. Jake grinned.
"Hey, I can only kick one habit at a time, lady."
The rest of the group clapped as Jake set down his burden and pulled out 2 boxes of Krispy Kreme donuts.
"They're still warm,"
he announced. He then produced a 107-ounce can of Del Monte tropical fruit salad and waved a can opener in the air.
"I know it's not fancy, but I'm a bachelor with no skill in the kitchen. Unless you need me to fix your sink."
"What are we supposed to use for bowls?" Trish asked.
"Cool your jets, lady."
Jake elbowed Trish playfully.
"I brought Dixie cups and helped myself to a few plastic forks from the 7-Eleven while I was getting gas. See? You won't have to get fruit juice on your fingers."
"You're quite chipper today," Savannah said to Jake as she accepted a cup of fruit from him. Cooper noticed that Jake had picked out several cherries and piled them into Savannah's cup. It was the kind of overture a grade school boy might make to express a crush on a classmate. Jake then placed a box of donuts under Savannah's nose.
"Chocolate glazed, take a whiff."
As Savannah inhaled blissfully, he laid a paper towel on her desk.
"I'm chipper because I haven't had a cigarette in almost a month, so I'm feeling like I really might have quit for good this time."
After receiving words of praise from the other group members, Jake opened his study workbook and folded his hands together.
"Cooper's doing great, too, and she doesn't even use the patches."
"I told you," Cooper argued good-naturedly, "that I've been eating cookies to numb the cravings." Jake gave her a sideways smile and continued.
"But I need to make a confession. I almost had a smoke after that Little League game last week, and again after finding out about Reed getting pushed off a bridge. I mean, it's all I could think about. I was even going to mooch one off of the mailman. I was that freaked out." "I know what you mean," Bryant said. "I had a few more glasses of Merlot that night than usual. The image of someone falling through the air toward the dark water."
He trailed off.
"And we've just got to sit back and hope things work out for the best,"
Quentin muttered, as he neatly broke up a glazed donut into bite-sized pieces.
"Today's lesson topic makes it seem even harder to give up our cause,"
Nathan added.
"In Ephesians 6, Paul says that we are going to have to deal with spiritual struggles. Well, I have to admit my spiritual struggle is that I don't want to simply believe that good will triumph over evil. I want to act."
Savannah gestured at her Bible.
"We have our weapons, friends. They're all in here."
"That's true, Savannah, but I also understand how Nathan feels," Trish countered softly. "I think I've been seeing our involvement in Brooke's murder as some kind of test." She thumped her workbook. "I felt energized, knowing we were fighting for good, that we'd tried to bring a murderer to justice. But now I feel a little lost." Bryant sloshed some fruit salad around in his Dixie cup.
"When I read this lesson about spiritual weapons, I thought about how this killer, this person, who has brought darkness into the lives of the Hugheses, the Newcombs, Hazel, and who knows who else, has got to be stopped. Actually, Hazel is okay,"
Nathan said somewhat guiltily, and then went on to explain how he and Cooper drove to Hazel's house and discovered that she was out of harm's way in Danville. "Well, thank goodness she's safe." Trish exhaled in relief, and despite Investigator McNamara's warning, I haven't been able to stop mulling things over in my mind. Personally, I think Linda Newcomb is a very angry woman and seems perfectly capable of pushing her husband off a bridge.
"She may have harmed Reed, but why would she kill Brooke?"
Bryant argued.
"I think our villain is Cindy. Reed broke up with her at the game. You all saw how upset she was."
"But Brooke's murder was about money, remember?"
Quentin said.
"I think Reed was involved in something illegal at Capital City. Brooke found out and he had to silence her."
Jake threw out his arms.
"Then who shoved him into the river?"
"What about Vance Maynard?" Cooper piped up. There was a moment at the game where he looked pretty peeved with Reed.
"Yeah, that guy has the cat who's caught the canary look about him,"
Jake grumbled.
"Too slick for his own good."
Savannah had listened to these tangents patiently, but she finally grew exasperated. "Friends," she spoke firmly, "we're doing a fair amount of finger-pointing with no evidence." She tapped her Bible. "It's not our job to decide someone's guilt based on how they look or act. Can we see inside their hearts?" Savannah drew in a breath. "Let's get back to the lesson, please." Looking abashed, the friends took turns sharing their workbook answers. Before they knew it, their time was up. "Nice work, folks." Savannah stood and held out a clipboard for Bryant to take. "Before we head to worship, I asked the church secretary to make us a sign-up sheet. Perhaps we could all take turns visiting Wesley, Eliza, and Linda Newcomb. I'm sure she could use a few meals, with a husband in the hospital and 4 kids to feed." Cooper spoke up quickly before Bryant had a chance to sign the sheet. "Could I add someone to the list?" "Of course," Savannah said. "Her name is Rose." Cooper told the Sunrise members about Hazel's next-door neighbor. "She could use baby gear for a granddaughter and some company. When Hazel comes home, Rose is going to put her up. She's a giving person and could do with a little taking for a change. I'd also like to ask that my coworker Ben be added to our group prayer list. I think his wife has an alcohol problem, and he seems pretty lost. I don't know how to help either of them." "I have a brochure you can give him," Savannah said, passing Cooper her bag. "It's for the loved ones of alcoholics. There's a hotline number on the back. It might do him good to talk about things with someone." "Thanks." Cooper removed the brochure from Savannah's leather tote. Bryant added Rose's name to the chart, and everyone filled in spaces until there were no blanks left. Then they clasped one another's hands and prayed for all of the people on the list. Cooper signed up to visit Eliza Weeks on Wednesday afternoon, and Savannah asked to join her. Cooper was slightly disappointed that she and Nathan wouldn't be heading to the Weekses together, but Jake was markedly dejected as he eyed the list and noted that Savannah would be accompanying Cooper one day and Bryant the next, leaving him no opportunity to spend time alone with her. "Why don't you just ask her to dinner?" Cooper felt like asking Jake, but kept her mouth shut. After all, she'd learned that Savannah's husband had passed away a long time ago, But perhaps that man had been the love of her life. And what did Cooper know about romance? Though Nathan had smiled warmly at her and had sat beside her during church service, he hadn't mentioned a second date. As a result, Cooper spent the first 3 days of the work week obsessing over her date with Nathan. Was she a bad kisser? Had he found someone online that he wanted to meet in person? "You're kind of quiet today," Savannah said on Wednesday. They'd been in the car together for 10 minutes and had barely spoken a word. "Sorry, I'm gathering wool." Cooper sniffed the air. "What did you cook? It smells delicious." "Pearl, the woman who helps me with the household chores, is an excellent cook. She whipped up this Greek spaghetti in no time flat." Savannah smiled sadly. "It's one of my few regrets about not being able to see clearly. Cooking takes a certain amount of finesse that my blurred vision can't manage." "Well, you make up for it with your paintings," Cooper assured her friend. Savannah nodded at the compliment. "How about you? Did you bake something? I smell cinnamon." "I made an iced cinnamon raisin loaf and picked up a basket of strawberries from a farm stand near my house. I thought it might make a nice afternoon snack for Eliza and her sister." Savannah closed her eyes and allowed the sun streaming through the windshield to wash over her lovely face. She stayed in this position of repose until Cooper exited off I-95 and headed for the country roads of Hanover County. Traffic dwindled and the foliage bordering the roads grew thick and verdant. "Eliza says there's been no word of Jet at all." Savannah finally broke the silence. "Poor thing. I hope she's doing all right. She must have imagined all kinds of awful scenarios by this point, and the police have had no luck tracking Jed down. It must be taking every ounce of strength she's got to hold herself together," Cooper replied. As she pulled in front of the Weekses' house, she immediately noticed that someone had tidied the property. "The grass has been trimmed," she informed Savannah, "and those planters have been repotted and filled with daylilies and purple verbena." She parked the car and turned off the engine. "The walk's been swept, and it looks like the windows have been washed. Eliza's sister has certainly been busy." Placing Savannah's hand on her forearm, Cooper led her friend up the walk. A woman with liberal curves, the same pale hair as Eliza, and a generous smile opened the front door. "I'm Ellie, Eliza's sister." She hugged them both. "It is so nice of y'all to visit," she said with the accent of one who has lived her entire life in the Deep South. "Eliza's in a real tizzy today, so I'm hoping you can distract her. She keeps declaring that someone's been sneaking things out of the house, and this Alabama gal can't talk her out of these wild notions." Eliza was ensconced on her favorite sofa. The television turned to HGTV. A home makeover show played on the screen while Eliza flipped listlessly through a Good Housekeeping magazine. "I heard that, Ellie." Eliza pouted and turned to her visitors in appeal. "Some of Jed's clothes are missing from his closet, and there's food gone from the pantry and a whole package of toilet paper from the hall bathroom." "I keep telling her that they must have been taken before," Ellie argued gently. "We've had so much going on lately, what with getting the house and the yard in order, and we've been cooking like 2 tornadoes in the kitchen, so it's no wonder she's mixed up." Eliza gave her sister a fond look. "It's Ellie that's been working like a slave. I just point to where the ingredients are, and she comes up with dishes that are near divine." She crossed her arms over her chest. "But I know what I know. Things are disappearing." Cooper led Savannah to a chair and seated herself opposite Eliza. "Have you both been out of the house recently?" Eliza flushed. "Ellie, bless her heart and her powerful arms, has driven me to Walmart twice over the last week. Got me right up to the front door and into one of those automatic carts, just like Jed used to." Her lip trembled and she began to weep soundlessly. "Hush now." Ellie stroked her sister's hair, and Cooper's heart swelled at the sight of such tenderness. She thought of Ashley and was ashamed that she couldn't remember the last time she had made an attempt to spend time alone with her sister. Ashley was constantly trying to help her, albeit her aid was often in the form of beauty advice. Perhaps it was the only way she knew how to reach out. Cooper resolved to call Ashley and plan a girls' night as soon as she got back home. Until then, she was determined to discover the answer to Eliza's riddle. "Does your property border on other houses?" she asked Eliza. Eliza nodded. "We've got 10 acres, and the closest house is miles away back in the woods. It's a big farm. They'll be starting up their strawberry picking days before long." "There are no buildings around here?" Cooper thought of all the dilapidated barns and old outbuildings that were scattered throughout every part of the Virginia countryside. She'd seen several such structures on the roads that led them to Eliza's house. "Not even a treehouse?" She partially joked. Ellie sat down next to her sister and took Eliza's hand. "You thinking there's someone out there?" Her eyes grew wide. Eliza jerked and leaned toward Cooper. "There's a tobacco drying shed on the far side of our property. It used to belong to the farm, back when their family owned all the land round here. Lord, I've never set eyes on the thing, but Jed told me about it, said it's right near the blind curve in the road you take to get to the farm. Jed said you could see it clear as day from the road in wintertime. He always thought it made a pretty picture, with the snow on its roof and the icicles dripping off it." Cooper grew excited. "Do you have any binoculars? Maybe I can spot it from the road." Eliza pointed to a cabinet across the room. "Ellie, would you, dear?" Ellie jumped up and sifted through all 3 drawers. "There's nothing here." "Then that's another thing gone." Eliza shivered. "Do you think someone's watching us? Using the binoculars?" Her voice was tiny and frightened. "I'm gonna check out that shed," Cooper said, standing. "If there's no one there, then it's less likely someone's been spying on you." Savannah frowned. "By yourself? Is that a good idea?"
"I'll go with her,"
Ellie offered.
"I'll carry my cell phone, and if she doesn't come out of the woods in 15 minutes, I'll holler for Johnny Law, quick as you can blink."
Eliza twisted her hands with worry. "Oh, be careful, you two." Cooper turned right from the end of the Weekses' gravel drive. Her Jeep bounced so roughly on the uneven dirt road as they headed west on Happy Hanover Farm Road that Cooper felt like her teeth were in danger of becoming separated from her gums. "Have you been to the farm before?" Cooper asked Ellie as they rounded a particularly jarring bend. Ellie grinned and steadied herself against the dashboard.
"If you're worried about missing that blind curve, don't be. You practically have to come to a full stop to get around it."
After a few more minutes of jostling, they followed a gentle curve, and immediately afterward the road turned so sharply to the left that all Cooper could see were tree trunks. She slowed down dramatically and whistled. "Wow, you could really get clobbered here." Ellie shrugged.
"They bus school kids out here all the time for pumpkin and strawberry picking and hay rides. I don't know how a bus driver could finagle one of those big school buses over this road, but they do. Jed says the kids love being bounced about like pinballs. The ride to the farm is practically like being on a roller coaster to them."
She grasped her generous bosom.
"But it makes me wish I was wearing 2 bras."
Laughing, Cooper looked for a break in the woods once she maneuvered around the curve and pulled her Jeep to the side. She left the engine running and glanced at her watch. 15 minutes? She confirmed with Ellie, swallowing hard. Trying to appear as brave as possible, she waved and then turned toward the woods. She walked straight for a few moments and then looked back over her shoulder. She could see the red glint of her Jeep through a break in the trees. Casting her eyes left and right, Cooper kept walking. Only a minute or two passed by the time she spied the old tobacco drying shed. She hesitated, bending her fingers one by one and wondering if there really was someone inside. If there was a person inside, were they a killer? She imagined a dark shape huddled within the shed, holding a gleaming chopping knife and waiting very patiently for her to become the next victim. Shoving such thoughts aside, Cooper pushed forward through a thick blanket of leaves. She stepped on sticks and pine cones as she progressed, and if someone was indeed hiding within the shed, that person was now certainly aware that an intruder was approaching. Pausing once more, Cooper stooped to retrieve a heavy stick. She snapped off the end so that it formed a point and held her makeshift spear in her right hand, poised to strike, and pressed her body against the back of the shed. Her heart was thundering, making it difficult to listen for sounds coming from inside the building. Cooper took her time examining the condition of the old structure from the outside, noting that new pieces of plywood had been nailed over the larger holes in the weathered brown boards. Steeling herself, she eased back the crooked door and peered inside. Without entering, she was able to see a sleeping bag, a Coleman camping stove, 2 kerosene lanterns, and a group of hefty bags stuffed with what appeared to be clothes, unopened food packages, and garbage. Next to the sleeping bag, a milk crate, which served as a nightstand, held a stack of paperbacks. Cooper thought that the book titles might reveal something about the shed's occupant, but she was too afraid to set foot inside the lair of the person who had blatantly pilfered items from Eliza's house. Behind her, a twig snapped, and Cooper drew in a sharp breath. She raised her pointed stick and prepared to swivel around and meet her attacker face on. But before she had a chance to flex a single muscle, the metal mouth of a gun barrel was pressed harshly into the small of her back.
"Don't move,"
a man's voice growled. Wincing, Cooper began to pray that her 15 minutes were up. 16. Cooper could tell that her assailant was trying to look at her face without removing the gun barrel from the middle of her back, and tried not to grimace at his pungent smell.
"Why don't you tell me why you're trespassing on private property?"
the man demanded. Could this be Jed? Feeling a glimmer of hope, Cooper spoke as calmly as she could. "Is this your property, sir?" Her body trembled and she tried to not focus on the feel of the metal pressed against her thin shirt. She could sense the power behind the cold muzzle, its indifferent ability to end her life within seconds. She closed her eyes and she waited for the gunman to either answer her, knock her out with a blow to the head, or squeeze the trigger. She braced herself, too fearful to do anything else. The pressure from the gun barrel eased a fraction.
"I'm asking the questions,"
the man grumbled.
"Who are you, and what's your business in these woods?"
Cooper swallowed. "I'm a friend of Eliza's," she said. "A recent friend, but I suspect you know that already." The man uttered an unintelligible sound and slung the gun over his shoulder. Cooper cautiously turned to face him. She saw a man in his mid-60s, with unruly gray hair and a wild beard, both peppered with bits of leaves. His blue eyes were puffy and looked bruised from lack of sleep, and his frame was gaunt. Cooper noted his long and ragged fingernails, the assortment of stains on his jeans, and the sweat marks on his shirt. He narrowed his eyes and appraised her in turn.
"What do you mean by that?"
"You've been watching Eliza," Cooper said very gently, concerned about the man's state of mental health. If she voiced her suspicions, would she be in greater danger than before? Suddenly the man shifted the gun from his shoulder back into his hands, and Cooper quickly held out her own in supplication. "It's okay," she said, stepping back a pace. "I know you're just looking out for her. I'm concerned about her safety too, and yours." She let her hands fall to her side. "You're Jed Weeks, aren't you?" The man's shoulders sagged. He let the gun slip from his fingers and fall softly onto the bed of leaves, but immediately he squatted down and picked it up again, his face filled with distrust. "I go to Hope Street, Mr. Weeks," Cooper assured the nervous man. "Savannah Knapp sent us to check on Eliza. I was here once before, a week or so after you first disappeared. At that time, your wife thought you were having an affair." She spoke softly, as though coaxing a skittish animal to take food from her hand. "Now she's concerned about your welfare, Mr. Weeks. More than concerned, she's terribly upset." Jed looked stricken. He held out his dirt-encrusted hands and touched the gold wedding band on his ring finger. "This is all tied to the murder of Brooke Hughes, isn't it?" Jed nodded. He removed the shells from the shotgun and met Cooper's stare.
"Yes,"
he whispered, as though it was an effort to form words. He spoke again, his voice slowly gaining strength.
"Brooke hired me to investigate a case of fraud against her own company. My findings were confidential and meant for her eyes alone. When I heard she'd been killed, I knew it was because of what I'd discovered."
He glanced anxiously around the woods.
"I was sure the murderer would come after me next. Only Brooke and I knew the truth, so I wanted to get away from Eliza so she'd be safe. I figured it was only a matter of time before the killer came to the house, and when that happened, I'd be here waiting. The ruse would only work if Eliza truly believed I'd run off.
You've been hiding in these woods this whole time? Cooper asked in astonishment. Then, without waiting for his reply, she glanced at her watch. Shoot. She glanced at the shotgun, berating herself for her choice of words. Mr. Weeks, we have to get back to my truck before Ellie calls the police. She was going to make the call if I didn't return in 15 minutes. Come on. Without checking to see whether Jed was behind her, Cooper raced toward the road. Branches scratched her face and neck, but she didn't slow down. Breathing hard, she burst out of the woods and waved at Ellie, who had her red fingernails poised over the keypad of her phone. Ellie put her window down a few inches and frowned.
What in the world is going on?
She fanned her flushed face.
It has to be 1,000 degrees in this truck. I've never been so...
I found Jed. Cooper interrupted. Ellie's jaw dropped. I think he's gone a bit soft, Cooper said, lowering her voice. He's been roughing it out here for all these weeks. She turned and scanned the break in the trees for a sign of Jed's blue pants and green shirt.
For heaven's sake! What was the man thinking?
Ellie's voice grew shrill.
Does he know what kind of fiery hell he's put my sister through?
I'm sorry,
Jed said from afar as he stepped warily out of the woods. He no longer carried his weapon. He looked at Cooper.
And I apologize for pointing my gun at you. I didn't mean to scare you like that.
Lord have mercy!
Ellie opened the door, slid out of the car, and put her hands on her curvy hips.
You look like you've been shipwrecked.
Come on now, you're going home. I don't know what Eliza's gonna make of her man looking like castaway Tom Hanks. Except you've got a bit more gray to your hair than Mr. Hanks, but I suspect she'll recover from the fright eventually. Jed shook his head.
I can't go back, Ellie. I've been keeping up with the news by riding my bike to the library. Brooks' killer is still out there, and someone tried to bump off Reed Newcomb. It's not safe for me to be around Eliza. Can you just get her out of the house for a few hours so I can take a shower and get some fresh clothes and food?
He pleaded.
No, sir, I cannot do that.
Ellie clasped her hands together.
I can see that you're in some fix, but we'll think of something. There ain't no way you're going back to that shed. My sister is sitting in that big house with her heart breaking into little pieces. You're coming back with me if I have to carry you myself.
She flicked her eyes over his lean figure. Skinny as you've gotten. That should be no trouble at all. Ellie's right, Mr. Weeks, Cooper said gently. Not only is Eliza suffering, but your fellow churchgoer Wesley Hughes is in jail for a crime he didn't commit. You need to tell the authorities what you know. Your information could break the case wide open. Jed rubbed his filthy hands together, indecision playing across his haggard face. I'll call the officer in charge of the case. He's a good guy, Cooper said. He can come out here and talk to you without anyone being the wiser. Then you and Eliza can go away together.
We're not going to chew the fat on this dirt road. Get in the truck, Jedediah Weeks.
Ellie pointed at the car, her eyes steely. Jed didn't dare refuse her. He climbed into the cab and sat like a penitent child. The threesome rode back to the house in silence. Cooper was dying to ask Jed a dozen questions, but he'd put his head against the seat back and immediately closed his eyes. Even though she disagreed with his decision to hide in the woods instead of contacting the authorities, Cooper felt a rush of sympathy for him. Ellie was the only person who seemed delighted by the outcome of their foray to the tobacco shed. She hummed cheerfully as the Jeep bounced up and down among the deep divots and churned up a wake of dust. When Cooper pulled in front of Jed's house, he opened his eyes, leaned forward in his seat, and touched Ellie on the shoulder.
Give me a minute alone with her, okay?
Ellie pivoted in her seat and nodded.
Of course, honey. You just hold her tight and tell her it's all gonna be right as rain.
She raised her finger and wiggled it at him.
But don't you dare go telling her all the juicy details until I'm inside. I've earned the right to know just what's happened.
Jed exhaled wearily, but then he smiled at his sister-in-law.
Yes, you have. And I will spend many days expressing how grateful I am for the comfort you've given Eliza.
Aside from my wife, you're one of this world's finest ladies, Ellie Mae. Bless you for your strength and loyalty."
Tears sprang into Ellie's eyes. She pivoted and wordlessly pressed her hand into Jed's. For a while, the two women sat in the car and watched the windows in the wing where Eliza sat waiting. Cooper could only imagine the joy and relief on Eliza's face when she discovered that her husband was alive and had returned to her.
"I can't take this much longer,"
Ellie declared after 10 minutes of waiting.
"Maybe we should check on Jed. My sister's got a mean left hook, and if she's real angry—"
She trailed off as the front door opened, and Jed waved for them to come inside. Ellie jumped out of the car and hustled as fast as her thick legs would carry her up the steps, down the hall, and into the room where Eliza sat fanning herself on the sofa. Cooper was right behind her. Savannah was still settled in the chair across from Eliza, a tissue pressed against her nose.
"My fool of a husband would like to take a shower,"
Eliza began, her voice trembling as she gazed at Jed adoringly.
"But he's going to stink to high heaven a tad longer while he tells us why he's been living in that shed, like some kind of fugitive."
Jed sat on the floor near his wife's feet, clearly reluctant to soil the upholstery of the creamy white couch. He gulped down a glass of water and opened his mouth to speak.
"Hold that thought, Jed. I'll be right back,"
Ellie ordered and bustled out of the room. She returned with a plate laden with Greek spaghetti. She thrust the plate into Jed's hands and dumped a napkin and silverware onto the coffee table next to him.
"Thank you kindly."
He smiled at Ellie, and then hungrily twirled a thick wad of noodles covered in feta and mozzarella cheese onto his fork and pushed them into his mouth. When he had chewed and swallowed, he set the plate gingerly on his lap.
"I've known Brooke Hughes for years," he said. "We served on several leadership committees at Hope Street together, and I knew her to be a woman with a kind heart and sound judgment."
He loaded his fork again, but this time with careful deliberation. Cooper thought he showed incredible restraint considering how famished he must be.
"Therefore, when she asked me to investigate a possible case of internal fraud at Capital City, I was happy to help. Brooke told me that her suspicions of internal fraud were aroused after an elderly African-American woman named Hazel Wharton complained that her Capital City statements were inaccurate by a total of 3 cents, and they'd been off for the past 4 months.
3 cents? Cooper asked.
Jed nodded. Every month, she'd been overcharged by 3 cents, and whenever she called customer service, she received a runaround. There were no records of an overcharge, according to Capital City. Customer service representatives checked, but insisted that Hazel was talking nonsense. Eventually, Ms. Wharton contacted Brooke Hughes, who offered to meet with her.
Smiling thinly, Jed recounted Brooke's story of Hazel arriving with an old-fashioned adding machine and a pile of statements and receipts.
Brooke told me that Ms. Wharton was old and frail, and looked like a little owl due to her diminutive size and enormous glasses. Brooke also said that Hazel was sharp as a tack. She counted every penny she spent and kept every receipt, no matter how small the purchase. And Capital City had indeed been overcharging her for the past 4 months, but the overcharge was only reflected on Hazel's statements.
All the hubbub was over, 12 cents?
Ellie sounded dubious. Jed ate a few more mouthfuls of spaghetti.
Delicious.
Eliza touched him on the shoulder, and he tore his gaze from the food and continued his narrative.
Brooke began to examine random customer statements from the same time period. She actually visited their homes to do so. It seems that other customers had also been overcharged. Lots of other customers.
Savannah raised her brows. So now, it's more than just 12 cents from one person. It's 12 cents times lots of people.
Yes, Brooke assumed it was thousands and thousands.
Jed ripped a piece of bread in two, but didn't lift it to his mouth.
I discovered that she was right. Someone inside Capital City had created a monumental scam, which was to run for 6 months and charge each customer 3 cents extra per statement. The person or people involved in this scam we're looking at walking away with almost $2 million.
Cooper frowned. But if you only had one charge on your bill, surely you'd notice that your total payment due to Capital City was off by 3 cents. I wouldn't, Ellie declared. I'll just look at the bottom line and pay the bill.
That's how most folks are,
Jed said, looking at his sister-in-law.
But whoever wrote the code for the computer program was smart enough to make sure that statements with single items weren't included in the scam. Plus, the extra money only appeared on the customer's bill, but not on the electronic balance sheets at Capital City. This devious computer whiz, who I now suspect was Reed Newcomb, had to also write a second program to filter the extra money to a private bank account.
Jed looked abashed.
Brooke was killed before I could investigate the fraud any further, but I'd be willing to bet there's a whole pile of money in someone's secret bank account, and that Reed wasn't the only fella at Capital City with dirty hands.
So Brooke was killed after you gave her your written report, Cooper said. That's what was jammed in her copier the day I met her. She was very agitated and said that she really needed copies of that document. Now I see why she was upset and frightened. But Jed, Eliza's eyes filled with tears. If you were picking up newspapers over the last few weeks, you knew Brooke's husband was charged with her murder. How could you let him sit in jail when you knew he was innocent? Her voice was anguished. Jed's face grew flushed, and he dropped his gaze to his lap.
I figured the evidence against him was circumstantial. All I could think about was that the killer might come looking for me and hurt you.
He looked up and gathered his wife's hands in his own.
I was trying to buy time, my love. If I took you away with me, we'd be easier to track. I'd have to take the van and...
People notice me because I'm big and I'm in a wheelchair. Eliza finished his thought. There was no bitterness in her tone, but Cooper saw Jed avert his gaze, his face etched with agony.
I couldn't risk you, Eliza.
He whispered softly.
You're my everything. I've been out there twisting my mind into knots, trying to think of a way to clear this up. I even mailed Brooke's boss a copy of my report the day I heard about her murder on the news. But I guess he was too scared to show it to anyone.
Cooper started. Who's her boss?
Vance Maynard, Jed said. I figured he'd want to know if someone was stealing millions right out from under his nose.
Unless he was sharing in those millions, Savannah suggested. But wouldn't someone get wise to that much money coming into a bank account? Ellie asked. My bank would notice if I started wiring them truckloads of cash. All the women looked at Jed. He shrugged.
The money could have gone to an offshore account. Even in this day and age, you can hide money obtained by illicit means and still look squeaky clean.
Unintentionally, Cooper grabbed Jed's arm. Vance Maynard just got back from a trip to Switzerland. She immediately released her grip and returned to her own space, but her voice tripped from her mouth rapid-fire. And when Nathan and I were searching Brooke's home office, she was reading a book about offshore investing. The chapter she had marked was on Swiss bank accounts. Jed instantly grew alarmed.
Vance was Brooke's mentor. She would have invited him into her house without giving it a second thought. He could have shot her, and no one would ever suspect him. After all, he's a charming widower. But doesn't the man have enough money?
He glanced forlornly at the women in the room.
What have I done? I should have sent the report to the police.
Eliza took her husband's face and cradled it in her hands. It's not too late. Cooper has the number of the officer in charge of the case, and you'll call him right now. Then you'll take a nice hot shower, put on some clean clothes, and eat some of Cooper's homemade raisin bread. While we're waiting on the investigator, you, me, and Ellie will figure out how to make ourselves scarce until there's enough proof to put the real criminal behind bars.
All right, Eliza. We'll tell the cops, but then we're leaving.
Jed turned to Ellie.
Do you still have that little cabin in North Carolina?
Ellie nodded. I was renting it to the leaf peepers in the fall, but it's empty as my pocketbook right now.
Not for long. I'm going to call that investigator from my office. Eliza, you think about what you want to pack.
Once Jed had left the room, Cooper tried to organize the thoughts swirling around in her brain. She tried to form a picture of Vance Maynard, the handsome philanthropist executive, killing Brooke, and then shoving Reed Newcomb off a bridge. She found that she was able to envision Vance in the role of villain with greater ease than she expected, especially when she recalled his false smile and his smooth talking the night of the Little League game. She also remembered the brief but intense anger on his face when he'd spoken to Reed before driving off in his Porsche. Savannah suddenly stood and Cooper moved to take her friend's arm. "Are you all right?" "We should get a move on," she said, and then turned toward Eliza. "We shouldn't be here when Investigator McNamara arrives. He specifically asked us to stay out of this affair." "She's right," Cooper added. "Hopefully Jed's information will put an end to the entire investigation in any case." She smiled at Eliza. "I can't wait to let the other Sunrise members know that Jed's safe. They've been so worried about you both." Eliza shook her head. "Please don't tell anyone about Jed just yet. I'd like for us to be on our way to the cabin before it gets out that my husband didn't actually run off with some piece of two-bit trash." She grinned. "It'll wound my pride something awful for folks to think that he's been cheating on me, but it's better than facing a cold-blooded killer." She plucked at a loose thread on her sleeve. "It's not that I don't have faith in the police, but we're not brave like you folks. We're going to crawl under a North Carolina rock until this storm blows over." "It won't be easy, but we'll keep the happy news about Jed's return to ourselves," Savannah promised. Jed re-entered the room and immediately went to his wife's side. "I've called in the cavalry." He kissed her round cheek and then backed away. "Oh, forgive me, dear. I smell like a barnyard. I'm going to get cleaned up. The police will be here in 30 minutes. He looked at Ellie in appeal. "Think you can brew us a fresh pot in that time?" "Do I?" Ellie snorted. "I got more in mind for you than just coffee, Jed Weeks. I'd like to put 10 pounds back on your bones before that cop steps foot in this house. But I reckon we should let you ease into mealtime, so we'll just start with liquids. Go get some soap on your skin. I'll meet you in the kitchen." She gave Cooper and Savannah brief hugs. "I'm mighty grateful that Eliza's made such fine friends as a result of this mess," she said, and then hurried off to start the coffee maker. "Ellie's right," Eliza cried softly. "How can I ever thank you both? You came to bring me comfort and you ended up finding my husband, and that poor dear man had clearly lost his way." Eliza put her hands over her heart as she spoke. "And please don't tell me what you did was nothing. You brought my Jed, my best friend, my truest love back to me. You've taken the darkness from my life and brought me light." Savannah smiled. "We were guided by a greater power." She embraced the larger woman. "Any time you want to come to church, you have a group of friends to sit beside you. You hear?" "Thank you," Eliza whispered, and then turned to Cooper. "Can't I express my gratitude in some way? Please think of something. I'm begging you." Cooper paused, and then an idea came to her. "How do you feel about dogs?" "I love them," Eliza replied, somewhat perplexed. "Jed and I were thinking of adopting one before things got all turned around." "I know a sweet dog that really needs a home, but he's missing a leg. Are you okay with that?" Eliza thumped her own useless limbs and laughed. "Are you kidding? He sounds perfect. We'll pick him up on the way to North Carolina. I hear there's a forest filled with squirrels and rabbits where we're headed." She winked playfully. "And if that dog's bum leg keeps him from catching furry creatures, Jed'll just shoot him in the leg. Even things up a bit." Cooper laughed uneasily, uncertain whether Eliza was joking or not. 17. Cooper hadn't spoken to Nathan since they'd exchanged banal chit-chat during the Sunrise Bible study meeting. The evening after discovering Jed Weeks in the woods behind his house, she wanted to tell him about her exciting day, But when she actually picked up the phone, doubt assailed her before she could dial his number. After her experience with Drew, she wanted to be certain Nathan cared for her before she trusted him completely. Cooper decided to wait for him to contact her for a second date, and if he did, she'd assure him that Eliza was well, but would keep mum about Jed. When she returned home from work the next day, the only new message on her answering machine was from Trish, asking Cooper to take her place Saturday morning, visiting the Newcombs at Reed's room in the critical care unit at Enrico Doctor's Hospital. Apparently, Trish needed to show a couple from out of town a dozen houses in a single day. In exchange for Cooper taking over her hospital duties, Trish offered to pay a visit to Rose instead.
And I'll stop by Baby's R Us on the way and bring that little granddaughter of hers a whole shopping cart full of goodies,
Trish added as an extra incentive. Cooper left a message on Trish's voicemail saying she'd be glad to visit Linda, though in truth she hated hospitals and hadn't been to one since her high school field hockey accident. Next, Cooper went through her mail, which consisted of bills, catalogs, and coupons for services she would never need, such as outdoor lighting or garage organization. At least her visa bill was shrinking, though with agonizing slowness. Glancing out her window, Cooper surveyed the sun-bleached garden and Grammy's comforter, draped over the laundry line. The three-legged dog, soon to be adopted by Eliza and Jed, slumbered in a small circle of shade on the patio. Cooper sighed. The evening stretched before her, and she was feeling more lonely than usual. In search of a distraction, she phoned her sister.
"I was just going to call you."
Ashley sounded pleased to hear from her.
"When do you want to go shopping?"
Cooper frowned. Her interest in revitalizing her wardrobe had waned a little. "I don't know. Maybe I'll wait a while."
"For what?"
Ashley demanded.
"Your clothes are too androgynous. You need some color and style in your wardrobe. And don't worry, I'm just going to make suggestions. I won't be pushy, I promise."
"Yeah, right," Cooper muttered, and instantly regretted taking her dating woes out on her sister. She thought about the camaraderie between Eliza and Ellie, and how she'd vowed to spend more time with Ashley. "I'm sorry. I know your intentions are good. Let's go this weekend. We can have lunch. I need to see someone in the morning, but I'm free after that."
"Let's have a pedicure, too. Mama told me how vain you've gotten about your pretty toes."
Ashley giggled.
"I'm thrilled to hear that you're primping like a real woman. How are things with Nathan?"
Cooper confessed that she had no idea where she stood with Nathan Dexter.
"Don't fret," Ashley said. "When you show up for church on Sunday, you'll be in an outfit that'll knock his socks off."
"It might take more than a new dress for me to figure out how he feels," Cooper said.
"It won't be the clothes he notices, Coop. It'll be your confidence,"
Ashley explained.
"When you feel beautiful on the inside, it shines through. That boy is going to be totally blinded by you. Oh, here comes Lincoln. I should go. See you Saturday."
As it turned out, Cooper saw Nathan earlier than she had anticipated. He called shortly after Ashley hung up, just as Cooper was dumping a fistful of uncooked linguine noodles into a pot of boiling water. Reaching for the phone with one hand, she upended a small jar of ragu into a saucepan and set the gas flame on low with the other. "Hey, you," Nathan greeted her. "Sorry I haven't caught up with you in a few days, but I just got a new client, Virginia Credit Union, and I've been burning the midnight oil this week. How'd things go with Eliza?" Stirring the meat sauce with a wooden spoon, Cooper reported that Eliza was holding things together with the help of her sweet sister. As she lauded Ellie's culinary skills and described how clean and organized the Weekes' house had become, Cooper added some minced garlic as well as fresh basil and oregano from her mother's herb garden to the pan. She inhaled the savory aroma while Nathan talked about his day. Seeing her smile reflected in the toaster, Cooper knew that the flush on her cheeks had little to do with the fact that she was standing over a pot of bubbling tomato sauce. "By the way, I switched my volunteer day with Quentin," Nathan said. "His nephews are in a karate tournament on Saturday, so he couldn't make it to see the Newcombs in the hospital. Maybe we could catch a movie once I'm done there." Cooper looked toward the ceiling of her apartment and mouthed, "Thank you." She then told Nathan that she was taking Trish's place on Saturday. "Perfect," said Nathan. "Now we can go to that matinee we missed last weekend.
You still game for that flick about the international espionage ring?
Sounds great. I love action movies, Cooper replied. After hanging up with Nathan, she transferred the steaming noodles from the pot to the colander and then feverishly dialed Ashley's number. I hope you're free on Friday, she hurriedly told her sister. How about I take you out for a girls' night instead of our Saturday lunch date?
Only if there's a good reason.
Ashley pretended to be hurt.
You're gonna drag me to one of those burger joints. I just know it. You eat more red meat than a lion.
We can eat whatever you want, and I do have a good reason. Cooper told her sister about her previous phone call.
Sweet mercy,
Ashley cried.
We need to formulate a plan of attack. You'd better leave Thursday and Friday open. We'll do nails, clothes shopping, and find you some decent perfume.
She paused for breath.
And don't worry about Saturday. I bought the most adorable new pink and green Argyle golf sweater, and I'm dying to wear it to the club. Now I'll have a chance to show it off at the 18 Holes for Autism Awareness benefit game.
Cooper frowned. I didn't know you played golf.
I'm not playing, silly.
Ashley snorted.
I'm driving around in a golf cart filled with coolers of champagne. It's going to be hot out there, you know, and people will write bigger checks after they've had a few.
That's a pretty shirt. Nathan complimented Cooper after meeting her in the hospital lobby. Smiling, Cooper repeatedly smoothed down the fabric of her green floral tank top. She was unaccustomed to wearing such a form-fitting shirt and had almost refused to purchase it, but Ashley insisted. Her stylish sister said that it was the perfect accompaniment for the pair of white capris she had convinced Cooper to buy, claiming that their stretch fabric accentuated Cooper's trim legs. I wish I had a sweater, Cooper said as she and Nathan boarded the elevator for the critical care unit on the 5th floor. Why are hospitals always so cold? Maybe they're trying to prevent the germs from multiplying, Nathan said, pressing the elevator button for the 3rd time. I have to tell you, Cooper, I'm not very comfortable in hospitals. I never know what to say, and as soon as I arrive, I'm already thinking about when I can leave. I don't think anyone likes hospitals. I mean, unless you're having a baby, you're not really here to celebrate anything. Nathan touched her shoulder. I'm sorry. I forgot that you lost an eye in a place like this. I'm so used to your 2 different colors that I don't really notice anymore. I guess I just see you. Cooper gave him a grateful smile. That's one of the nicest things anyone has ever said to me. She reached over and squeezed his hand. Nathan raised her hand to his lips and brushed her palm with the faintest of kisses, sending a flutter of heat through Cooper's arm. When the elevator doors opened, he continued to hold her hand. They checked in at the nurse's station and were given directions to Reed's room. Did you ever wear colored contacts? Nathan asked while stepping around a cart stacked high with folded linens. To match one of the eye colors? I wore a green contact for a long time, because She cut herself short. Because my ex-boyfriend bought it for me, she admitted. But it never felt quite right. I didn't really want to cover up the green eye because it was a gift, and I didn't want to cover up my blue eye because, well, that's mine. It's part of me, so I stopped wearing the contact. Nathan squeezed her shoulder in understanding, and then abruptly stopped. They had reached Reed's room. Cooper couldn't believe that Reed Newcomb was the immobile figure in the hospital bed. Tubes came out of his mouth, an IV line from his arm, and black wires attached to monitoring equipment formed a spiderweb around his upper body. Electric green waves and repetitive bleeps from 2 of the machines added to the gentle repetitive noise of the respirator. Cooper reflected that the room seemed oddly peaceful. Linda Newcomb sat in an upholstered chair by the room's only window, her head slumped forward and her mouth agape in sleep. As Nathan knocked quietly on the open door, Cooper took a step closer to Reed under the pretense of placing a fruit basket on the table next to his bed. Reed was a small man in stature, but he seemed even more shrunken now. White sheets were tucked tightly around his frame like a shroud, and his closed eyes and expressionless face made him look closer to death than to the world of the living. Cooper was surprised to feel a tear slide down her cheek. Mrs. Newcomb? Nathan whispered, and Linda slowly opened her eyes. We're from Hope Street Church.
I believe you've met some of our friends.
He hesitated.
We brought dinner for you and your family.
Linda said nothing. Her fixed gaze was not unfriendly, just tired. Nathan shifted on his feet and pointed at Cooper.
I'm Nathan Dexter, and this is my friend Cooper. We were also at your husband's last Little League game, though we were rooting for the other team, I'm afraid.
Giving Nathan a weak smile, Linda accepted the brown grocery bag with quiet thanks. "We can only take credit for the delivery," Cooper said. "My mama insisted on making every dish." The moment Maggie heard that Linda had 4 boys, she'd wasted no time fixing the Newcomb family a hearty supper. As a result of Maggie's efforts, Linda now had a home-cooked meal of chicken dumplings, onion rolls, salad, green beans, and a pie made with fresh peaches from a local farm. "This is very nice of you," Linda said and swallowed hard. "Dozens of people I don't even know have been so kind to us since this happened. I'm very grateful, but it feels strange, too." "How's your husband, ma'am?" Cooper whispered. "You don't have to keep your voice down," Linda answered instead. "He can't hear you, and I'm tired of acting like we're already at the funeral, truth be told." She glanced sideways at Reed. "There are moments when I'm not sure I want him to wake up." Neither Nathan nor Cooper spoke. "I know how that must sound, but Reed hasn't exactly been good to me or to my boys for quite a while." She sighed and ran her fingers through her disheveled hair. "There have been other women, lies, and recently a whole bunch of expensive purchases we can't afford." She took a sip of water from the glass by her side. "I don't know why I'm telling you all this. My parents took my boys to King's Dominion today to get their minds off their father. And this is the first real sleep I've had in days. I'm just babbling. Don't pay me any mind." "We're sorry to have disturbed you," Cooper said and started for the door. "No, please, stay. I could use some adult company." Linda beseeched them. "It's been just me and the boys for a long time now. Reed's paid the bills and done his public bit, like the Little League stuff, but he hasn't really been with us for years."
"But you're here now, at his bedside,"
Nathan pointed out.
"That's what really matters, Mrs. Newcomb. What is Reed's prognosis?"
Linda looked at the inert figure of her husband. "He suffered oxygen deprivation and had bleeding in his brain, probably due to the force of the impact when he hit the water." She swallowed. "They have him in a medically induced coma to help bring down the swelling in his brain. They say it's a miracle he survived it all, but that he may never be the same after what he's been through." She shook her head, fighting back emotion, though Cooper couldn't tell if it was anger or grief. "It sounds scary," Cooper said. Linda nodded. "It is. And who would do this to him?" She continued to stare at Reed. "It was no accident, that's certain. Someone pumped him full of morphine so that they could shove him off the bridge without him being able to put up a fight."
"Morphine?"
Nathan's face creased in thought. "Yes." Linda chuckled without humor. "And I had nothing to tell the cops except that I suspected that Reed was screwing around on me, and maybe his girlfriend got mad at him. I couldn't even tell them who the latest bimbo was. Some woman named Hazel, his new secretary, the waitress at our favorite Italian restaurant, who knows?" She began to pace. "I almost laughed out loud when the cops asked me where I was Saturday night. Supermom Linda was hosting a sleepover with half the Little League team. I would have loved to have been outside gazing at the moonlight instead of telling my son and his friends to be quiet every 10 minutes. At this opportune moment, there was a tap on the door, and a doctor wearing a white lab coat over blue scrubs entered the room.
"Hello."
He smiled at Cooper and Nathan, and then made his way over to Linda's side.
"How are you, Mrs. Newcomb?"
"Hanging in there," she said, smirking. "Actually, I'm a bit better today, Dr. Palmantiers. These nice folks brought me dinner, so that's one less thing I have to worry about." Nathan cleared his throat.
"Doctor, Mrs. Newcomb mentioned that Reed had morphine in his system. You need a prescription for that drug, correct?"
"Yes," the doctor answered and then began examining Reed's chart.
"Why would someone be given a prescription for morphine?"
Nathan persisted. The doctor turned a pair of bright blue eyes in Nathan's direction. "Primarily for pain control," he said, and then seeing that Nathan was on the verge of asking another question, elaborated further. "For example, I've written prescriptions for patients with severe pain stemming from a variety of medical conditions, from kidney stones to chronic back pain. However, I most commonly prescribe morphine to patients who have cancer and are suffering from constant pain." Cooper stared at Nathan. Why was he suddenly so curious about morphine? Dr. Paul Mantiers told them that he'd like to have a word with Linda about Reed's condition, so Nathan and Cooper wished Linda well and exited the room. Vance's wife had cancer, Nathan exclaimed quietly as soon as they were out of earshot. What if he gave the morphine to Reed? It obviously wasn't Linda, since she was with a bunch of kids all night long, so that leaves Cindy and Vance as the primary suspects. Cindy was clearly upset over being dumped, but what was Vance angry about that night? He rubbed his chin. How are we ever going to find out? Cooper thought about Vance's recent trip to Switzerland and about the report Jed Weeks had mailed to the executive right after Brooke's death. We should call McNamara and tell him that Vance's late wife died of cancer and might have had a prescription for morphine, she suggested. Maybe then he'll poke around into Mr. Executive Vice President's life a little deeper. As for us, she held out her hands helplessly. Short of driving to Vance's house, knocking on the door and asking him why he had words with Reed at a Little League game, we're not going to be able to find out. Maybe that's exactly what we should do. Nathan entered the elevator and stood inside the car, so lost in thought that he forgot to press the lobby button. I doubt he'd tell us anything, Cooper said. We have no excuse to interrogate Vance. He'd probably toss us out on our ears. Or arses, Nathan mumbled. The only reason I can think of for approaching him at home is to pretend to ask for a donation to a charity, Cooper said. We'd need to come up with a genuine charity, though, in case he actually gives us a check. That's a great idea. Hope Street has been collecting funds for the women's shelter. Maybe he'll let us in if I tell him about the project. Nathan beamed at Cooper. Let's drive out to his place right now. I'll call McNamara and tell him the morphine theory en route. Wait a second. Cooper followed him down the long hall, which smelled unpleasantly of lemon disinfectant and fried chicken. Do you even know where Vance lives? Nathan's cheeks turned pink. Actually, yes. I like to Google people when I'm bored. I've Googled all of the major players of this drama, and I remember where Maynard's place is. He's on a pretty parcel out in Goochland, right near Hermitage Country Club. The house looks so big from the aerial view that I don't think we can miss it. There goes our matinee again, Cooper thought. Do you mind driving? Nathan asked once they had reached the parking deck. Sweet Pea has been acting up today, and I don't want to break down in the country. Cooper knew that this adventure could lead to something messy, but she wanted to spend more time with Nathan, and, truth be told, she enjoyed the excitement of playing detective. We can take my Jeep, on one condition. She patted her stomach. We can go to the Sunset Grill Cafe for lunch first. Believe it or not, the smell of that fried chicken made me hungry, even if it was mixed with pine sol. Deal, Nathan said, and followed her outside to her parking spot. It's too bad we don't know more high society people. We need someone from the Blue Blood Country Club set to give us the inside scoop on Vance. Cooper immediately thought of Ashley. I'm related to someone who travels in that circle. She's no blue blood, but she'd sure like to be. Can you call her? Nathan's eyes gleamed. Knowing full well that they weren't supposed to investigate any longer, Cooper recalled how recklessly she'd entered the woods in search of Eliza's stalker, and how favorable that outcome had been. Okay, wait until we get off the highway, and I'll call her. In the meantime, get in touch with McNamara. Nathan complied and began speaking rapidly into his cell phone. A few seconds later, he slipped his phone back into his front pocket. I left a message on his voicemail. Your turn. Cooper dialed at a notoriously long red light, but Ashley didn't answer her phone. Cooper had an image of her sister whizzing zealously around a putting green in her golf cart as champagne sloshed onto the trimmed turf. She left Ashley a message and pulled into Sunset Grill's parking lot. As usual, the eatery was crowded and they had to settle for a table near the bar. Though tempted to choose the daily fish special, Cooper ordered the more humble cheese and asparagus quiche and a tossed salad, while Nathan opted for chicken wings. After the waitress had served them both tall glasses of sweet tea, the pair exchanged anecdotes about their work weeks. Cooper shared how Make It Work had landed 2 new accounts, the new Bon Secours Medical Office Center as well as all of the State Farm insurance branches. The increase in business meant that Mr. Farmer would be forced to hurriedly hire another full-time employee. The poor person Mr. Farmer brings on will have to take full responsibility for the shredding business, Cooper said as she drizzled blue cheese dressing on her salad. The rest of us are thrilled. No one really likes driving around all day and emptying those bins. I already feel sorry for the new guy or girl. Nathan told of a frustrating day in which one of his clients made him change the design of their website 3 times before finally agreeing to the initial design. As he mimicked the client's whiny voice, the waitress came by to deliver the check. Cooper reached for it, but Nathan covered her hand with his own. "I'm an old-fashioned guy. We're on a date, so I'll take care of this." He placed a 20 on the table and held on to Cooper's chair as she stood. "Okay, but if we ever do make it to a movie," Cooper said as they headed out to her Jeep, "I'm going to buy the tickets." Nathan told her that Vance Maynard's house was quite close to the Sunset Grill. In fact, it took less than 5 minutes for Cooper to reach the iron gates marking the entrance into the exclusive property. Just as she was going to ask Nathan what to do next, her cell phone chirped. She pulled onto the shoulder just past one of the open gates flanking Vance's driveway and answered her phone.
"It's so funny that you asked about Vance Maynard,"
Ashley trilled.
"He's here, at the golf benefit today."
Is he standing close by? Cooper felt paranoid. She didn't want harm to come to her sister.
"No, he's throwing back some G&Ts with the other boys inside the clubhouse,"
Ashley said.
"Why are you asking about Vance? I could tell you that he looks mighty sharp in a tuxedo."
"When did you see him wearing one?"
"Last week. Saturday night was the Red Ribbon Gala. It was a dinner dance to raise money for cancer research. Vance's wife died of cancer, so he's very involved with the cause."
Cooper was glad she was no longer driving, as she might have swerved off the road after hearing that remark. "Ashley," Cooper tried not to sound too eager, "do you know what time Vance left the gala?"
"He was still there when Lincoln and I snuck out before the stroke of midnight. I just couldn't dance in my Marc Jacobs pumps for another second."
Cooper tuned out as Ashley droned on about which women wore the skimpiest dresses, who ate their neighbor's portion of lemon cream cake, and which members of Richmond society most likely wrote the biggest checks.
"I wouldn't wear a strapless gown and let my dance partner dip me like that,"
Ashley jabbered on.
"Now we all know that she did go to a plastic surgeon last July."
A car suddenly appeared in Cooper's rearview mirror. It was exiting Vance's driveway. Cooper accidentally loosened her grip on the phone as she recognized Cindy's old Honda. The phone skittered across the seat, though Ashley's perky monologue continued unabated. Nathan scooped the phone off the seat and handed it back to Cooper. "Ashley, I have to go. Talk to you later." She cut her sister off and turned the car around. "What's going on?" Nathan was bewildered. "Isn't that Cindy's car?" "Yes." Cooper sped up in order to keep an eye on the Honda as it disappeared around the numerous bends in the road. "We have to speak to her, Nathan. If she's involved with Vance somehow, we need to warn her. Tell her of our suspicions." "If she is involved with Vance, maybe we shouldn't trust her either." Cooper frowned. "Cindy has 2 kids, Nathan. She's probably just looking for a new boyfriend. After all, Vance could easily afford to take care of her kids. And I don't mean to sound callous here, but Reed's no good to her as a provider anymore." She eased off the accelerator as the road took a sharp turn. "If Vance is our bad guy, then there's no way Cindy knows about it. I doubt she'd deliberately put her kids in harm's way. Besides, she drives a Honda Civic, and the person who pushed Reed off the bridge drove an SUV, remember?" "You're right," Nathan said after a moment's pause. "I've got to stop searching for the worst in everybody and try to concentrate on what's motivating them instead. Cindy's after money, I'm sure of that. And she's only acting this way to provide a better life for her kids.
Even so, she doesn't know that this sugar daddy has a dark side worse than Darth Vader's. We need to convince her to get as far away from Vance as she can.
Good thing we came here today.
Oh, man. McNamara is gonna wish he'd locked us up when he had the chance,
Nathan said with a groan, but then his mouth turned upward in a mischievous grin. 18. Cindy drove her Honda like she was running late for an important appointment. Cooper roared up the on-ramp of I-64, doing her best to keep the silver sedan in sight.
I feel like I'm in tryouts for the NASCAR circuit, she shouted.
Just stay within 9 miles of the speed limit and we should be okay,
Nathan said.
I've heard that's how to avoid getting a ticket.
Cooper eyed her speedometer. She was doing 75 in a 65-mile-per-hour zone.
Someone should tell Cindy about the 9-mile thing. She's doing at least 80.
The pair watched Cindy switch lanes without signaling as she maneuvered the Honda around slower traffic. Approaching the split for I-95 South and I-95 toward downtown, Cindy positioned herself in the middle lane and hugged the bumper of a FedEx truck.
I can't tell which highway she's going to take.
Cooper stared fixedly through her windshield as the cars in the 2 right lanes began to slow down. Within seconds, Cindy, Cooper, and the rest of the traffic had eased to a complete stop. Relaxing a bit, Cooper scanned through the AM radio channels until one of the disc jockeys announced that there was a major accident on I-95.
Nothing new here, folks,
the disc jockey scoffed.
The section of 95 as it cuts through Richmond is the worst scrap of asphalt in the nation. But y'all keep voting against the road repair bills, so enjoy sitting there while you inhale the exhaust from all those tractor-trailers. Or find yourself an alternate route because 2 of the 3 southbound lanes are closed. And now for the weather. Look.
Nathan pointed at Cindy's car, which suddenly slid behind a white van traveling in the exit-only lane for the downtown expressway. Cooper, who was firmly wedged between 2 cars in the middle lane, looked over her right shoulder to see if she could also pull into the moving stream of traffic. She knew she should wait for an open space to present itself, but if Cindy's car disappeared around the bend, they'd lose her. As a log truck began to bear down upon them, Cooper stomped down on the accelerator. The driver of the log truck blared his horn as Cooper's Jeep shot in front of him. Nathan had gone a bit pale.
"Now that's aggressive driving,"
he said. As they headed south, Cooper didn't release her tight grip on the wheel. There was no sign of Cindy.
"I think I've lost her," Cooper moaned.
"We'll catch her at the toll."
Nathan shook a fistful of change.
"Take the exact change line."
The toll booths lay ahead on a downward slope in the road. After a few seconds of scanning the area, Nathan spied Cindy's car pulling out on the other side of the tolls.
"There!"
He pointed.
"Hurry! Dump the money in!"
Frazzled, Cooper threw the change in the metal basket, and then almost clipped the gate as it lifted in agonizing slowness. She cut off a minivan in order to follow the Honda as it exited at 7th Street. The minivan driver, a man wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses, rolled down his window, shouted an expletive, and gave Cooper the finger. She gave him a peace sign in return.
"Why did you do that?"
Nathan asked. Cooper shrugged. I was trying to tell him I deserved that gesture. Cindy's car merged onto East Bird Street and then continued heading east 6 blocks. Just past Virginia Avenue, she pulled into the basement parking lot of one of the newest luxury condominium high-rises that were sprouting up all over the waterfront. I wonder who lives here, Cooper said as Cindy's car disappeared in the shadows. Not knowing where else to go, Cooper headed for the visitor parking spaces and turned off the engine. Just then, Nathan shouted, "She's getting in the elevator!" He pointed toward the dimly lit elevator bay as the brass doors slid closed. He and Cooper hastened to the elevator, but it was already moving upward. By the time it returned to the parking garage, it was empty, except for a beautifully dressed elderly woman. Emerging from the elevator, the woman withdrew a large ring of keys from her purse, and in doing so dislodged a white envelope which fluttered to the ground. The woman, who didn't realize that she'd dropped a cash envelope from the bank, nodded politely at Cooper and Nathan and walked by.
"Ma'am, something fell out of your bag."
Nathan grabbed the thick envelope, and without so much as glancing at the $100 bill that protruded from inside, handed it back to her. She beamed at him.
"Oh my, how careless of me. Thank you ever so much."
She tucked the money envelope back into her bag.
"And people say there are no gentlemen left.
Pah!"
"Thank you."
Nathan issued a soft bow.
"May I beg a favor, ma'am?"
"Of course, my dear,"
she responded warmly.
"We're looking for a friend of ours. We were wondering if you were a resident and might know her."
The woman raised her chin proudly.
"As a matter of fact, I'm in charge of the new neighbor welcome baskets, so I know all the residents."
Nathan smiled.
"It's lucky we ran into you then. Our friend is Cindy Rolfing. Does the name sound familiar?"
The woman's pleasant smile evaporated instantly, to be replaced by a fierce scowl.
"If you're a friend of that tramp's, then I have nothing further to say to you."
Nathan stared at the woman in mute bafflement.
"Wait,"
Cooper pleaded as the woman turned away. "We're actually concerned for her children."
"What children?"
The woman's scowl turned into a sneer.
"You mean that pair of brats who run wild all around the grounds completely unsupervised? If they are, in fact, her progeny, then she certainly hasn't raised them correctly."
Cooper gaped. What did she mean, if? The woman narrowed her eyes.
"Why not tell me the truth? You can hardly be friends of Ms. Rolfing's if you don't know which floor she lives on."
She waggled a finger at them.
"I'd bet my prize orchid that you weren't even certain she lived here."
Her gaze grew steely.
"Come on, out with it, or I'll call security."
Panicking, Cooper glanced at Nathan, but he was clearly at a loss for words. "We work for the law firm of Winters and Winters," Cooper lied. "We represent the wife of one of Ms. Rolfing's—" She floundered, wondering what to call Cindy's men.
"Paramours?"
The older woman guessed, her blue eyes lit with curiosity.
Yes, ma'am. We're building a divorce case against her husband.
Which one? The tart's got 2 boyfriends,
the woman said acidly.
A small man has been there the most, but I've seen her with another man as well. I've never seen his face, but he's taller. Both men come at night and don't leave until morning.
She brushed a fleck of dust from her sleeve.
And I should know. I live next door.
I guess that explains how she can afford the rent,
Nathan murmured. The woman snorted.
There's no rent, young man. Someone has bought her that premium condo. At close to $500,000, Ms. Rolfing must be very talented.
Disgusted, the woman put a hand on her hip.
Your friend is in 6A. It is my sincere hope that once this divorce case is over and the husband is sued to the nines by his wife, that our resident hooker will find herself out on the street.
She shouldered her purse.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm late for an appointment.
Exchanging stunned glances, Nathan and Cooper got into the elevator. 2 boyfriends? Cooper repeated in bewilderment.
I guess so.
Nathan replied and shook his head.
Reed and Vance? At the same time? That would require some juggling.
Stunned, they rode up to the 6th floor.
What are we doing?
Cooper whispered as the doors opened.
What if she's involved in this mess?
Nathan waved off her suggestion and stepped in front of the door marked A with a shiny brass letter.
Like you said before, she probably wouldn't put her kids in jeopardy. There must be some logical explanation for her to have been at Maynard's house.
I'm sure money had something to do with it, Cooper said.
Maybe.
Nathan frowned and thought.
Or maybe she's trying to build a case against him, too. After all, she obviously cared for Reed, or she wouldn't have been so upset about his breaking up with her.
Cooper wasn't sure she agreed with this line of logic, but before she could protest, he rang the doorbell to 6A. There was a slight noise directly on the other side of the door, as if Cindy were leaning against it while she looked through the peephole. Since Cooper wasn't standing alongside Nathan, it was likely that his was the only face Cindy would see as she gazed out into the hall. After several tedious seconds, the door opened. Cindy was wearing a pleated black skirt,
and a black and white polka dot silk blouse. A thick leather belt encased her narrow waist, and a white headband secured her dark hair. She was barefoot, and Cooper couldn't help but notice that her toes were painted an unattractive shade of orange. Her eyes were bloodshot and puffy with unshed tears.
"Aren't you the copier repair people?" Cindy asked derisively. "What are you doing here?"
Before either Cooper or Nathan could reply, Cindy passed her hands over her face in a gesture of fatigue and resignation and mumbled,
"Look, whatever the reason, this isn't a good time."
Nathan's arm shot out to prevent Cindy from closing the door. Her eyes widened in surprise.
"We came to warn you."
Nathan spoke gently.
"We think you might be friendly with the person responsible for Brooke Hughes's death."
Clearly disturbed by this pronouncement, Cindy took a step back into the shelter of her apartment.
"What would you know about my personal life?"
"We're from the church Brooke attended,"
Nathan explained.
"and we've been trying to exonerate her husband by finding the real killer."
He stole a quick glance at Cooper.
"Now we think we know who he is."
Cindy paused, her face a mixture of fear and nervous curiosity.
"I'm not sure I like the sound of this, but you better come in."
Cooper had just crossed the threshold when Cindy blocked her way and pointed at her rubber-soled sandals.
"Please take off your shoes," she said. "I don't want the floor scuffed."
Quickly complying with her request, Nathan and Cooper removed their shoes and lined them up alongside Cindy's sexy black sandals. Eyeing the sharp heels, Cooper could see how they might pose a threat to the blonde wood floors.
"This place is beautiful,"
Nathan said, awestruck. Cooper moved slowly past a small marble wall fountain and glanced into the kitchen. The whole space was very modern, with gleaming granite and polished chrome. An enormous glass vase stood on the center island, filled with clear marbles and 3 calla lilies. Cindy smiled.
"Nice, isn't it? My boyfriend hired a decorator to make this apartment look like a magazine picture."
Pivoting, Cooper took in the white shag carpet, the voluminous white sofas with matching side chairs, and the chrome accent tables. The coffee table, which was made entirely of glass that sparkled beneath the soft overhead lights, held no books. Instead, 2 crystal glasses and a decanter half filled with amber liquor sat on the piece. Dozens of beige and brown pillows were carefully scattered on the sofas, and several large floor pillows were stacked in front of a fireplace whose mantel bore a collection of modern chrome vases. Each vase was filled with a single gerbera daisy, the color of a ripe orange. Lush silk curtains in a camel hue flanked enormous windows that overlooked the historic canal to the south and the James River to the west.
"This view,"
Cooper breathed, and then turned away from the window in an effort to break the apartment's spell. It was easy to forget about the outside world in such a lush and hedonistic setting. Nathan also tore his eyes from the enchanting view.
"Where are your kids?"
Cindy's face immediately grew guarded.
"With their father. Why?"
"Just trying to be friendly,"
Nathan said kindly.
"I know they must mean the world to you."
Cooper reflected on how Cindy's neighbor had said, "if they are her progeny," making an obvious show of shifting back and forth on her feet. As though she was in a state of discomfort, Cooper cleared her throat in embarrassment. "Ma'am, I had an awful lot of sweet tea for lunch. Would you mind if I used your bathroom?" After hesitating for a moment, Cindy waved at her. "This way." Walking ahead of Cooper, Cindy hastily closed the doors leading to 2 of the 3 rooms off the hallway. One of the doors had a sign reading "Kid Zone, Stay Out," hanging on the knob. Gesturing to the only open door, Cindy stepped aside. Cooper waited several seconds and then flushed the toilet. Afterward, she washed her hands and then opened the door crack. No one was in the hall, and she could hear Nathan's voice in the other room. As quietly as possible, Cooper eased open the door across from the bathroom. A speedy glance confirmed that the room was a media center. A large flat-screen television dominated one wall, while a U-shaped sofa in black leather took up the remaining space. The only accents in the room were the square red pillows on the sofa and the black and white photographs on the wall. Cooper looked at the closest image and gasped. It was a nude photograph of Cindy, lying on her stomach with one of the square pillows propped beneath her arms. There were a dozen shots altogether, each showing Cindy revealing parts of her body that should only be seen by a doctor or a lover. Cooper closed the door and dashed back into the bathroom, where she turned on the faucet and splashed her face with cold water.
"Are you okay in there?"
Cindy's voice echoed down the short hall. "Yes, thank you." Cooper struggled to control her astonishment. "I'll be right out." She wiped her hands and face on a black hand towel embroidered with the letter C in gold thread. Then, turning on the tap once again, she snuck out of the bathroom and opened the door with the sign hanging from the knob. Having already spent far too long pretending to be using the facilities, Cooper only peeked at a single object in the bedroom. One look inside the family album was all she needed to cause her heart to skip several beats. She ducked into the bathroom, turned off the water, and re-entered the living room. "Sorry," she said, avoiding Cindy's gaze. Instead, she locked eyes with Nathan, taking comfort in his kind, familiar face. "My lunch doesn't seem to be settling too well."
"Let me get you some ginger ale,"
Cindy offered and walked into the kitchen. Nathan got up from where he'd sunk into the cushions of a white sofa and took Cooper's elbow. "You don't look so good." Cooper gestured in the direction of the kitchen and then made a pair of horns on either side of her temple using her pointer fingers. Nathan frowned and shrugged. "She and Vance," Cooper began in an agitated whisper. She stopped when she saw Cindy re-enter the room carrying a glass filled with ice in one hand and a gun in the other. "Sit down," she commanded with a flick of the gun. Appearing completely relaxed, Cindy poured herself a drink from the crystal carafe. "I'd offer y'all some whiskey, but it's the good stuff." "You don't have kids, do you?" Cooper blurted. Cindy drank a slug of whiskey and licked her lips. "Nope, never had one and never will. There's something wrong with my plumbing." She put a hand on her flat stomach and grinned wickedly. "My job was to seduce Reed Newcomb and convince him to create a computer program to steal money from capital city customers. Well, Reed loves kids, and I knew he wouldn't want to be with me unless I put on the helpless little mommy act, so I borrowed my sister's kids a couple of times." She looked up, her eyes dark and defiant. "I've been good to those snotty brats, too. Bought them all kinds of stuff, even though they never thanked me." Nathan looked around wildly, clearly searching for a way to distract Cindy and buy them some precious time. "Reed has 4 kids of his own. How could he afford this place?" Cindy polished off the whiskey. "Once our scam was in full swing, Reed got plenty of cash. Imagine my surprise when I found out he didn't plan to share it with me after all." She poured herself another splash of whiskey and smirked. "He actually wanted to patch things up with his cow of a wife. Of course, he didn't get a chance to tell her that before he took his late-night swim." Cooper thought back to the brief exchange between Reed and Vance on the pitcher's mound. Is that what Reed told Vance at the Little League game? That he was planning on quitting his job? Vance looked angry, and then he wiped the emotion from his face and pretended to be supportive. "Reed wasn't supposed to quit. He was supposed to get caught, but he let Vance down by turning into a Boy Scout at the last second." Cindy sank into the sofa's plump cushions. "I was gonna get rid of Reed sooner or later. Vance and I just needed someone to pin the blame on. So that Newcomb's days were numbered from our first kiss. He made it easier by making both me and Vance mad. Can you believe he actually broke up with me?" She uttered a deranged giggle. "We thought Vance pushed him off the bridge, but it was you, wasn't it?" Cooper tried to control her shaking hands. "I saw all the pictures of the two of you in the so-called kids' bedroom. Vance has been your boyfriend for years, right?" Cindy pretended to clap, using her free hand against her glass. "Vance has the brains, and I've got the guts to do whatever it takes to get rich. I borrowed Vance's SUV, helped myself to his dead wife's morphine, and gave Reed a little push. Whoopsie!" She giggled, and the sound echoed eerily in the large room. "Brooke was first, then came Reed, and I'd hunt down that weasel accountant if I had the time, but I don't. Now it looks like I'll have to deal with you two. How annoying." Her face slowly transformed. Gone was her expression of smug pride. A cruel and calculating mask fell over her features like a curtain. Pushing a strand of black hair off her forehead, Cindy stood and waved the gun at Cooper and Nathan.
Enough chit-chat. I won't sit here and tell you all the hows and whys. Vance and I wanted money, loads of it. Vance came up with a way for us to get a boatload. Just think of us as Bonnie and Clyde, but with nicer clothes.
Did you send Brooke those threatening faxes?
Nathan couldn't tear his eyes from the gun.
No, Reed did that. Went to some mailing place south of the river so he couldn't be traced.
For a moment, she looked at him as though hoping to be entertained.
How did you find out about those?
We found them in Brooke's home office. The woman who owns the mailing place remembers that the man who sent the faxes had light-colored dog hair all over the sleeve of his coat. When we saw the Newcomb family dog at the Little League game.
You must have thought you had it all figured out, eh?
She said with a sneer. She moved to a side table and picked up a voluminous black leather purse. After placing the pistol inside the bag, she said,
I can shoot through this bag. The leather's paper thin. Now stand up.
As Cooper and Nathan rose from their seated positions, Cindy stepped directly in front of them.
Don't even think of acting like heroes. Vance is on his way. I called him when I was pretending to fetch your ginger ale.
She gave Cooper a snide smile and opened her apartment door.
He'll decide what to do with you both, but I have no problem blowing your brains out before he gets here. Now get in that elevator.
Inside the elevator, Nathan put his arm around Cooper's shoulder.
Hit the garage button, and then keep your hands out in front of you, Xerox boy.
Cindy snapped from behind them.
Hazel Wharton was right.
Nathan's voice was filled with ire.
You three tried to get rich by ripping off capital city clients. Did you stop to think that every penny mattered to some of those people?
Cindy snorted.
Poor folks shouldn't charge stuff they can't pay for. I grew up in a trailer park, so I know all about that. My daddy drank away every dime he got. But the one thing he did right was teach me how to shoot.
The elevator paused at the lobby level. Seconds before the doors slid open, Cindy rammed her purse against Cooper's back.
Don't say a word,
she hissed. An elderly gentleman in a seersucker suit put a single shiny loafer inside the elevator and then immediately stepped back out.
Goodness, I forgot my glasses again, he said. My apologies for delaying you.
Cooper longed to grab the man by the sleeve, and though she prayed with all her might he'd turn around and notice the terror in their faces, the brass doors slid closed, and the elevator resumed its downward journey.
You should put some meat on your bones,
Cindy said to Cooper, still pressing the gun against her back. Anger surged through Cooper. This was twice in a matter of weeks that someone had jabbed a gun barrel into her flesh, and she didn't enjoy the feeling. Cooper's fury swelled as an image of the Hughes family photographs came into her mind.
I can't believe you shot Brooke Hughes, she suddenly yelled. She kept you on as her assistant because she felt sorry for you, and you repaid her by showing up at her house and shooting her point blank. What kind of person does that?
The elevator stopped at the garage level. Cindy pushed Cooper forward and then slid behind Nathan, her right hand inside her bag and her free arm draped possessively on his left arm.
I told her I'd handle Hazel, but Brooke wouldn't trust me with one of her precious clients, especially an old upset black lady. If my saint of a boss hadn't hired that nosy accountant, she'd still be alive.
Cindy's eyes darted around the dim parking lot.
Reed could have lived too, but he got too greedy. After all, he just wrote a computer program. Vance is the one who thought of the whole penny-stealing scheme.
Reed isn't dead. He could wake up any moment and tell the cops everything, Cooper said. She knew it was unwise to taunt a woman who held a gun and had already committed murder with no signs of remorse, but she expected the news to give Cindy pause. It didn't. Cindy shrugged nonchalantly.
He's better off dead. If he wakes up, he'll take the fall for the whole scam. Vance has made arrangements for the finger to point right at Reed. He's left a paper trail even you two morons could follow.
She laughed, delighted by this notion.
That old bat Hazel and that dumb accountant don't know how lucky they are. We won't waste time trying to find them. Once you two are taken care of, Vance and I are leaving the country.
Huh? She cackled zealously.
Here's my ticket to the good life now.
A dark-colored SUV pulled to an abrupt stop in front of them, and Cooper went weak in the knees. She darted a desperate look at Nathan, whose face was grim and fearful.
If we get in that car, we're going to die,
she whispered urgently to him. Overhearing, Cindy laughed with mirth and then opened the back door of the SUV. She pulled the gun from her bag and her finger rested on the trigger. Smiling crookedly, her dark eyes flashed.
You're going to die either way.
She trained the gun on Cooper, but stared at Nathan, her expression filled with a crazed elation.
Get in, Calpy boy, or I'll shoot her right here and now.
Nathan hesitated, looking around for anything that would serve as a weapon. But there was nothing. With a defeated slump to his shoulders, he climbed into the SUV.
You with the freaky eyes.
Cindy came so close that Cooper could feel Cindy's breath on her face.
Your turn. Since you and Brooke went to church together, you must be a good Christian girl. So let's see if your faith can save you now. Go on,
she commanded viciously.
Start praying.
Cooper closed her eyes. She sank to her knees and prayed with everything she had in her. Eyes squeezed shut, she heard shouts all around the garage. There were men's voices, and then Cindy was yelling, her high-pitched screams, reverberating with surprise and rage. The chaos of shrieks and shouts escalated until the boom of a gunshot eclipsed all other sound. 19.
Do you need a drink of water?
Investigator McNamara asked patiently. Cooper sat up straighter in bed, wincing at the pain that flared along the length of her left arm. No thanks. I don't have anything else to add to my statement. Cindy told me to pray, and that's exactly what I did. She looked at the police officer. I heard you yell, "Put your hands in the air," to Cindy and get down to me.
That's exactly right. I was trying to get you out of the line of fire.
His steely eyes softened.
But you were already on your knees when I yelled.
From where she sat in the corner of the hospital room, Trish clamped her hand on Quentin's forearm.
This sounds like a movie scene.
Yeah, except in the movies the cops are wearing bulletproof vests and get to shoot people without fair warning. The real good guys have to practically recite the Gettysburg Address before they're allowed to take down a wacko like Cindy Rolfing.
Jake bit into a Snickers bar.
I need to quit eating this junk. May as well go back to smoking. At least I was skinnier.
Looking tired but amused, McNamara turned his attention to Nathan, who sat in a chair next to Cooper's bed.
At what point did Vance Maynard pull a gun on you? Right after Cindy shot at you and your men? One of the bullets from the return fire grazed Cooper just below the shoulder. That's when Maynard decided to bolt.
His eyes fell on Cooper's bandaged arm.
I wish I'd been standing in that spot,
he said mournfully.
What was Mr. Maynard's reaction?
The lawman prompted.
Would you mind telling me again, for the record?
Nathan nodded, his face etched with shame.
He pointed a gun at my head and told me to get out of the car. As soon as I did, he sped away.
He glanced at Cooper again.
He could have run you over.
I'm fine, Cooper assured him with a weary smile. In fact, I'm not going to stay here overnight. There's nothing wrong with me except for a little cut. You're as bruised and stitched as a prizefighter, Savannah pointed out gently. Nathan told us you hit your head on that cement ground, too. It would be best to take it easy, dear. McNamara flipped through his notepad and cleared his throat.
Ms. Lee, you said that Cindy Rolfing claimed that she didn't have time to track down Hazel Wharton and Jed Weeks. What do you suppose she meant by that?
She was getting ready to leave the country, Cooper said. She told us as much.
And Vance had 2 duffel bags on the front seat of the SUV.
Nathan added.
She won't be going anywhere fast.
McNamara got to his feet.
I hope you've all learned your lesson about snooping. As you can see,
he gestured at Cooper's arm.
Those on the wrong side of the law can inflict real injuries. It's not a game out there. If me and my men hadn't come along, we might be pulling you and your boyfriend out of the James River right now instead of taking your statements.
Yes, sir, Cooper muttered, her face burning because of the reprimand, not to mention McNamara's use of the term boyfriend.
What brought the police to Cindy's place at that moment, if you don't mind my asking?
Quentin wanted to know.
Something about her must have raised a major red flag.
A financial red flag. McNamara agreed.
In murder cases, we always look at the financial angle. The fact that Brooke Hughes was in charge of the fraud department with full access to the inner workings of the entire capital city system kept nagging at me as being significant. Despite the evidence, what most folks saw as Wesley's motive for killing her was weak from the get-go.
He threw out his arms as if to embrace everyone in the room.
All couples argue, but very few of those arguments end violently. So what would cause a man to shoot his wife in cold blood? Another woman? Drug or alcohol abuse? Sometimes folks just go plumb crazy, but most of the time murder is about money. Wesley Hughes wasn't interested in money. He was perfectly content with his life. That didn't fit the murder, so I knew I had to keep looking for someone with a financial motive.
You thought Wesley was innocent all along? Savannah spluttered.
I felt he might be, Mrs. Knapp.
The officer was solemn.
But what I think and feel doesn't matter. Evidence matters. Luckily, Ms. Lee stumbled across Jed Weeks, and the information he provided allowed us to crack the case.
He turned back to Quentin.
We went to Ms. Rolfing's apartment to question her again because one of the Hughes' neighbors recently remembered seeing a silver Honda sedan parked down the street from their house the morning of the murder. This woman was also able to recall 2 of the letters in the license plate, both of which appear on Ms. Rolfing's plate.
Will she live? Cooper whispered. Will Cindy stand trial? McNamara issued the slightest of nods.
She's still in surgery, but the doctors are confident she'll pull through. On a more positive note, Mr. Newcomb's condition has improved remarkably, and he's been most cooperative. Perhaps his willingness to help will lead to a lighter sentence, though that's not my call to make.
He lowered his voice and grinned.
I think he'd do anything to please the missus at this juncture, but she says she'll stick by him, no matter what happens.
Good for her. Their marriage is worth saving, Savannah said. Glancing at her in approval, McNamara placed his hands on his hips.
Mr. Newcomb's agreed to see a counselor, so they might just make it.
He glanced around at everyone in the room.
I'll personally see to the release of Wesley Hughes, folks. What about that rat Maynard?
Jake demanded, balling his hands into fists so that the cross tattoo on his arm rippled.
How'd he get away with his part in all this?
The officer sighed.
Unfortunately, Mr. Maynard had been seen at public events during the time when Mrs. Hughes was killed and again when Mr. Newcomb was pushed from the bridge. On the afternoon Mrs. Hughes was murdered, Mr. Maynard was playing in a charity tennis match. And when Mr. Newcomb was injured, Mr. Maynard was attending a charity ball until close to 2 in the morning.
But what if he gets away? Cooper whispered in horror. McNamara put his warm palm over Cooper's right hand and stared intently into her eyes, making it clear that the subject of Vance Maynard was now closed.
I'll be in touch, Ms. Lee. Please take care and listen to the doctors. I'm posting a man outside your door, so don't you lose sleep thinking that anyone can enter. If you don't want to see someone, then they won't get in.
Thank you, sir. Cooper gave the lawman a grateful smile. Nathan stood and shook the police investigator's hand, and they all watched him leave the room, his posture firm and his mouth set in a thin line. He was a man with a purpose. I can't believe that Vance character, leaving his girlfriend behind to face the firing squad. What a coward. Trish gazed at Cooper in remorse. I know she's committed horrible evil deeds, but she must be a tormented soul to have done the things she's done.
Jake smirked. She's going to be roaring mad at Vance for a long time. And it sounds like she'll have a few decades in prison to think about that island they could have bought.
Nathan slumped in his chair.
That's what I worry about. What if Vance got away, and is headed for that oasis as we speak?
The friends exchanged anxious glances. Cooper agreed with Nathan. Vance Maynard was crafty enough to come up with the entire capital city scam, so it was likely that he had an escape plan in place from the moment Brooke Hughes began to suspect that someone in her company was involved in criminal pursuits. "Hey, where's Brian?" Quentin asked in an attempt to lift the gloom. "Fending off the news crews," Nathan replied. Trish shot out of her chair.
"He's going to get all the prime camera time. Where are they? Outside?"
She was practically salivating as she dug in her purse for business cards. Cooper smiled at her friends. Her family had been by earlier, and between her mother's anxiety and the investigators' pointed questions, Cooper was suddenly feeling worn out. In fact, the idea of spending the night in the hospital didn't sound so bad. The nurse on duty had informed her that macaroni and cheese with green beans and garlic bread was on the menu for dinner, and that she could check out first thing in the morning, after the doctor assigned to her case completed his rounds. Taking a drink of water from her plastic cup, Cooper thought of how the media would be trying to contact her at home, demanding to have their questions answered and their curiosity sated. Instead of unplugging her phone and asking her parents to deal with unwelcome visitors, she could simply stay here, spending a blessedly uneventful evening watching reruns of Love It or List It. She could return home in the morning feeling completely refreshed. "Why don't you help Bryant make a statement on behalf of me and Nathan?" Cooper suggested wearily to Trish. Savannah lifted her nose in the air as if tracking a scent. "You sound tired, Cooper. I think it's time for us to be going."
"Call me if you need anything,"
Trish trilled, and was out the door in a frantic clicking of heels. "Oh, before I forget," Nathan said to Cooper as Jake took Savannah by the arm. "Your boss called. He wants you to take the rest of the week off." For some reason, Cooper found Mr. Farmer's offer extremely touching. He already had too much work for his current employees to handle, and yet he was willing to give Cooper an entire week of rest. She closed her eyes and struggled to keep from crying, but as soon as she shut out the light, the sounds of gunfire echoed through her mind. Trembling, she tried to block the memory of the shouting, the roar of Cindy's gun being discharged, and the searing pain of the bullet lacerating the soft flesh of her arm. Cooper felt a hand covering her own, and she opened her eyes again. "Do you want me to stay a while?" Nathan asked tenderly. "You've been through a shock as well." Savannah spoke from the doorway. "You both need rest." "Come on, my friend." Quentin took Nathan's elbow. "I'll give you a lift home." Nathan cast one last look over his wide shoulders at Cooper. She gave him a weak smile, and for a moment his face became effused with its customary animation. "I'm glad you're okay," he said, his voice breaking slightly. "If something had happened to you because I got in the car." He trailed off, miserable with guilt once again. "We're both okay," Cooper assured him firmly. "Despite everything, I'm glad we were together. I don't think I could have made it through on my own. Good night, Nathan." As the room emptied, Cooper released a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. She laid her head on her pillow and thought she could detect the scent of gunpowder in her hair. Envisioning Cindy's demented smile as she ordered Cooper to pray, tears sprung into her eyes and trickled onto the pillowcase. She could still taste the fear in her mouth. It was an acidic, metallic taste, and she longed to wash it away with something wholesome, like a glass of milk and a few of her mother's cookies. As if by magic, Cooper's nurse bustled into the room carrying a small tray.
"All your visitors gone?"
she asked as she placed the tray next to Cooper's bed and gave her patient a brief examination.
"Oh, honey, you're shaking like a leaf. Are you cold?"
Cooper looked down at the goosebumps on her unbandaged arm in surprise. The nurse examined her patient's tear-streaked cheeks. "Sweetie, you've had an awful shock. Tell me what would make you feel better." "I'd really like to take a shower." Cooper sniffed the ends of her hair again. "Everything that's happened." She choked back a sob. "I just want to wash it all away." The nurse took Cooper's hand. "Your mama brought a pair of your pajamas along with a bag of those cookies with the jelly in the middle. My Nana used to call them thimble cookies. Why don't you take a nice hot shower, but you keep that left arm from getting wet, and then have yourself some milk and cookies. I bet you'll be asleep before the mac and cheese gets here. You look like laundry that's been wrung out and hung to dry." The nurse was right. Every inch of Cooper's body felt like rubber, and she longed to clean off the grime and put on her soft, warm pajamas. She stood under a scalding stream of water for a long time, dried her hair, and got ready for bed. After eating 5 of her mother's thimble cookies, she phoned her parents to tell them that she'd be home in the morning. "Baby." Maggie's voice quivered, and Cooper knew she had been crying. "You just sleep tight. Let your body and your mind shut down for a while, and when you come home tomorrow, I'll fix you a brunch that'll make you feel like a new woman." She sniffed back tears. "After that, your daddy wants you to sit a while with him in the garden. He says looking at the new crop of Better Boy tomatoes will heal you faster than any medicine." Cooper said goodnight, eased her bed to a flat position, and pictured her father's vegetable garden. She could see the sun shining on the red curves of the tomatoes and the glossy surfaces of the cucumbers slick with dew. In her vision, bean plants were tickled by a breeze, and bumblebees hovered over the bed of coneflowers bordering the garden. Cooper could almost smell the fragrant honeysuckle, which grew in a tangled mass across the length of the back fence. The last thing that passed through her mind, as she sank toward sleep, was an image of herself, leaning against the fence, her eyes turned upward as Columbus soared overhead, circling ever higher toward the endless expanse of bright blue sky. The congregation filed into Hope Street's chapel. The room buzzed with soft chatter, laughter, and the cries of several infants. The opening praise hymn boomed throughout the large space, and the worshippers leapt to their feet, singing and clapping in harmony. 2 more songs followed, and then it was time for the offertory, announcements, and communion. As the minister prepared the table with the bread and wine he and the elders would give to the congregation, the side door to the auditorium opened, and a middle-aged man entered the room. His arms were wrapped around the shoulders of a much younger man, and the 2 walked confidently to a pair of empty seats in the front row. Behind them, people began to murmur. Toward the back of the room, parishioners craned their necks to see what the fuss was about, and when they recognized their fellow worshippers, their faces broke into wide smiles. The minister welcomed the congregation to come forward, and as each man, woman, and child came to partake of communion, they paused before approaching the altar in order to hug, kiss, or shake hands with Wesley and Caleb Hughes. When the minister stood to offer a communion prayer, he did so with his hands resting on the crowns of the Hughes men's heads. Tears wet his cheeks, but his voice was made powerful with joy. "Thank you, Lord. Thank you for bringing these men home to us." Outside Gold's Gym, Cooper's co-worker Ben slung his workout bag onto the passenger seat and sank down into the driver's seat with a heavy sigh. He placed the keys in the ignition, but did not start his car. He just sat there, weary in mind and body, as the sun winked off his plastic water bottle and scattered star-shaped rainbows across the backs of his hands. Ben stared at them, and then lifted the bottle to his lips, drinking deeply. After wiping his lips on his right shoulder, he held the bottle against his heart. The rainbows fluttered, shifted, and came to rest on the corner of the alcoholism brochure someone had placed inside his locker. Ben withdrew the paper from his bag, picked up his cell phone, and dialed. When the sound of a woman's voice answered, he didn't know what to say. He cradled the phone against his ear, but couldn't begin to speak the words he needed to say. The woman coaxed him gently, reassuringly, until at last he began to talk. Suddenly, it all came pouring out in a rapid tumble of pain and grief. The stranger listened, and in her compassionate silence, Ben distinctly heard the sound of hope. Ashley arrived at the hospital at the same time the Hope Street service was being held, and Ben was dialing the hotline number. Dressed in jeans and a t-shirt instead of one of her chic Sunday suits, she entered the room, just as Cooper's doctor departed, saying that she had no sign of a concussion and was free to leave.
"Mama's at home, making one of her famous 1,000,000-calorie brunches,"
Ashley told Cooper after carefully hugging her.
"I brought you a change of clothes. Mama says your shirt was ruined."
She dumped a shopping bag on the bed.
"I cannot believe that Vance Maynard's girlfriend is a murderer. And how greedy could Vance be? He had plenty of money already.
Judging by the photos I saw in Cindy's bedroom, Vance and Cindy have been together for a long time. Cooper fastened her watch band and dusted some dirt from the glass face. They've been putting on an act that they were simply acquaintances. They were pretty adept at playing those roles. Ashley handed Cooper a set of clothes.
Are you saying that they were together when Vance was still with his wife?
Cooper nodded. I'm afraid so.
Do you think he had anything to do with his wife's death?
Ashley whispered dramatically. Tired of the subject of murder, Cooper shrugged. The police are looking into that. As she headed off to the bathroom to change, she added, Can we talk about something else, Ashley?
Sure. How about my plans to throw you a fabulous birthday bash?
I don't like the sound of bash. Reminds me of your country club parties. How about something small, like a barbecue at home? Cooper shouted through the closed door. Ashley's voice grew closer.
That's not what I had in mind, but okay. A party'll take your mind off all the nasty stuff you've been through. And it would be a great way for the family to meet all your new friends. Especially Nathan.
Cooper emerged from the bathroom. This whole mess has taught me a thing or two. I've been sitting back too much, letting life happen to me instead of making things happen. If I can give up cigarettes, stop charging things on my visa, and cease pining for Drew, then I'm capable of anything. Eyeing her reflection in the mirrored closet door, Cooper squared her shoulders and held her chin high. I have a busy summer ahead of me, Ashley, starting with that barbecue. After that, I'm going to start a new exercise routine, like running or biking, and I'm going to grow bushels of vegetables for the food bank. And most importantly, I'm going to make sure Nathan Dexter takes me to that movie he owes me. Shoot, I might even get my hair highlighted. Cooper gestured impatiently at her startled sister. Are you coming? She asked, and then marched purposefully down the hall, forcing Ashley to carry her bag. Cooper had barely gotten out of Ashley's convertible when her parents ran out of their house and welcomed her with cautious hugs and dozens of kisses. Even Grammy planted a dry kiss on her granddaughter's cheek. I won't break. Cooper chided them happily. It had never felt so good to be embraced by her loved ones. The tension from yesterday's events drained steadily away as Cooper sat at her parents' kitchen table, drinking Southern pecan coffee and watching her mother fry bacon. Grammy nagged Ashley about producing great-grandchildren, while Earl unfolded the Sunday paper. He filled in a jumble word puzzle with one hand, while holding Cooper's uninjured hand in the other. Oh, a friend of yours dropped off a box this morning, Maggie said, and then transferred 6 strips of bacon to a stack of paper towels. It's on the hall table. Cooper finished her coffee and retrieved the shoebox. Pushing the lid off with her right hand, she picked up the note sitting on a mound of tissue paper and read, Dear Cooper, I truly hope you've had some rest and are feeling better today. I got up early to spend the day with my sister. I'm bringing her to Hope Street this morning, and her boyfriend is coming too. When the nurse put the shirt you'd been wearing in a bag in the closet of your hospital room, I worried that something might happen to your pin, so I brought it home with me. It was a little bent, so I hammered out the dings, very gently, I promise, and polished it. Now it looks as good as new. When you've recovered, I hope you'll wear it on our movie date. To prove that I haven't forgotten that I owe you a matinee, I've enclosed a gift certificate to the theater closest to your house. Give me a call when you're ready to eat a very large tub of buttered popcorn and a giant box of Milk Duds. I like sugar too. And I like you. Yours, Nathan. Cooper reread the note and then quickly unfolded the tissue. There was her butterfly pin, carefully nestled in a single sheet of bubble wrap. Cooper held it to the light, and it shimmered as if poised for flight. She turned back toward the kitchen and saw her mother removing a pan of cinnamon rolls from the oven. Grammy immediately identified the roll with the most icing and directed that it be put on her plate, while Earl helped himself to a pile of crisp bacon. Ashley refilled her sister's coffee cup before pouring more into her own. Cooper's heart swelled at the sight of the warm and comforting scene. She glanced at Nathan's words once more, and then tucked the note and the gift certificate into her pocket. Caressing the butterfly pin in her right hand, Cooper whispered, "Thank you for all of these gifts," before rejoining her family. This concludes The Path of the Crooked by Ellery Adams, narrated by Chris Ducart. This is a fully revised edition of a book that was originally published as Stirring Up Strife by Jennifer Stanley, copyright 2010 by Jennifer Stanley. Revised edition, copyright 2014 by Jennifer Stanley. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Bookends, LLC, and was produced in the year 2016 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers.